your night. Open your heart. A brand new start. Find your peace within. You are enough. You are love.
Have you ever looked into the eyes of your animal companion and felt deep down that they were trying to tell you something? The truth is, they are. Every creature, from the pet on your sofa to the wild spirits of the forest, is ready and waiting to speak with you. Welcome to a unique mini-summit dedicated to the art of telepathic animal communication. We've gathered world-renowned experts for intimate 30-minute deep dives, plus an exclusive panel discussion to help you bridge the gap between species. This isn't just about training, it's about a soul-level connection. Discover the rich history of animal communication and learn how to begin with easy, actionable steps. Explore the profound world of soul contracts and see how animals serve as our greatest spiritual teachers. We also touch on the most tender of topics, connecting with our beloved friends in the afterlife. Learn how the bond of love transcends the physical, supporting their well-being across the veil. Whether you're using the power of sacred silence or simply opening your heart to a new language, this summit will transform your relationship with the natural world. They are talking. Are you ready to listen? Join us for this life-changing event.
Have you ever sensed that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge. I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal. Less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
Welcome, everyone. We're so glad that you're joining us today. I'm thrilled to introduce our special guest, Penelope Smith, who is widely known as the grandmother of interspecies communication and has spent over 5 decades developing the foundational methods used throughout the field today. Penelope's tried and true methods have helped thousands rediscover their innate ability to communicate with animals and experience the sacred connection that supports healing for all beings. Penelope, it's an honor to have you with us today. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Lynn. Nice to be here.
Yes, it's so good to be with you. I feel honored that I got to interview you. So you are known as the grandmother of interspecies communication, and you're widely recognized as the founding teacher of modern telepathic animal communication. Could you share a little bit about how your personal journey began, and then what experiences first opened you this doorway for you and opened you up to this, and how those early years shaped the foundation of this field?
So I started with my telepathic communication ability intact because I didn't let go of it my whole life. Most people are socialized out of it. They're told it doesn't exist, and it's definitely not socially acceptable for many people. Now it's, of course, different, but then definitely not. And so I always had the mission to help people and to help them to recover their own awareness of themselves as spiritual beings, because I was aware that I was a spiritual being and that everybody else was, including animals and plants and everything else on the earth, that it was all infused with spirit, that we were all aware and conscious. So I sort of made it my mission, and it morphed into different ways in my life as I went through wanting to save the world as a little girl, and then zeroing it in college to more of a psychological and sociological approach. And then I saw that this was not going to lead there. It was all about research papers and numbers. And so I became a counselor for people. And that's when the whole field of animal communication shifted. And I didn't know that that was going to happen. I was communicating, of course, with all animals, but I kept it to myself. And then I became a counselor for people. And I had a cat who someone had left when she moved out of town. And she was very afraid of everything. And I tell the story in my book, Animal Talk, about my first session. I applied because she had a trauma and she was injured and she wasn't letting the injury heal. I decided to apply the counseling techniques I knew that helped people through traumas to her. And so I sat her down, or she sat across from me, and I communicated with her and asked her various questions that helped her to move through the traumas, to view them. And it was so fast. I was so amazed. She just spilled out the pictures and the feelings of the trauma and just released them. And I really didn't know what was going to happen from this session. She went to sleep, and the next morning, she was like a different cat. And I went, oh my goodness, her wound immediately started to heal over, which she was keeping it open, scratching it open. And she was completely different. My roommates couldn't even recognize her. They said, is that a different cat? She was jumping up on people's laps when normally she stayed away from everybody. So this began it was 1971, became a whole place where I went, wow, I'm gonna work with this, because I always loved animals. So I went, this is fun. And of course, I enjoyed counseling people, but I went, let's see where this goes. So I kept practicing, just seeing, is this going to consistently work? What is this going to do? What's this about that they're so fast? And I found it happened over and over again. So people started to hear about what I was doing and asked me to communicate with their animals, and away it went. So in the 1970s, people were asking me to teach them, and I always focused on education. There were a few other animal communicators in the world. In California, we were all in California. But my focus was on, I knew it was a natural ability for everybody, it was an inborn ability that was socialized out of people. So I said, okay, I'm going to focus on education, on letting people know that they can rediscover this for themselves. So I hit the media, I hit everything. I went out there, and again, a different focus than the other animal communicators who were more focused on doing consultations, and although they did very good work, I just went, okay, I'm going to get out there and let people know this exists. So it was pivotal at that time in the 1970s, because everywhere I went, people would come to me and say, wow, I just thought this was in the storybooks, and they were so excited, but the media was not so excited. They really, their approach was to mock it. So, but I knew that if I got on the media, that people will get the message anyway. So, I had to go through all the reporters and all the newspapers who wanted this stuff in their media because it was kind of sensational for them, and radio and TV. But behind it was this sort of mockery. And I just went through it. I just gave people the principles. I did the radio programs where I did lots of consultations live on the radio, and interviewed people, did all kinds of things. And the word got out, so I was teaching. People ask me, well, can you write a book on this? And I'm going, wow, this is like, to me, it's inborn. So what can I write about it? But I knew that people at that time were very oriented to sequences and analysis. It was left brain more than intuitive right brain. Mm-hmm. And so I went, okay, we got to put some steps. So I put the communication steps as best as I could to communicate with people. And some of it was from the counseling that I did, is how you communicate to people when you counsel them. And I just came out with a book, and I wrote it in the late 1970s. And people just found out about it, and away it went. It's been selling consistently all for over 45 years. So, and then so it jump started a lot of movement. And again, I just went through all the early stages where my role really was to make it acceptable. So I taught, I went where no one dared to go before.
Yeah.
And I just got the word out. And then I did a lot of lectures. I went to every dog club, cat club, horse club you could imagine, and just got it out. And then, taught people and then trained animal communicators. So by the 80s, I had trained some people who went out, and then they eventually made their own programs or took my material and revamped it for themselves and put it out there until they were training people. So in the 1980s, we had this was the time when things were rolling. I mean, I was just amazed how it was spreading. And again, but it wasn't publicly well known by everybody then. So it started rolling, and people were getting trained. They were training people. So that's why people started calling me the mother of interspecies communication. And then I became the grandmother because I had a few generations under me. My students were training people who were training people, and away it went. So the sort of highlights of the way it went was that the 80s were sort of the building time, we were getting the animal communicators established. So 1990, I started Species Link, which was the Journal of Interspecies Telepathic Communication, which is what I named the field, Interspecies Telepathic Communication, to cover all the species, animals and everybody else, and all life. And we had the only magazine in the world, and up to this point, it's the only magazine ever in the world that focused on animal communication, interspecies communication. And so it was a voice for many, many animal communicators who contributed to the columns, to answering the questions. We have some incredible material from that time. So, there's people who think they invented it in the 1990s or the 2000s, yes. And we were going. I would say in the 80s, there were well over 100 animal communicators around the world, and probably more than that. There was no way for me to really tell. We had people on our directory in Species Link, but there was no way for me to count it all over the world because it was underground. I used to call it the underground peace movement. It just kind of, went out there, and it wasn't something that everybody says, well, I'm an animal communicator. I did, but, other people had to be more circumspect about it because it was not socially acceptable. But people did it anyway. And so you got all the animal lovers out of the closets who they remembered their ability, or they talked to animals secretly, yeah. Or they always loved animals, and they just, their ability awakened. And a lot of people got my book, and I just continued to focus on the education and supporting all the people who were out there. And it's sort of like it became something by the 90s. It was something that many, many people around the world had heard of. So it wasn't strange anymore. And people could go out there and say they're an animal communicator, and people would say, oh, I've heard of that. And then, of course, it went around the world. So people in their areas, I trained people all over the world. So people in their areas that went back to Brazil or they went back to the Middle East, they were pioneers in their area. In cultures where it was really unacceptable to look at animals as fellow spiritual beings. So I probably answered a lot more than your question, but I was there for the entire movement, and there's more to tell. I mean, it just sprung, and it was its time, and I really was its spokesperson. Yeah. And again, the other people were doing the work who also discovered it at that time, but they weren't focused in the same way I was. I was sort of like a missionary, yes. A missionary because I saw that not only did why it so excited me and why I gradually let go of my counseling practice for people is because I saw that it enlightened people. So it was like people would hear me say what I said about their animal friends, and they would go, "You mean they think they make decisions? They're spiritual beings?" And they would start to wake up to their own spiritual nature. And I went, "We got it all. We got it all." With the animals, and I had, the troop of animals around the world all behind me, we could help to wake people up to their true nature. So this was going on. I know I'm going on and on, Lynn, but there's so many stories to tell. Even the spiritual people in the 80s, 90s, I'd go to bookstores, metaphysical bookstores, and I'd speak to people and they'd go, oh, animals aren't spiritual beings. Only humans evolve. And I shifted that consciousness too, and in the shamanic world, it was like, okay, we communicate telepathically to the power animals and to the animal spirits. But I said, well, what about your animals that are in front of you? They're the same. And so out of the shamanic world came a bunch of animal communicators because I showed them that it was all one. It was all the same. We were all in it together. So it's like you can see how all these beings came behind it. And then more and more and more animal communicators popped up because it was in the field. It was in the larger field of consciousness now. So people were rediscovering their abilities spontaneously and then looking for, well, is there a book on this or is somebody doing this? And there wasn't the internet. That was until the mid 1990s. And even then the search engines weren't very good till later. So people couldn't even find much about it. I mean, I was sending out my catalogs. I was in the newspapers. Other people got to be, go into the media. So it was getting out that way, but very different than the explosion that happened with the internet and websites. And so my students were writing books, doing great work. All the principles I've kind of laid out, the whole field. I mean, you can see it in my early works in the 80s. It's all there. All these things about animals mirroring you and it being a spiritual journey and us having paths together. I laid it all out. And then people kind of gravitated and used their talents in their fields where they came from, whether it was counseling or whether they were business executives or whether they were psychics or whoever they were. They used their talents to expand that specialization, so that each of these people went out and reached different people. So there you have it. I mean, that's kind of it in a nutshell. I mean, I have a lot more details, but if you want to, focus on other things, there's a lot of tidbits. If you don't mind, I'll just keep talking, Lynn. But a pivotal thing was that the whole public attitude was changing. The scientific research was changing. I watched it. I kept putting my stuff out, and then I found it duplicated in the media. People wouldn't claim that it was from me, but I would see my words. I would see even scientifically oriented people saying the same things they would never have said before, and putting it in their articles. So this was the 90s. And then we had wonderful Rupert Sheldrake, well-known biologist and pioneer in his work in morphic resonance and the connection of all beings. Well, we had a talk in the 1990s. We conferred with each other. We were both at Esalen at the time, Esalen Institute. And we had a talk, and he told me about his book that he wanted to write, which became Dogs Who Know When Their People Are Coming Home. Yes. And so we talked about the principles and how this could be. And we had a real good talk about it. And he, obviously brilliant person who had all his own research. And his attitude was, we need to enliven science. Science has become this sort of dead thing that people don't even want to go into. They think it's, this all dried up thing. And he wanted to enliven it, and using the connection of the telepathy and the animals. He hoped to spark a whole renaissance in science among children. And so he's done his brilliant work. He's an absolutely fantastic person. And then by the 2000s, we started to get more scientists, more veterinarians who were interested and started studying. So we had veterinarians who were also animal communicators by the 2000s. And then we had scientific studies being done. And then recently, and this is only 2020s, we had whole symposiums done on scientific research, where you have all these scientifically oriented people who have studied animal communication now and realize that the scientific method, the double-blind study, the duplication of exact thing doesn't really apply real well when you're talking about communication among beings. And so they're working on all kinds of ways to show how it works, as well as doing great animal communication. So boy, it has jumped. So now I feel, from what I've seen around the world and the people I've trained and how many they say are in their each countries, we have thousands of animal communicators now around the world, and we have reached millions of people through the media and through the books and through the publications, through the websites, through all the great work people are doing around the world. And really, honestly, I have to say that a lot of these people, and I love it, that they're applying the principles that I set up in the 70s, that I put forward, and that the greater field was encouraging. Okay, now's the time. And this became this huge movement. Till now, we're talking about telepathy is something that is coming forward again in humanity. So the telepathic communication with animals will awaken people to the fact that we are all telepathic, and that it is a more thorough way to communicate, to fully understand other beings and get their feelings and get the whole scenario, not just words that you look up in a dictionary or we partially understand what the person is trying to communicate. So there you go. Anything I didn't say?
Well, I was definitely one of the early adopters of your book. And as soon as I found out that I could come down to Marin County and visit with you, well, mind you, 2 decades behind you, but still a long time ago. And I remember how wonderful it was. And it's funny that you mentioned that, people would take it back. As soon as I got back, everybody I knew, all my clientele in my healing and my psychotherapy business, were all saying, can you teach us? Can you teach us? Like I've only been back for 3 days, but they all wanted to learn. There was like a big thirst for knowledge in this back in the early 90s, for sure, in Canada. And Canada is always a little bit behind California, I would say, but Toronto's pretty progressive. And it was interesting because definitely it was all started by you. And, I do remember the skepticism too. I remember one day a media outlet approached me once I was going with my business in the animal communication and healing, and asked me if they could share an article about, interview me and do an article. And they let on that they were very interested and very open. And when the article came out, it said, the title was "Bark If You Believe This." And it was all... they went to like all these skeptical agencies and debunking places, and it was really funny. But what was so cool about that, even though it happened, and I was like, when I first saw it, I was mortified, but I got lots of business from that, and it put the word out there.
That's what happened.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
I did this TV program in New York, and it was absolutely horrendous. They set you up that it was all going to be very positive, et cetera. And then they literally had dancing dogs. They were trying to make it like, oh, isn't this cutesy? And I'll tell you, the angels came behind me, and I just got my message out over the weird approach that the interviewer was taking, and the downplaying of the whole field, and also the denigration of animals. Making them cutesy. And so I just went zoom right through the camera and just gave the message. Afterwards, I did not feel good. I actually felt quite ill because it was a bombardment of real heavy duty, but I got so many calls
Yes.
after that.
It's
So
great.
it didn't matter what the media approach they took, because I got a lot of that where people would twist it around, or their editors would twist it around, and you get this article, ha, 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 and, she talks to animals, ha, ha, ha. But I didn't care, because I knew what I was doing. I knew what my mission was. And I knew that there were many people out there who were ready,
Yeah,
and that the
for sure.
animals were all behind me. They were like right behind me, and I had all this support. So I, in turn, made it my mission to support every other person who was doing good work in this field. So part of Species Link was our directory of animal communicators. And then when websites came out in the mid 90s, we finally got websites. Then I had it on my website, and I have it to this day, a directory of animal communicators. So in 1990, we started our first directory of animal communicators. And over the period of time that Species Link was in existence, and it started in 1990, I continued till 2012, and then another publisher took over, and then it eventually ended. We had so many contributions from so many people all over the world, animal communicators, each, of course, having their own angle, which is so important to reach many people and to reach all the different ways that people think and feel. And so these contributions were really seminal in getting the word out, in reaching a whole lot of people. People to this day tell me they have the entire collection of Species Link, and they just, go over it, and it's wonderful. And I still teach it to people. I give to people in my advanced courses the articles from Species Link. So it shows how many different ways that people have adopted it, to their own talents, to their own specialties, to their own ways that they want to get across to people, like with yourself and the chakras, and other people have done different elements that they've emphasized. And I just go, more power to it. You educate people in different ways. It's all there. It's all in the energy, all these different ways of communicating, healing. It's all there. And if we just open to the fact that it really is a huge field, and animals are just these infinite, incredible, amazing beings. They are not like some people go, oh, well, your dog has the mind of a 3-year-old, or they can only speak this way, or you'll only get words, or you'll only get pictures. And it's so much vaster than that.
Yeah.
And again, I opened that out in the beginning, that it's very vast. Your animal friends are spiritual beings. They think, they feel, they make decisions about their spiritual journey, and we're all in this together. Wonderful. And now we have that message being translated far and wide all over the world in many different ways. And also I want to acknowledge that indigenous peoples all over the world, and for millennia, have given this same approach, that all animals are spiritual beings. They are not something else, or they're not soulless things. They're spiritual beings. We call upon them for help. We're all in this together. We need each other. And so this is like really a modern sort of revival of the old ways of connecting to the earth, connecting to all beings on the earth. And boy, is it ever needed at this time. We need to go back to the garden. We need to go back to Mother Earth and honor her and honor all the beings on the earth. And then we'll know what to do. Listen to the animals, listen to the plants, listen to the mountains, and you'll know what to do. And you'll know how to walk on this earth. So this is coming in the nick of time, this great movement. And I'm very grateful for this summit and for the Shift Network in spreading the word and helping to jumpstart it even further into the world, to enlighten many, many beings and make this world a so much better place.
Yes, 100%. I'm just taking a look at the time here, Penelope, and I wondered if you had something you would like to share with the listeners regarding an upcoming workshop or event or a new program or a book that you want to quickly share with the listeners.
Well, I'd like to say that Animal Talk is still a classic. So my book, Animal Talk, read it because it sort of gives you a way to start into the field. And then I'm continuing teaching courses with the Shift Network, and I will be for a while. And so it's happening, and many other people are teaching. And I just want people to know that this is in you. If you want to develop it, you want to develop your connection. It's so much fun. It brings you so much joy and so much love into your life. And it helps the planet be a better place. We really need this approach now of coming from an earth-centered approach of connection, and that we're all souls living together on the earth, connected to each other, and go for it.
Right. Right. Well, I was going to ask you for your final thoughts, and it sounds like that might be your final thought, unless you have another short one you'd like to add on.
No, that's really it. I want to encourage everybody to honor yourself, honor all beings, and remember, this is for you.
Yes. Thank you so much for your time and participation, Penelope. What a great session this was with Penelope, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Lynn.
Have you ever sensed that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge? I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal. Less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
Deep in the light,
Have you ever looked into the eyes of your animal companion and felt deep down that they were trying to tell you something? The truth is, they are. Every creature, from the pet on your sofa to the wild spirits of the forest, is ready and waiting to speak with you. Welcome to a unique mini-summit dedicated to the art of telepathic animal communication. We've gathered world-renowned experts for intimate 30-minute deep dives, plus an exclusive panel discussion to help you bridge the gap between species. This isn't just about training, it's about a soul-level connection. Discover the rich history of animal communication and learn how to begin with easy, actionable steps. Explore the profound world of soul contracts and see how animals serve as our greatest spiritual teachers. We also touch on the most tender of topics, connecting with our beloved friends in the afterlife. Learn how the bond of love transcends the physical, supporting their well-being across the veil. Whether you're using the power of sacred silence or simply opening your heart to a new language, this summit will transform your relationship with the natural world. They are talking. Are you ready to listen? Join us for this life-changing event.
Welcome, everyone. We're so glad that you're joining us today. I'm thrilled to introduce our special guest, Joan Ranquet. Joan is a celebrated animal communicator, TEDx speaker, and Hay House Sounds True author whose over 25 years of teaching and hands-on work have helped thousands communicate more clearly with their animals. As founder of Communication with All Life University, Joan offers grounded, practical training in animal communication and energy healing, and is widely recognized for her contributions to human-animal relationships in media, workshops, and wildlife treats around the world. Joan, it's a great pleasure to have you with us today. Welcome.
Thank you. It's fun to be with you.
So let's begin at the beginning and talk about what chakras are and do animals have them?
Well, I know you know they do. But yeah, so I like to say that chakras are a vortex of energy that are placed like a little map throughout the animal's body, and each of those power centers, if you will, have a theme. And that theme could symbolize something or it could be a direct connection to that sort of energy, emotion, physiological, it's also very physical. And so it just connects up the mind, body, and spirit, but in themes.
And Joan, I just thought of something just for the benefit of listeners. Would you mind just, I'm assuming you mean first chakra is the root, but would you just list the numbers in the chakras just so, because I know we know, but they may not know. So just, would you
Yeah,
mind going through that?
absolutely. So the first chakra is the root, and it's at the base of the spine, and so it would be the tail. For us, it's the sits bones, but like on, those big bones on a horse and a dog and a cat are right there. So like when a dog is sitting, it's sitting on its sits bones. When a cat is sitting, a cat, I'm talking about cats, sits on its sits bones. Second chakra would be right at the sacrum. And so it's kind of the opposite orientation of us. We think of it under the belly button, but for them it's along the back. It's right there at the sacrum. Third chakra is on in the center of the back, and the fourth chakra is in the withers, goes down to the chest. So it's a big room, big space for a big heart. The throat chakra goes down, especially horses and giraffes with their longer necks, goes down a bit, big expression. The sixth chakra is right between their eyes, like with us, and the seventh chakra is on the top of the head.
Great. Thank you so much. So in your experience, are chakras the same for people and animals?
Yes and no. I mean, I would say that, like the a lot of the things are very similar in terms of, if we take the first chakra, it's all about security and safety, and for humans, we would say, it's connecting to the tribe, to the original family, to the truth of something. And in the animal kingdom, that I feel like it hooks up to the pack, the herd, the flock, the pride, the home that we have with multi-species. Like I have horses, dogs, and cats, so I feel like we're all connected there. And for me, it also contains the DNA of that species. So let's say if you believe in reincarnation, somebody's coming in as a horse for the first time. It's almost like it gives you the instruction manual, but that instruction manual might very well have a spook factor for that horse, because it's just going to be all about safety, and if that's known or unknown, it's going to have a lot of surprises for that being, I think.
So is the energy field related to the chakra system? And if so, how?
Yes, first of all, each of us, I mean, if you think of the chakra comes out a little bit, so it's entering our auric field. I like to say that all of our auric fields connected are the in human terms, we think of the aura as the eighth chakra, so to speak. So imagine that all of our fields are merged. When I take people on wildlife trips and you look out at a group of gazelles, just sort of peacefully eating, and then something happens in that field, a threat, you see that it reverberates throughout the entire herd in a connected form, so to speak. So to have somebody, of course we're individuals and we're autonomous, but that field of energy is very connected to, especially for the animal kingdom. We're just the only ones that kind of forgot to participate in that.
Yeah, I love that. And I agree 100% with what you're talking about there. That's wonderful. So when we think about chakras and we think about the chakras of animals, why would we as humans, caregivers, animal lovers, healers, etc., want to know more about the chakras? Why would we want to know how these all interplay with the entire energy field?
Well, I think because they're fun. We'll just start there. And also, for me, it's a key or a clue into the emotional, the physical, the spiritual, the sexual, the recreation. It's like one more key or clue into that being. And on top of it all, um, I think the third most important reason is if someone's investigating and wants to know that much about their animal, it's just going to deepen the bond.
That's really wonderful. And I often think of the chakras as telling a story about the being. Do you agree with that?
150%. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
it's like that map that you spoke about at the beginning, and I think that it really does move into that place of additional information. Even if people aren't necessarily great yet at animal communication, it's got that piece of
Exactly.
information that
Yeah.
that it's another way to communicate with them.
To me, it's like almost not a cheater's manual, but you know what I mean? Like it's a quick in. It's a quick understanding.
Yes. So, in your experience, when an animal has a problem with the chakra, how can that be healed? I know it can be, but how do you go about that in your world?
So I started teaching in 1998. I started teaching something called the scalar wave, which is a technique that brings in targeted energy, creating a wave of energy that is stronger than, creates a coherent field in the body, whether it's for, cancer, bacteria, or just calming an animal down. And through that, we clear each of the chakras before we bring the scalar wave in. So my introduction to all of this and kind of my practical application for many, many years was was really looking at at each of them. And like you said, it's like they each tell a story and really clearing that story or that story, whether it's a physiological or an emotional or an energetic thing. Um, and so a lot of times I think even just awareness helps. In the beginning parts of the scalar wave, we do a spinning technique. You can use a pendulum. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. I sometimes when I feel like a chakra is really kind of stuck, I have people just, you know, do a little chakra massage on their animals. I mean, you can do it in the shower, so for yourself. So there's a million different ways, and I just know that my origins were really just to kind of spin and get it even and, the same size and consistent and whole throughout the body before we started bringing this targeted energy in.
Yeah, wonderful. That's wonderful. Um, what are a couple what are a couple of experiences you've had or benefits you've seen in animals as a result of bringing a chakra into balance? Just for the listeners, can you share a bit about that?
Yeah. So I had one guy, this is pretty funny. Had to be like 2004. I taught it to a bunch of people at a horse show. Like I couldn't even believe they were interested, right? But the guy lined up, he just would always be like, I line up on my horse's chakras and I line up my chakras and we just win everything. So that's kind of a fun thing to be that aligned. And not that I like horse shows or I mean, I don't like or dislike, but it's a measurement, just like blood work is. So thought that was really fun. But one of my most favorite stories is um, I had a client who I used to have a healing center at my not this farm but my old farm, and I had I was boarding horses and I brought horses in for healing, and one woman brought a horse in who was about 22, but she was a very youthful 22, as a horse, except that she had asthma so bad. And when I was working on her to do the scalar wave, you would think that the asthma would be sitting, that the most blocked chakra would be the fourth chakra, right? Because the lungs are sitting right there. And I knew there was grief, but I was confused. And the options for this horse were to move the horse. This was in Seattle at the time. To move the horse to Arizona or to euthanize because she wasn't going to be able to survive the Seattle humidity. So when I started working on the horse, I found that the most complicated area was the second chakra. So when I communicated with the horse, I found out that the woman had another horse, and I had no idea, right? She just brought this one to my house, and that she was spending much more time with the other horse. And so I said this to the woman. I said, Pam, Latte is telling me that you have another horse. I didn't know you had another horse. And she said, oh yeah, I invested in a horse that my daughter is showing, and so every weekend now I go to the horse shows to watch the horse. So Latte was feeling, she wasn't getting to go out on the trail anymore and not do all the things. So we really started working with the second chakra, and then she built, because I think of the second chakra as really that is the home of one-on-one relationships, right? So she started really working on her relationship with the horse, even if she was going to go cheer her daughter on at the horse show. She never had to move that horse to Arizona, and the horse lived another 8 years.
That's so awesome. And interestingly enough, it's interesting that you brought up the chakras that you brought up, because I did once talk to someone in traditional Chinese medicine who mentioned that there is a complete link up between the lung meridian and the bladder meridian.
Yes.
And that's so interesting because you gave that perfect demonstration of it, which is really beautiful.
Yeah, and I think the second and the fourth chakra actually are really interconnected when it comes to um, relationships that need a little more tenderness. And often we see, those cats that worry a lot and maybe are, taking on some grief in the household, and as they worry, the litter box gets left behind. And, so I think that they're very connected.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. It's amazing how all roads lead to Rome in this field.
Yeah, exactly.
That's great. So, have you kind of come across in your experience like little recipes like that, where if a dog presents with such and such a problem, it might be more inclined to be these three emotional levels or these three chakras kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, the thing I think when you're looking at anxiety, for example, if you start looking at the first, second, and third chakra, you've got a good little recipe, so to speak, as far as you want to keep that animal safe. You want them to have connection with you, but also not enmeshment, right? It's got to be healthy. And in that third chakra, you really want to have that the self-esteem, the confidence. But the third chakra so much ends up being, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Was a digestive issue that started the anxiety, or did the anxiety start the digestive issue? So that's where working with all three. And then the other one is like animals that are head shy. I always look at the first and the seventh chakra, right? So we've got trust and safety, safety and trust. You kind of can't have trust without a little bit of safety. And you need, so it's like those two together go hand in hand. And then I think of animals like dogs that have to be retired from the show ring, or horses, or, that looking at that second and fifth chakra together are pretty powerful when you're changing jobs, but the animal still needs to express.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, I always like to look at how those patterns work. I just think it's a nice way to learn and for our listeners to learn. So we touched a little bit upon um, animal communication and how chakras can be a vehicle for that. Could you tell us a little bit more about how chakras can help listeners with their animal communication and how you found maybe it helps with the animals too?
Yeah, and meanwhile, one of my cats is expressing that I'm not doing enough cat stories, but anyway, um I'll try. So I feel like again, if there's a mysterious behavior or there's for example, let's take reactivity. We could say that it's a first and fifth chakra, right? Like, how do we get to the point where we're reacting? There's been a huge buildup. And so if we start to look at each of those chakras, we're starting to understand that, for example, well, clearly that animal doesn't feel safe. Clearly that animal doesn't feel heard. Clearly this animal has no other way of saying, help, this is unacceptable. I'm afraid and you're not taking me seriously. And I'm not blaming the person because a lot of times it seems to come so fast and so out of the blue that the person's head is spinning. But the the recipe, as you said earlier, is in the body, is in whether that animal even trusts you to take care of them, whether that animal even trusts themselves in that state. So if you're looking at what each of those chakras are, if you were to ask yourself, okay, does my reactive dog feel safe around other dogs? Nope. Does my reactive dog, chakra number two, trust our relationship enough? And that would be clue number one, probably not. And that would be so profound for somebody to be able to say, what do I have to do to up the game to create just, master level safety and for this animal to trust me instead of taking the matter into his own barking hands. So that's an example.
Joan, do you have any exercises you'd like to share with the listeners related to the chakras?
I do. I can do we can do a little checking in with our own chakras and then checking in with their chakras. All right, so what I'd love everyone to do is to take a very deep breath and kind of let go of the day. And then I would love for you to think about putting both of your feet on the ground and unhooking your hands and your legs and being in a very even position, really feeling each side of your body and feeling each of your feet. And for a moment, really breathing into the bottom of your feet as if you're connecting up down into the earth, as if your feet are sending roots in to anchor you here on planet Earth. And just breathe into the earth for a moment. So important, especially around our animal friends, to be grounded, to be the grounding force for them. So I want you to check into your own first chakra, which is you're sitting on it, feeling into it. What does it feel like? And you don't have to be an expert chakra feeler. You can just feel for maybe for the first time. What does it feel like? And now moving up to your second chakra, which is under your belly button. And again, you may be feeling this for the very first time, feeling into this energy, this creative, nurturing, connected chakra. And now I want you to move up to your third chakra, which is your solar plexus. And I want you to just get a sense of what that feels like. Sometimes people's tummies growl because the truth is they're just hungry. But there may be other things going on here for you. This is the home of our gut instinct. It's where we understand things without understanding. where we take things in. And then I want you to move up to your heart chakra. And how does that feel? And again, you might be feeling this for the very first time. What does that feel like? Does it feel open? Does it feel closed? I like to say that joy and grief can live here simultaneously. Are you experiencing anything like that right now? And now moving up to your fifth chakra, your voice, your throat. How does that feel right now? Do you have a voice in the world? Are you going to step in to be their voice? Now moving on up to the the sixth chakra, the third eye. I want you to just feel in there. This is home of the intuition. And for some animals, like dolphins and bats, they have an extra gift here. They can echolocate. They can see by vibration. And now moving on up to your seventh chakra, the top of your head. Feeling into that. Is your brain really busy? And for a moment, I want you to imagine you're stretching that energy as if there's white light, a column coming down from the heavens or going up from your head. Either way, there's a very strong connection with the divine. And so while you're rooted into the earth and connected to the divine, I want you to just be here and breathe for a moment. And now I want you to take your grounded divine beingness and connect in with your animal. And just pick one animal for the time being so that you don't get all ADD on this. Because we want to stay grounded, we want to stay divine, and we want to keep it simple. So pick one of your animals and check in with that first chakra. So it's right at the base of the spine. And see, does it feel connected? Does it feel electric? Does it feel calm, grounded? What does that energy center tell you right now about your animal? Moving on into the second chakra, which is at the sacrum. How does that feel right now? Is it alive? Is it dull? Is it deficient? Is it excessive? What does that tell you about your animal? And moving on up to the third chakra in the middle of the back. How does that feel right now? Does your animal seem confident? Is there something going on in their digestion? Are they very sensitive to barometric pressure shifts? Do you have big changes going on in your life that would affect them? And then moving on up to the fourth chakra, the heart center. And like us, they're very willing to carry grief and joy simultaneously. Often they display more joy. So being in this space with them, connecting with them, what does this chakra tell you about your animal? And then moving on up to the fifth chakra, the throat center. How vocal are they? Do they speak without speaking? Are you even watching their body language? What are they sharing with you? Like for us, this is the area of expression, their voice. And then moving on up to the third eye, right at their forehead. Are they deeply connected or are they overthinking like us? And then moving on up to the top of the head, to the crown. What does that tell you about your animal? Does your animal trust? Trust the universe? Trust you? Trust other animals? Trust other people? It's a very, very, very powerful place for us to understand how to help them. And so now in your grounded divine beingness, let's sit for a moment and feel all of their chakras coming into play, all lit up, as if we're balancing it just by acknowledging it. And then bring your awareness back into yourself. Take a few connected breaths. Wiggle your toes and fingers, and when you feel ready, go ahead and open your eyes.
Thank you, Joan. That was a wonderful way for everyone to connect with themselves and their animals together. It was beautiful.
Thank you.
So I'd like to ask you, Joan, do you have an upcoming workshop or event or a new program or book, etc., that you'd like to quickly share with the listeners?
I do have a new book. Funny you should mention it. I have Animal Chakra Healing, and and speaking of those pictures, of course, now I won't be able to find it easily and effortlessly, but there's beautiful color out inserts, outlays, whatever they are. There's pictures. Um, so there's that, and then I'm also doing things with the Shift Network, and I have a school for animal communication, so I've always got something going on.
Great. Thank you. So, given what we've talked about today, what is one thing you'd like to leave listeners with, or a next step that our listeners can take to or make to change things in their own lives, in the lives of their animal companions?
Well, I always feel like, just taking the time to get quiet, like even just dropping in and breathing and being able to hear your animal. And if you're not able to feel as though you can hear your animal, which I know you can, um, I think that learning about the chakras is a great way to connect and to kind of get some deeper information, develop a stronger bond, and even just touching along and seeing, is there heat? Does this feel different than this? Does this feel different than this? things like that. That tells a story in itself. So, it can be a hands-on experience, so to speak, if you're just taking the time to get quiet and feeling into the energy.
That's wonderful, Joan. I wholeheartedly agree with you, and I think it'll be very beneficial for the listeners because I agree. If everyone can communicate with animals, but if you are not feeling that way yet, if you haven't quite felt you've mastered the mindset for it, you have another tool here from Joan, and that's really wonderful. I really want to thank you so much for your time and participation. It's been wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you to the Shift Network, and thank you to you, Lynn. It's fun to finally meet.
Yes, it is. So what a great session with Joan today. Thank you all for listening and being a part of the Shift Network.
Have you ever sensed that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge? I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal. Less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
I'm so excited to introduce today our special guest. It's P. Horsley. She's the UK's leading telepathic animal communicator and a globally respected teacher whose heart-centered approach has helped thousands deepen their intuitive connection with animals. A best-selling author, TEDx speaker, and founder of Animal Thoughts, she has inspired thousands to awaken their intuition and build meaningful interspecies relationships. P, welcome.
Oh, thank you so much. It's fantastic to be here.
I'm so excited to talk to you today. Okay, so before we get going, we just need to start out with, how did you become P? How did this all come about? How did you get into animal communication?
Yeah, it started really early for me because I have been a lover of animals since I remember. My parents would adopt animals that were abandoned by people, and so taught me really early on to respect animals. And we always adopted. So I had a sort of upbringing where animals autonomy and their sovereignty was respected as individual conscious beings. That was in my upbringing. And but then I sidetracked and I went into theatre and I became a stage manager, and I did that for 15 years. And it was fantastic and I loved it. But then I just started feeling I don't want to be sitting in the West End, company managing shows for the rest of my life. I really want to get back to my first love, and that was animals, of course. So I attended my very first animal communication workshop. And it was because I adopted a dog who was sad. And I thought, I know cats really well, but I don't know dogs. So I must be doing something wrong. And then the same animal home that we adopted him from pinged an email saying animal communication workshop. And I thought, oh my goodness, okay, that must be, a politically correct way of saying how to read your dog's body language. And I went along and I'm sitting in a circle of like 20, 30 people, and the teacher is telling us all these stories about Dr. Dolittle and listening to animals. And I was so skeptical. I nearly walked out at lunchtime. I'm thinking, this is too much. I could have walked out, but something made me stay. And in the afternoon, I was partnered with somebody who had a picture of my cat, just a photograph. He wasn't there in person. I had a picture of her rabbit. And I had to say, who's your best friend? What do you like to eat? What's your favorite activity? And I thought, oh my goodness, this is crazy. But then in my inner voice, I heard this really strong, opinionated voice saying, come on, who the hell do you think is listening? Just get on with it. And that was my very first experience of animal communication. This rabbit was really experienced talking to human beings, but I'd never communicated with a non-human animal before. And he just led, and he told me his favorite thing to eat, which I saw in a picture of my mind's eye. He told me his favorite activity by showing a sofa with a TV in front. He used to like watching You've Been Framed every Saturday night. And he was able to tell me that his best friend was this dark coffee colored rabbit, like espresso color. And I just kept getting these images in my mind. I thought it was really crazy until this complete stranger who partnered with me, talking to my cat Texas from a photograph, described my hallway, which is very distinctive, where my sofa was positioned in the living room, and the color I call it, which is not a normal color, and his favorite thing to sit on in the garden. And I went home. I said to my partner, I think I've just been talking to a rabbit. And she said, what did the rabbit say? Bless her. And that was the moment that changed my life. And then I realized I had this light bulb moment. The thing that I'd been searching for, the thing that I really wanted to step into, was animal communication.
Wow. What was it? Remember you said you almost walked out?
Yeah.
What was it? Do you think, what kept you there? Was it because of how you grew up? The way you viewed animals from your childhood? What was it?
Honestly, I think it was like, well, I've paid my money. I might as well stay and see what the afternoon is about.
Nothing so spiritual.
No, just practical. I'm very practical.
So since the beginnings there with the rabbit and it's really interesting. It sounds like you believed more when your animal was read than when you did the reading. So since this moment when that first happened, how has your understanding of animals shifted? Because I know when I started, I viewed animals as I must fix them and rescue them. And, I don't view that anymore. Like, how have things changed along the way for you?
They've changed. Oh my goodness, how they've changed. So when I first began, like many people, I was focused on the communication, trying to get the messages and the insights from the animals for clients or even for myself. But over the years, what's really evolved for me is the understanding that it's all about relationships. So an example for you is I remember a sacred cow animal communication workshop I was teaching with a biodynamic farmer called Tom. And on the first day, our group went into the field and we just sat with the herd and we dropped into silence. breathed and just allowed ourselves to be present. And then after a few moments, the most amazing thing started happening. This incredible, beautiful cow called Belinda, who was the cow that introduced me to Tom the farmer. That's a whole nother story. She began mooing these really long, drawn out moos, one after another. It was like a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I have no idea. The time it changed in that. And it felt like she was welcoming us into the herd. And she had this really calm, wise, it's almost Yoda-like energy, actually. We weren't asking her to do anything, but I felt like she was acknowledging us because we were showing respect and just entering into relationship with all the cows, being in that moment. And I think that experience really crystallized something that I've seen again and again. Animals aren't just here to answer our questions or to help us with our problems. They are conscious beings with their own perspectives, their purposes. They've got their own wisdom, which they share with us. And they're constantly in relationship with us, whether we notice it or not. So true communication isn't about technique or control. For me, it's about presence, humility, and ethical listening. When we slow down, when we soften our hearts, and when we meet animals as equals rather than subjects, this entirely different level of connection opens up for us and for them. And I think that's where the real transformation happens.
I think that a lot of people struggle to understand that idea. And they keep coming at animal communication as the skill, the steps, and they forget the relationship. I love that you said that. It's so much about the relationship, both beings showing up. I see my students start out, I want to do step 1, step 2, and step 3. But it brings up so much in them that it provides this opportunity for what I think you're talking about, which is this inner transformation when they listen in a certain way. Can you talk a little bit about, like, if we go back to you being as in the herd, in the cow herd, and you're sitting there and you're listening to the, what are we calling them? Moos? What are we calling them?
Moos. The moos.
Okay.
Moo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about how did you know that this was acceptance? What did you hear? What did you experience that helped you understand this isn't a cow mooing something to just be like, cool, it's a moo? What happened there?
Well, I'd like to say I heard the thought forms in my mind, but actually it was just, I felt it. I felt it's that gut knowing where I just knew this is a welcome. And it wasn't just me, it was the other students in this group. They agreed. It's like, oh my gosh, P, it feels like they're welcoming us. And the most amazing thing about these moos as well was that each one felt like an om. You really felt it in your heart. And the whole energy of the field just changed. And all the other cows that were around were completely silent. Everyone was lying down. We were sitting down. It was just the most heart-opening experience for all of us. It was really unexpected. And the rest of the weekend, they communicated so beautifully, so willingly. They really wanted to educate us. Some of them wanted to tell us how, as a species, we are really messed up. But they were incredible. They were really incredible, including the bull. He was so gracious and welcoming and just, knew exactly what to do.
I wish I was there. It just sounds so cool. I'm getting distracted by being like, oh, I want to have this experience too. I'm going to ask you about something that I know is part of your work. And I'm again coming back to the moment with the cows, but how did you know the cows were okay to connect with you, to talk with you? How did you know they were saying, hi, yes, I'm open?
I asked them before I held the workshop. This is the other part of the story I wasn't going to go into, but I can. It's fine, Danielle. I'll go into it. What happened was I was hanging out with a bee whisperer, the most amazing woman that knew about bees, and she said, "Oh, you really must come and meet Tom." So on the way to meeting Tom, she took me to a herd of cows who they weren't being respected. They were being exploited you can imagine, the most horrific ways. And they were so dark and so depressed and empty. And then she took me to Tom's cows, and they were coming in for milking. And one came just straight to me. Animals know. She came straight to me and she stood there. And I was like, "Hi, I'm P. I'd love to communicate with you. How are you?" And what she showed me was that she was pregnant. And I heard the word two. And then Tom walked down and he's like, "Hi, who are you?" And my friend said, "Oh, this is P." And she was like, "Oh, right, okay." And I'm thinking, "Oh gosh, okay, have we got the veil coming down?" That reaction that some people have when you say, "I'm an animal communicator." He said, "All right, well, so what did they say?" And I said, "Well, this cow," and he said, "Oh, well, this is Belinda." I said, "Well, this cow is pregnant," and she said two. They were like, anyway, she ended up having two calves, which is normally unheard of, okay? And we formed a relation. We talked a lot about how he respects the cows, how he will sleep in the barn with cows for night after night if they need his company for whatever reason that's, they're being affected. And we held a workshop together, and so I'd already asked Belinda, "Are you open to this?" And then, "Is the herd open to this?" And so that's why they were so open to this.
And that makes a lot of sense. I think that a lot of people miss this idea of animals giving their permission, giving their consent to have the connection. We humans get all excited to do the thing, and we forget. Do you run into that type of experience?
Yeah. Too often, For me, animal communication has never been about extracting information or controlling outcomes. It's about the right relationship for me, and recognizing that animals have sovereignty, they have consent, they have free will and agency, and just as we do. And I think a lot of people recognize that with their own animals, but they don't always extend it to the other species of the animal kingdom. Ethical communication means asking whether an animal wants to engage, how they wish to be met, and being willing to listen without agenda. I remember asking my cat, Texas, "Where are you?" And he just said, "On important cat business," and kind of put down the phone, and that's okay. He's got free will. He doesn't have to tell me where he is. So what makes my work different is that it goes beyond companion animals and beyond feel-good connection. We explore experience of love, loss, suffering, and death, and how human systems impact them. So, it requires emotional maturity, groundedness, so important, deep compassion. So for me, heart-led listening, it allows us to witness animals without being overwhelmed. A lot of my students talk about, how do you not be overwhelmed? It helps us to stay present with grief and to transform what we feel into ethical action. A lot of my work, I think, is really moving in that direction really strongly. So that depth is essential if we're going to truly support animals and live in integrity within the web of life. So one experience which stays with me it involved a dog that had been labeled difficult and withdrawn. And his guardian, I would say guardian rather than owner, because I really can't resonate with owner. His guardian wanted to know why he wouldn't engage, why he seemed shut down. And when I communicated with him, what came through wasn't behavior, it wasn't stubbornness at all, actually, it was grief. because he told me he'd lost a close companion, a canine, his dog friend, and no one had actually realized that he was mourning. But what struck me most wasn't just his sadness, it was actually his dignity. So he wasn't asking to be fixed, like you said. He was asking to be acknowledged. And so when his human stopped trying to change him and just instead learned how to be present with the grief, everything shifted. His behavior softened, their relationship deepened. She even said that she began relating differently to loss everywhere in her life. So what I really understand about this work is that it isn't about communicating at animals. It's not reading them. It's about learning how to listen in a way that honors their emotional and spiritual lives. So, and amazingly, allowing us to mature alongside them. I have changed so much since I've been communicating with animals. Animals don't just want to be helped, they're actually inviting us into deeper humanity. I like to say that animals teach us how to be human. And when we accept that invitation, it changes how we love, it changes how we grieve, and how we live in the world.
How to be great humans.
How to be amazing humans.
Right. Because we can be human and it's not necessarily the awesome version of it. So I agree. Animals are really showing us the way to be really lovely, evolved humans.
Yeah, exactly.
This is pretty deep where you're going. So
I'm gonna deep.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. And it's like my favorite thing because it's moving away from how do I do this thing into what the animals are really there for.
Yeah.
So I know that like my students go through a transformation when they're working in this deep way with the animals and allowing them in this way. And I wondered if you could share really like what do people who are willing to go where you're taking them to this deep place of understanding, what does this look like for them? What happens?
It looks amazing. It looks beautiful. It looks empowering. Oh, it's really moving. So what I see again and again actually is this shift from trying to communicate to actually allowing relationship. So people often come with curiosity or a love for animals. That's where they start. That's where I started. And also maybe sometimes even a sense of helplessness about suffering that they see in the world. Because my first question actually, after I was at that first animal communication workshop was, well, if this is real, if this is true, if this is happening, what about all the animals that are used as farmed animals for human beings? What do they feel? What do they think? And they can communicate those things. So it really, that changed my world. So as people start to listen from the heart, something changes. They begin to trust their felt knowing. They start to understand animals' perspectives and to recognize that animals are not just asking to be helped, they're actually offering guidance. So over time, that listening expands, it just expands beyond the individual animals, the ones that we share our home with, into a wider awareness of ethics, responsibility, and co-creation. So people don't just communicate differently, they live differently. I'm a living example of this, and I've got so many students that would say the same. So they make choices with more compassion, more clarity, maybe more courage, just completely guided by their communications and the wisdom of the animal kingdom. So that's the journey I guide people from curiosity to connection to conscious participation with life. So that's a lot of C's. Curiosity, connection, and conscious participation with life.
Conscious participation with life. So I think a lot of people that I work with begin being kind of unconsciously participating with life, letting their their worries or their needs or their negative beliefs kind of get in the way. And I see the animals helping them see themselves as they really are, like the awesomeness that's in there. Is this kind of similar to what you're experiencing with your people?
Yeah, it's exactly, you know, the message that animals say so much, particularly the whales, is know who you are. They're always helping us to remember ourselves back into the animal kingdom, you know, to remember that we're part of it and what that means, you know, and that actually we are the most incredible, divine, loving, caring, fun, you know, cookie, you know, beings on the planet. And I hear all the time that, you know, other animals love us. They really do love us. And they, I'm not saying everybody, I'm not going to generalize. I'm just being reminded, don't generalize. Because, you know, each animal in every species is individual, just as we are as human beings. But I do find that other animals are incredibly giving, forgiving, and want us to be happy. So yeah, and they help us recover that if we don't have it through communicating with them.
I find that other animals are often so excited for us, like humans, when we make a step forward. They're like, yes, they're cheering for us all of the time. And it sounds like what you're talking about in your work is you're really harnessing this, or they're offering it, might be the better way to say it. The goodness they see in us. You found a way, your way, to allow the animals to bring that to the people. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, that's certainly an aspect of it. So every month in my membership, the Pride, a different species comes forward and they get to decide. I don't get to decide. And it seems very timely with whatever's going on with the planet. And they will speak to the members. They will communicate with them. They will ask them searching questions. They will ask them to reflect. They will ask them to, you know, ask me something. And it just blows my mind that every single month a different species will come and, you know, say like, it's my turn for whatever reason, and teach the most beautiful, loving, sometimes challenging, depending on the species and the timing, lessons to us, and so willingly wishing to communicate with us.
Okay, this is like a little bit of a behind the scenes question, but what do? Do you sit down and you go, okay, who's showing up? Like how does this animal come to you each month?
You know, it's different. It used to start by, you know, signs of 3. And I'm like, oh, okay, so that's you this month then. But then it's become a bit more subtle than that. You know, so I might come across some goats, but once, but I can't get them out of my mind. And so then I'll say, is it you this month? Would you like to communicate this month? And then it's like, it's confirmed. But sometimes I have to sit because it's like, I've got the day of the meeting with my membership and it's like, no one has shown up. Who is it? So they like to leave it to the last minute sometimes, which gets my heart going.
That's when you wish you could control them, but you cannot, as I cannot. I get it. In like kind of living my life through connection with animals, I've had to let go of so much control because I feel like they know more than me. And I'm a lot better off when I let them offer up what they want to offer up, however they want to offer it up.
Exactly. And it's very humbling to realize that you don't know it all. You can't control it all. And actually, if you just surrender and hand it over, something more magical will happen.
Yeah, I think that's really hard for many humans to grasp, that could be coming from an animal or from animals until they experience it. Okay, would you like to share about anything that's coming up?
I would love to. So I've got 3 things coming up I'd like to mention. So one of them, if anyone would like to join me in person in London, I'm holding a 1-day workshop in London on the 19th of September. You are most welcome to come. you're invited. I also have 2 places on my Indonesia retreat in November, which is an animal communication retreat taking place in Raja Ampat, which is known as the last paradise on earth. It's the most incredible place. And we'll be snorkeling and communicating with animals and aspects of nature too, including the ocean. But I also have the most amazing course coming up with the Shift Network, where it's a 7-week course. It's online, and we're covering animal communication with the animal kingdom and heart-led connection. So we'll be moving from animal consciousness to deep ethical relationship with animals, from your own animals to wild animals, and exploring how to listen, relate, and co-create with presence and respect. So I would love, love, love you to join me for that incredible 7-week journey. And I hope to see you in the course.
All right. I think I need to go to Indonesia now because that sounds great. And then, is there anything that you really want for people who are feeling like kind of inspired, or who maybe didn't realize about the depth that animals offer or the connection, how this all works? Is there anything that you really want people to walk away holding close in their hearts, understanding, or even like investigating a little more?
I would really love to invite everyone to just dip your toe in the water with animal communication. If you're a complete beginner, you're so welcome, and the most amazing things can happen. And all you have to do is take that first step. If you're called to listen more deeply to other animals, or if you're interested in adjusting how you live in the world, by gaining their perspective. And if you're more experienced and you want to go deeper, come to my course. Let's expand together. Let's listen to what the animals have to say. But I really think the more animal communicators on the planet, and I would say this as being one, I really think it enriches the world. And the more we communicate and connect with each other across the planet, we can really co-create the most beautiful world together.
Thank you. Thank you, P. That's beautiful. I appreciate you being here today and sharing all of this. Thank you for talking with me. And thank you to everybody else for being here as well.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Much love, everybody.
Open
Have you ever sensed that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge? I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal. Less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
If in the light, let go your night. Open your heart. A brand new start. Find your peace within.
Welcome, everyone. We are so glad that you're joining us. I'm very excited to introduce our special guest today, Val Hart. Val is known as the real Dr. Doolittle and is a leading animal communicator and intuitive healer whose heart wisdom method has guided tens of thousands toward deeper heart-centered communication with their animals. A best-selling author and founder of the Heart School of Animal Communication, she spent more than 3 decades helping people experience healing and spiritual partnership with their animals. Val, it's such a great pleasure to have you with us today. Welcome.
I'm just excited to be here, Lynn.
Great,
Stumbling over
wonderful.
my words. I'm delighted to be here because, animal communication is so important. And I'm so grateful. You and I have been doing this for a long time. And now's the time. We need this more than ever in our world. So thank you.
So let's start with how you began your journey as an animal communicator.
Oh my goodness. I originally, this was back in the 80s, 1980, for folks that are not that old. But I started learning meditation and intuitive practices and something like neurolinguistic programming, those sorts of things. And then at one point, I heard that, hey, it's possible to communicate with animals. And I thought about that. And my cats, every time my husband and I would go away for a little vacation or something like that, they would get so upset with us. And I mean, my older cat Peach would hold a grudge for years. She would jump up and bite me for no known reason, just letting me know she was still pissed off with me. So when I heard this concept, it just was like, well, of course, of course. And so the next time before the next trip, I sat with both our cats, Peach and Tuffy Tiger, and I explained to them where we were going, when we were leaving, when we would be back, what we going to do while we're there. And by the way, the neighbor's going to be coming to feed you, and not to worry, we will be back, and etc. So I did the whole conversation with them. And then we left, and they were very calm, very peaceful. When we got back that time, Lynn, it was like night and day difference, 180-degree difference from before behavior to after behavior. We walked in the door when we got back, and they said, "Oh, hi. Oh, yes, it is 5 o'clock. Thank you." And my Tuffy Tiger was like, "Hey, can I go outside now? I haven't been out in a couple of days. I'd like to go." And Peach was like, "I think you should feed me now." And we were totally fine. And that just opened the whole new exploration. So I got a lot more extraordinary conversations with them. I started telling people what I could do. I hooked up with Olympic level equestrians. I was working with their horses, a lot of interest in healing and improving behavior and using my skills. So that was how I got started professionally, and that was in 1993. So I've been doing this for quite a long time now.
Awesome. I think we started the exact same year. That's really cool.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, really? Oh, that's so cool.
That exact year.
See?
So,
yes.
So tell me, what would you say, if you had to tell listeners, what would you say your biggest purpose in doing this work is?
I envision a world where everyone knows how to communicate with animals, because they're our partners and they're trying to help us, and they mirror us and they have wisdom, and they're helping us heal, evolve, and grow into our best self, into a higher state of consciousness. For me, learning animal communication is also a big part of our healing journey. This is a spiritual journey. It's not just learning a skill or a party trick, it's something like that. It's life changing. It alleviates suffering in the world, and we're all connected. So if the animals are suffering, then we are too. We may not know it, but we need more love in the world, don't you think?
Oh yes, amen to that that mission, that purpose. That you and I are so much alike.
High five.
It's really great.
Yeah.
So Val, I've heard you say before that how you listen matters more than what you ask. Can you explain to listeners what you mean by that?
Yeah, communication. I think what happens with a lot of communicators, new communicators, and even professionals, we get into trouble because we're asking questions the animals either don't want to answer, they can't answer, or they don't experience the same way that humans do. And we often ask them out of order. And then the conversation is not a conversation, it's an interrogation. And that's when animals block us off. They don't answer, they withdraw, they disconnect, they go silent, and then we as humans, if we are in our head and not in our heart space, which is how I teach with the heart wisdom method, then we miss it. We gloss over what they're trying to tell us. We're not listening at all. We're thinking, how when you're talking to somebody and all you're really thinking about is what you're going to say after they shut up?
Yes.
Not such a good thing to do. No, that doesn't work.
No,
So,
because they're reading what you're feeling more than
yes,
even what you're saying.
yes, exactly. And they know if you're not fully present. They know if you're not clear. They know if you're shielded off and defensive. They know if you're fearful or worried or grieving. They know so much more than we think they do. And when they read us that way and we don't show up with full presence, with a loving heart connection, and we've got all this, I'm sorry, bullshit head crap going on, right? That monkey mind, no offense to the monkeys. Love the monkeys. But it's like when you're stuck in your head, your ego mind starts trying to control the conversation and get the right answers and, perform and those kinds of things. And that just gets in your way. It's going to block you. One of the big things that I teach is do your inner healing.
Me too.
Because, yes, because if you don't, then whatever you're picking up from them, you're going to project your stuff onto them, or you're going to misinterpret through the filter of your own wounds. And that does a huge disservice to the animals, as we have a big ethical responsibility here, Lynn. As a communicator, we're here to understand them, to be their voice, to alleviate suffering, to offer guidance on what they want, what they don't want, what's helping, what's not helping, right? That's a big responsibility. I hold that very, very strongly. We have to adhere to that ethic. Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Awesome. That's awesome, Val. And I love what you said about the interrogation. And I share that too. Like I used to have a friend, way back when. And as I was really building my business, which was, through the 90s and the 2000 early 2000s.
Yeah.
And that friend, whenever I was with her, she would pretty much interrogate me and it
Yes.
wasn't out of malice or anything. She was just genuinely curious. But I
Yeah.
would be so exhausted at the end of a meeting with her. I feel like I need a nap. If I
Yes.
went and had lunch
Yes.
with her. And it's hard on us. Like just think
Yes.
back, anybody who's listening to what Val's saying, and think
Yes.
back to how you feel when someone's like just drilling on the questions one after the other. And
Yes.
it's not like a, flow. There's just like a bang, bang, bang. And it's
It is.
assaulting for very intuitive types. And,
It
our
is.
animals
It is.
are, you know,
Yeah, it is assaultive. So think of the difference between a kind, curious therapist who loves you, cares about you, versus being with an interrogator that shows up with a clipboard and a checklist. Right?
yeah,
Maybe the same questions, but it's a totally
yeah,
different vibe,
yeah.
right? Really different experience. And so animals really love curiosity. They like it when you lean in, when you want them to tell you more, to explore and have I call it a neutral witness observer stance. It's like, so you're not overriding them, you're not glossing over what they're telling you, you're receiving it, with love, with respect, with full presence, and not twisting what they're trying to say.
I was thinking about this as you were saying that. And how can you share with listeners how listening is different from intuition or imagination, and how
Yeah.
how listeners can develop that within themselves?
Oh, that's a really good question. Thanks, Lynn. So, intuition is your perception. So, let me just talk about that for just a little bit. So, A lot of our listeners have heard of the basic four clairs, right? Clairvoyance, clairaudience, claircognizance, clairsentience. Um, I think most folks focus on developing those, and that's great. However, there are a lot more. They're they're like at last count, I've counted like 50 different senses. And animals use those senses, their intuitive, energetic impressions, their feelings, their emotions, their activating your third eye insights, your guidance, divine guidance. So that's intuition and perception. And then listening is about receiving that and discerning what's accurate, what's in flow, what's congruent, what's aligned, and what's not, right? So I think imagination, I have to talk about that too, because a lot of people, I had someone tell me that a teacher told them that they just needed to imagine a conversation and that was enough. And you know what? It's not. It's not enough. If you're stuck in your own mind and your own imagination, you're not actually connected with them, then I'm sure you're having a lovely daydream kind of experience, but you're not actually communicating. There's a lot more to it. So imagination should be a neutral tool that must be regulated. It must be focused. It must be fine-tuned. So I think that the biggest problem that unchecked imagination pulls is from unhealed wounds and projections. So when we're all in the mind, um, you're accessing your ego, your inner skeptic, your inner judge, your wounds, and you're misinterpreting their messages through the filter of your own wounds. So, true heart centered listening includes verification, validation, neutrality, and emotional self regulation. It's not just impressions. So there's an art to the conversation, right? The asking the right questions in the right order and the right timing, and letting the animal lead the conversation, not just having the interrogation based on your agenda. Answer my questions now because that's what's important, and what you think is not important, and that's really not okay.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I know Penelope Smith often leads with the imagination as a
Yes.
step. It's one step in the process, but yes,
Yes.
that's great.
Yeah,
So,
it is. It is a step, but often students get stuck there thinking it's just imagination and they don't catch
yeah,
when imagination becomes real, because that is a very subtle shift and it's
yes,
critical. You have to find that
yeah,
balance point, and then your confidence and your accuracy and your abilities and everything else expands and goes up from there. Yeah.
wonderful. I always think of the imagination as like a portal that leads you to the other phases. That's
Yes.
kind of one way
Yes.
I like to think about it.
Yes.
So, in your experience of all these decades, what would you say are some of the most common listening mistakes that you've seen people make, even experienced communicators?
There are a lot of them. There's so many. Um, just a few things. When we don't listen from the heart and we put our own judgments, our own thoughts, and project that onto them, it breaks their trust in us, and that's just heartbreaking. It's disrespectful, like we talked about earlier. And it feels to the animal, it feels like a betrayal, a violation, of here, you come in saying you want to talk to them and find out what they're thinking, and all you do is tell them how you feel and what you think. That's not a conversation, right? That's a dialogue or a monologue, maybe.
Yes.
But when you're projecting your own emotions from your wounds onto them, that is poor listening. It can cause a lot of harm. When they withdraw to protect themselves and they go silent, that people often feel like they're blocked or stuck. Well, they are, because you're stuck in your own head, and you have to shift and go back to the foundational basics. So breathe, shift out of your head back into your heart space, reconnect properly, and then meet them where they are. And at this point, I forgot what you even asked.
Yeah, I was just asking about some of the biggest, the most common or the biggest mistakes
Yeah.
you see communicators making, and I think you
Yeah.
kind of covered that. Unless there's anything else you'd like to add to
Well,
that.
I think one last thing, wrong questions, they're not wrong because they're bad questions. They're wrong because they're ignoring the animal's perspective.
Yes.
And to me, they're not following the order of priority. So let's talk about the order priority. To me, that just means you address the most important bits early on. And honestly, I don't actually know what those might be. So if you go in with an agenda, a checklist of questions you want to get answers to, you don't know where to start the conversation. You can set those answers as that being part of your intention of what you'd like to get out of the conversation. Well, that's a good thing to do. But don't go in thinking that you're driving the bus, because you may not be driving the bus. You need the divine guidance and you need them to help you drive, right? So put your ego in the back seat or the trunk.
I always say try what you're going to do with the animals with your spouse or your brother or sister, whatever, and see how well it works for you.
Yeah, see, good luck with that. Yeah, good luck
You
with
know,
that. So when we connect with our guidance and the animal, we show up, we love them, we get out of our head and listen from the heart. Then we engage in the conversation, and together we discover what's needed, and everything else works from there. And often, in almost every case, um, after that part of the conversation, most of the questions from your agenda checklist aren't needed anymore. They've already been answered, right? So animal communication fails because people are asking human-centered questions that demand answers instead of entering a respectful conversation and listening from the heart. Because if you're asking in the wrong way, in the wrong time, and you're doing your checklist interrogation, then you're going to chase your tail in expensive guesswork and waste a lot of time going in the wrong direction. And as we all know, if you're going in the wrong direction, more speed doesn't help. So it's time to reboot. Time
Yeah.
take a break. Take a breath.
Yes.
Oh,
And I love how the emotional state we're in can make such a big difference to how the animals respond to us and how they answer us. So can you talk a little bit from your experience about how our emotional state can have a big impact on the animals?
yes. Oh my goodness. So I have something I teach. I call it the human animal body mind connection, and it's how animals mirror us. They reflect back to us what we're putting out to them. They act out our wounds, often our stress, our imbalances. They show us where we're not okay, right? Where what in us needs healing or attention. So if they're giving us a mirror image back of feeling angry or upset or grieving or confused or um, something like that, then the first thing to look at isn't about their behavior or their health, because this affects their health too. It's to look at our own self. So, what are they mirroring for me? Right? Is this something that I'm projecting to them that they're reacting to? I'm forcing them to react to me, right? Or are they carrying something for me? So if we are conscious enough to ask that question, what are they trying to teach me or show me? Then often that will break through for a healing or a rebalancing or a deeper connection, a deeper bond in some ways. Because they're trying to help us. And, we also mirror for them, by the way, which is interesting. So, yeah, we have to be aware, be conscious. Does that help?
Yeah, that's fabulous, and I so am on board with every piece of that. I truly believe that the animals need our healing, our understanding, our openness, our willing to be in the state we need to be in to engage with them. So
Yes.
I was wondering if you could give us an example, Val, on maybe a situation where the way you listened to an animal really changed an outcome in a big way for them.
Okay, so I'm so glad you asked that. So I've got so many wonderful stories for you. Let me pick a fun one. I remember years ago, I'm working with a world champion cutting horse breeder and trainer and show guy, redneck cowboy from Texas, and he had been given a mare for training and she was not doing well. She was really not doing well at all in training. He was thinking about sending her back to her owner as a failure. It's just like I give up on her. I just give up. I can't sort. No, this isn't working. And so while I was out there working with his studs and mares and the babies and stuff, at one point I said, "Is anything else I can help you with, Danny?" And he said, would you talk to this one? And he told me the story and he said he took me to her stall and she was not happy. She was so miserable. And he said, I need you to talk to Rat. That's not her name, that her official name, but I call her Rat because she's just I just, really don't like this mare. She's not learning, she's not improving, she's not doing anything. And so I don't know what to do. I'm going to give up on her. So I said, okay, let me talk to her. So I'm talking to her, and she tells me how miserable she was. And the biggest complaint was that Danny didn't respect her. He didn't understand or know who she was. He was trying to force her to do stuff that she didn't care anything about because the big issue was he didn't respect her. Oh my God, it totally changed the whole conversation. And I told him that, and he was like, well, I guess I don't really. And so I went back to her and I said, well, what could Danny do that would show you that he respects you? And she said, the first thing he could do is stop calling me Rat. That is not my name. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, what's your name? What would you like us to call you? And she said, I'm a wind dancer. Yeah, I'm a wind dancer. And I told this redneck cowboy, I said, well, she wants you to call her wind dancer. And he went, uh, I'm going to get laughed out of the arena. No, all my buddies are going to laugh at me. I'm going, can't, well, okay. So I asked the mayor, I said, well, what if we called you Wendy? Would Wendy work? Because Danny knows what that's short for. It would be an affectionate term of endearment at this point. How would that work? And she said, yes, that would work. And so they reconnected and he started treating her with respect, calling her Wendy instead of Rat. And she also asked, show me what you want me to do. I want to watch cutting cows. I want to watch another horse do this, and then I'll figure it out, and then I'll be able to do that. And you know what? That's exactly what happened. She didn't need the baby steps of how he normally trained. She wanted the big picture first, and then she would fill in the blanks and align. Is so much smarter than he was giving her credit for. But it all started with a disrespect, sincere disrespect. So that was fun.
That's
Uh,
amazing. I knew it
yeah.
was a horse. I could feel her coming up while you were
Yes.
thinking. She's like,
Yeah, I got a lot of horse stories. How much time do we have? Yeah.
so, Val, do you have you've given us such great information. Do you have anything you'd like to share with the listeners about anything that you have upcoming, like a workshop, an event, a book, a program, or something that you'd like to tell listeners
Oh,
about?
oh, I love that. Thanks for asking. So I do. So I have two things. One is my book. It's an international bestseller, Advanced Animal Communication with the Heart Wisdom Method. And in the book, it's a roadmap to go beyond the basics. So once you have your basics, it's time to learn finesse. It's time to learn how to do all kinds of things with your gift, with your abilities. It's a fun book. It takes you off the reservation, basically. I think you'll love it. It's on Amazon. It's also on my website at the Heart School of Animal Communication at learnhowtotalktoanimals.com. There's also the Animal Talk Coaching and Mastery Club. And currently, I'm teaching a series in the master classes or workshops, intensive workshops for my Platinum Club members. Those are the advanced and professionals. We're learning how to use the pendulum, which is a lot of fun. So how can your pendulum help you with healing, with changing the outcome of things, with improving your confidence, your accuracy, how to use one to get the best results? And that's what we've been playing with lately.
Thank you so much. I'm a big proponent of the pendulum too. I think it has a great spot in there. I'm very much in the healing based communication as well. Healing
me
for
too.
both
Yes.
animal and human.
Yeah,
So
well, you can't just heal one because they're a
Yeah.
match set, right?
Yeah.
They're connected.
Absolutely. It's like trying to get one new tire on your car. It never works.
Yes, exactly. So thank you.
So Val, given what we've talked about today, what is one thing that you'd like to leave our listeners with, like a next step for them or something that they can do to make changes in their own lives?
I love that. That's a great question. So I have several takeaways, but they're all connected. So just
Awesome.
consider. Yeah.
Yep.
So before you listen and have a conversation, check your intention. Am I here to receive, to understand their viewpoint, or just to get answers to my questions? Right. And you probably know by now which side of that fence I want you to fall on. So, yeah, understand, please. You will get answers to your questions, but not if you don't go in with the right intention. The other one is to assume that the animal is, in fact, communicating perfectly. If they give you silence, that is communication. It's feedback. It's not failure, it's feedback. Yes? So check how you might be mislistening, misinterpreting, glossing over them, running over them, or filtering what they're telling you through your own wounds. You have got to do your inner healing work. You cannot be accurate and serve at the highest level if you don't. It's just impossible. You can get hit or miss. You can be helpful, but you can also be hurtful. And we have a grave responsibility with this work to do no harm. Yes, to heal, to guide. So the third thing is to practice listening without reacting. You can do that with every conversation you have, humans as well. Listen without reacting. Notice when you're triggered and take responsibility to heal that trigger. So release it. Lean in with curiosity. Animals open up when they don't feel controlled or forced. So invite them. Let them invite you into their heart, into their world. Yes, and always start with love. It's all about love.
Sort of like talking to humans, isn't it?
Well, I think it's easier.
Yes, yeah. The principles you gave are important for communicating with humans too, though. That's
Exactly.
what I
Yes.
was
When you learn to communicate properly with animals, you'll do so much better communicating with people.
Yes.
It makes a
Amazing.
huge difference.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank
Yes.
you. Yeah.
Well, Val, thank you so much for your time and participation today. It's been wonderful gleaning all of your information, and I'm sure the listeners are very happy to have had you on with them.
I hope so. And I hope y'all remember and take it to heart. Let's remember the heart. Yeah. Love it. Thank you.
What a great session with Val. Thank you all for listening.
you ever sense that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge? I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal. Less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
Have you ever looked into the eyes of your animal companion and felt deep down that they were trying to tell you something? The truth is, they are. Every creature, from the pet on your sofa to the wild spirits of the forest, is ready and waiting to speak with you. Welcome to a unique mini-summit dedicated to the art of telepathic animal communication. We've gathered world-renowned experts for intimate 30-minute deep dives, plus an exclusive panel discussion to help you bridge the gap between species. This isn't just about training, it's about a soul-level connection. Discover the rich history of animal communication and learn how to begin with easy, actionable steps. Explore the profound world of soul contracts and see how animals serve as our greatest spiritual teachers. We also touch on the most tender of topics, connecting with our beloved friends in the afterlife. Learn how the bond of love transcends the physical, supporting their well-being across the veil. Whether you're using the power of sacred silence or simply opening your heart to a new language, this summit will transform your relationship with the natural world. They are talking. Are you ready to listen? Join us for this life-changing event.
Welcome, everyone. I am so excited to have Monique Brignoni here today to speak and to chat and to connect with. She is an animal communicator and sacred pet death doula whose work illuminates the profound wisdom and love available as animals approach the threshold of life and death. She mentors pet parents and death doulas worldwide, helps them transform grief into connection, presence, and enduring love. Monique, welcome. I'm so excited for this.
Thank you, Danielle. I'm so excited to be here with you. I really appreciate your work and how it honors the way our animals help us grow and evolve. So I am super happy to be here today.
I'm super happy too. So I want to start out just briefly asking you a little bit about how you came to be you. How'd you get here? How did this all evolve for you?
Well, it's always the animals that my animals have invited me on my soul path without me even realizing it. It's just when you get somewhere and I look back, that's when I see how every piece was just so important to my journey. I was once working for a prince, and although it was very glamorous, honestly, I just felt this call to go and work with animals. And I just decided, when I feel something, I just go for it, right? My friends thought I was crazy, but I just did it. And looking back now, again, when I look back, I saw how this journey was about me finding my sovereignty. So I stopped serving the sovereignty of someone else, the prince, and I started serving mine. And that was such a big lesson that my animals helped me to see and to work through, right? And have the courage to do that. Yeah.
How did that moment come to you where you went, nope, it's animals? Like, what you said, you just had this idea. What, did you wake up in the morning and go?
No. And especially you don't wake up in the morning and you think I'm going to work with death and dying, because I specialize with that. Animals have always been part of my life. So they've never been like this or that. They've always been part of my life. But there just came a moment where I just said, that's it. I'm going to become an animal communicator, as one does. And, I tried in the past, but then, life just took me on many other directions. But then I just said, I've had it. I'm done. I'm done. And I always joke, I say I went from the royal palace to the comfort of my own home. And then I realized how difficult that was. And that's actually how I started seeing that I needed to grow my own sovereignty and look at, my own inner strengths and everything. So, yeah.
So I'm seeing something it's piquing my interest here, because here we are, we're chatting, you have a glorious smile, you're loving, you're happy. And I heard you say that you specialize in the death and dying process. I have a lot of work that I do in that, and I'm kind of known for being a little bubbly. So, hello, can you talk about what is this with you that you've got the big smile and you're talking about something that so many people really, don't feel that way about?
I know. And, sometimes, especially in interviews, I go like, oh God, maybe I should be a little bit more, quiet and that. But then I just said, my journey is about returning to who I am and just being who I am. And my animals have really helped me, my animals, my clients' animals have really helped me to see that there is no, when we know about the journey of end of life and how it is and how to deal with it and what it really is, because it's sold to us in a very different way. But when we learn more about it, and my animals and my clients' animals have helped me so much, there can be beauty, Danielle, in death as well. And actually, I've touched the highest peace, the highest love. I have felt a love that is like beyond any love that we can feel here on earth. And quite honestly, animals just make me laugh. You know, they're just funny. They're just loving, and I think that we owe it to them to smile with them instead of, because the sadness that we bring to the end of life is our sadness. They don't understand why all of a sudden, you know, we are going to the vet, we get the final diagnosis, and then we are like in despair from that moment until the end. Because also we are told that we have to make that decision and all of that story. And that means that we go out of that frequency of love, we go out of that joy, and we go into this despair frequency. And all of a sudden they're like, hey, what's up with you? Why are we not walking anymore? Why are you not throwing me the toys anymore? Why are you not, you know, and that's that I heard that so many times that I'm just being me now. And it's okay. And it helps to stay in those higher frequencies where they're at. And especially in the dying process, because we are used to seeing the body getting weaker and weaker. And that has to happen because, of course, otherwise the soul can't leave. But there's so much more, Danielle, and you know this very well. There's so much more to what is happening to a soul when they're dying. And we're just looking at that 1%, and that 99%, there's a lot of beauty in that 99%. And in that expansion, the more we're expanded, the more we support their journey as well. Because when we are worried, our energy field restricts, you know, we get a tunnel vision, and their journey is that of expansion, frequency raising. And so when we can go with them, then we can walk home with them. And that is so beautiful. Yeah.
I find that a lot of people struggle to go with them, right? They bring all of their human stuff in to their pet's passing.
Yes.
How do you meet that in your practice?
Well, the communications with the animals and also my knowledge about the natural end of life helps with that a lot. Because what I have seen is that in this moment, our animals are our teachers throughout all of our life together. There's no doubt about that. But I found that at the very end, at the end of life, there's like anything that is of a lower frequency comes bubbling up in the presence of this higher frequency. And so often the wounds, you know, the deeper wounds that we carry are there to be seen. And now, of course, those wounds come coupled with all the despair and all of the sadness. But there's always a special way that each and every single pet parent lives that moment. And that special way connects to their specific wound. And probably the reason why that specific animal came into their life to help them heal that wound. So the beauty of all of this is that through presence and being conscious, you know, not just going like, oh, I don't know what to do, you sort it out, but saying, okay, this is coming, I'm going to face it. And then having somebody, of course, that can support you in facing it, because, you know, the more knowledge we have, the easier it is. Then it becomes so clear what that wound is. And I call it a gift that our pets give us, because in both coupled in the high frequencies that help us stay up, you know, and heal those wounds, we're able to see it and heal it. And then it kind of changes, because all of a sudden you see why your pet came in your life, the gifts that they gave you, and the love that they have, and all of these things that before you couldn't see because you were just worried about, I don't want my pet to die. I don't want to, you know, whatever your story is. And when you see all of that, you can't but not be in awe and go like, oh my goodness, this is so much more than my tiny world. this being has come to help me and support me. And how can I not be grateful about this? How can I not love them even more and have a deeper connection? And in this expansion, they stay connected. And this is the beauty of this work. And I'm sure that you have seen that many times as well.
Yes, the connection afterwards that so many
Yeah.
people have no idea exists.
Yeah, yeah.
But before we go there, I want to go back for a moment because you're talking about this incredible idea of the person realizing their wound through their relationship with their pet as their pet is passing. Now, I'm asking you this, and I'm the worst person when somebody asks me this.
Yes.
But roles reversed.
Okay, why not put me in that position? Yes, of course. Go ahead.
So do you have an example of what this looks like, to make it look a little bit more tangible for the people listening? This is hard for me.
Yes. Well, I have so many. Just let me. Okay, so let me tell you about my cat Tao. I'll do it on me, so I'm not talking about somebody else. I'm going to come clean on this one. Okay, so when my cat Tao was on his end of life, he had a lump in his throat. And so I went through all the, going to the vet telling me that there's nothing to do and all of that. But I was looking at Tao and I was going like, oh, there's so much life in him. I can't just say, well, I'm going to euthanize because maybe in the future he's going to suffer, right? So I take him home and he's just living as if nothing happens. And he's got this big thing on his throat, right? And okay. Then one day this thing bursts and I'm like, oh my goodness. So I run to the vet again, right? And I say, help me. And they go like, oh, there's nothing we can do. And I'm like, yeah, but what do I do? And it's like euthanasia. And Tao was always the same. He was just happy. He was just constantly happy. So I was like, okay, wait a moment. So I took the courageous act of taking him home, but then I was like really, really stressed. And because what do I do with a burst? I didn't know what to do. And then I just decided to take a little bit of my own advice and just stay in the present moment and just be. And in that moment, I started to go within. I really needed to make sure that I was doing everything right for Tao. And at the same time, it's like, what is this experience showing me? What is happening? And so I started journaling. And then intuitively connecting. And one of the things that came out through the journaling and the connection is the thing that the word, I chose you. And I was like, and my thinking mind was thinking, well, yes, that's the cat that I chose out of the litter, because his sister that was also with me, she actually decided to stay with me. There was an I'm a communicator that said, she wants to come with you. And I'm like, well, okay, well, if she wants to come, then okay, all right. But Tao was the one that I chose. And so, I chose. And then I just went deeper into that situation. And I was just sitting with him. And because that word kept coming. And what I realized was that I was never choosing myself. And it was about time that I started choosing myself. I was always supporting everyone. And to the point where I didn't even realize that I was just so happy to support everyone, to the point that I wouldn't realize that I was tired, that I was not thinking about myself, and what and that small thing expanded into the understanding that it was about my lesson with Tao was about choosing me. And so I did. And when he died, and that even choosing me, that also became stronger when I had to say, I choose my intuition. I choose to stay true to my intuition in terms of what I feel is right, which was really hard because you have a vet that tells you something, you have a friend, you have a neighbor, you have the what expert that you have. And it was the best journey, because then Tao, basically he just died. We were outside in his little basket, and one day he just fell asleep and died. And that morning we had a walk together. We were having a sandwich together. No, he was having the ham, of course. I was having the bread without the ham because, of course, that's what you do, right? And then after that, he just fell asleep and he died peacefully. No pain, no nothing of that. But that is like I always tell everybody. Also, when you find that gift that they give you. It's like bring that mantle, I put the tau mantle every time I feel in my life that I need to be true to myself and choose myself. And that gives me incredible strength to do it. And that's why I say the connection deepens, because tau is here with me. Every time I feel a bit like, oh, Monique, are you remembering about yourself? Hang on, tau, come and help me. Boom. And immediately I get that strength. So he's not gone. He's not gone. He's always with me because of that. And of course, I've gotten better at that, right? Then this is just a tiny example, but I know I can't go on for hours. I would like to go on for hours, but yeah. Yeah.
I think what you're talking about is something that is so challenging for so many people, which is to trust their intuition, yes. Trust their gut, whatever you're going to call it, in a situation like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks like you have had, which I'm so familiar with, and I can't wait for you to talk more about it, the experience of, okay, I went through this and he did pass, and now he's still with me.
Yes.
Which seems to be something that I think a lot of people don't believe could possibly happen.
Yes.
Right?
And you know what? I really feel that there's a lot of grief, too much grief in our world today. And I feel it's because we are disconnected from this sacred passage and how we live the end of life in our culture. Because usually it's, this journey is filled with fear, worry, urgency, and then a sudden ending. And when that happens, it's kind of it's like, I imagine it being like stuck in the frequency of pain. And in my work, I help pet parents to slow down and take each step, one step at a time. We don't decide beforehand what's going to happen. We just take one step at a time. We take the lead of our pets because then they know this journey so well. So why not follow them, right? And then I also found that in this journey, so when we don't set a time and a date, but we're having a journey, and a journey is an unfolding, in this time together, we have moments where we are sad, we grieve, it's normal. And then all of a sudden we see the goofy face of our pet that comes and, and so we giggle. And then in that moment we go up, and then we go sad again. And then we look at them and we go like, oh, they're so tender. And then we change that emotion again. And all of this up and down basically helps our nervous system to understand what is happening. And so at the end of the journey, there's like a completion that comes from this. So, and when this slowing down is like paired with conscious presence, so not living in the mercy of whatever everybody says is right, but that intuition that you said, that inner listening to ourselves, then that's a moment we really start feeling their love at another level. And we start to understand how they are helping us grow. And behind every grief, there is always that thing about, I should have done something differently. So when we're able to take one step at a time, guess what happens? We do everything because when we are connecting with our own intuition, that many pet parents think, oh, I need to be an animal communicator. No, you don't. And we all have it, and you know that. And so, but when we're able to do that we can only do when we are calm, when we're in that stillness and in that present, not when we're worried about whether to euthanize or whatever's going to happen in the future. But when we get there, we all feel what our animals want. And in that stillness, we can just do step by step. And guess what? There aren't any moments where we feel that we would have done something differently. And in all of that, plus we feel that our animals don't judge us and all of that. And the distance that we have from our animals is really just a distance in frequency. Grief is one frequency, love is another, joy is another, peace is another. And just like a radio station, if we're tuned into that grief, if we are stuck on that channel, we can't expect to connect with, another frequency, another channel. Yeah. So these are the things that to me help a lot with grief. Yeah.
What do you say to those people? Because we, and there's a lot of them. It's like almost most
Yeah.
who they have the grief, but then they get stuck in the guilt or you're telling them go step by step. Amazing. What if they feel like, well, I thought I was going step by step, but I really didn't, and I see. So what do you do there?
Well, there's so many hours of things that I can do. But first of all, I help them see how their animals are absolutely not in the judging. I mean, they don't live in that rational mind where they say this is right, this is wrong. This is the best thing. Oh, I don't like this. Can you please do that? And oh, you did really wrong. You could do it better the next time. That's all our stuff. And when we're able to come out of that energy, and I help them come out of that energy, that fight or flight, all of a sudden they're expand, and they can tune into the reality that their pets, their love of their pets has gone nowhere at all. It's there. Right. And they don't feel judged and everything. So that's one of the things that I help them with. The other thing is also I try to help them detach from the belief that a lot of people have today that grief is equal to love. So grief is equal to you grieve as much as you've loved, which is a nice romantic way of seeing it. And I understand why it's there. The problem with that is what happens is grief and love are two different frequencies. And so they can't be equal. And what happens is we love our pets, full stop. That is, of course. But then it's like, what frequency am I exuding in this moment? Am I exuding grief and sadness and worry, or am I exuding love? Right? And so when we are in grief, that's what we're exuding. So we're giving them that frequency. And so first, that responsibility of knowing what we're exuding, right, in our frequency. But the other thing about love equal grief is like the moment you feel a smile or a piece or moment of love, immediately your subconscious, your brain will go like, hang on, stop it. You can't smile. Your pet died. Boom. And what happens? You go back to that. Oh, now I'm really grieving. Now I really love my pet. It's not a conscious thing we do, but it's a brain thing that happens. So I help them see that if they want to exude that love and be connected to their pets, they really have to make also an effort to say, okay, let me even just inch by inch, just find that. It's okay to have that one moment of giggle. It's okay. You still love your pet, right? And then when in those little moments they have that connection, then they have more of that and more of that and more of that, right? And I have connected more with my pets when I'm in peaceful state, loving state, when I'm giggling, than when I'm closed in sadness. And I know it's possible because I want to tell this to people because I was the one that when I buried my cat Rami, yes, and I was also becoming a meditation teacher. So just so you know the state that I was in, because sometimes we think, oh, I'm highly spiritual, I was becoming a meditation teacher. And at the same time, when I was burying my Rami, I was screaming, I was pulling my hair, and so much so I wanted to dig him back up. So much more that my partner looks at me and goes like, what's with all the meditation, right? I didn't know how to get out of that. I just didn't know. I was good at the cushion, but not in real life. And so it's like, it's really hard. I'm not saying but at the same time, it's very possible. And it takes little changes of like these little changes that seem just so small, but then when you start consciously working on them, the shift happens. Yeah.
So I've had this experience where somebody's come to me for a reading and they want me to connect with their past pet. Yeah. And their grief is so big that in the connection, my human Danielle assumption is, hey, their pet must have died 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Yeah. Oh, and I'm sure you've had that. Yeah. But time. It's been like 10 years.
10 years. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So How do you handle that? What do you say? What does it mean to you? What do you think it all means? Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because at the beginning, I'm not a grief counselor. That's not my specialty. However, what I realized is that all of the studies, because when I was pulling my hair, one of the questions that I had was like, where did that love go? Because of course I love Rami, where did it go? Because now I'm feeling only despair. So there was something in my brain that was like, there's something wrong here. And that kind of catapulted me in a 10-year research on death and dying. That's why I know so much about death and dying. And the more I learned, Danielle, the more it was so interesting, the more I wanted to learn. And then, I studied so many things in the realm of death and dying. So then I created courses and all of that. But what I realized that when clients come to me exactly like yours, communication, then it's been 15 years and Fluffy has died and they're still, bless their hearts, they're still suffering as much as I was when I was trying to dig Rami up, right? And it really touches my heart. And that's why I'm so passionate about wanting to change the way we live the end of life, because the way that they live the end of life, that's the reason they were like that. They were stuck on the pain. And in our society, there isn't a way of, coming out of that. But what I discovered was with the things that I teach people in how to live an end of life. So, like the journey of like how to go step by step, by telling them about that and by telling them what really happened in the end of life. Because do you remember I was saying how grief has also a part where we feel that we could have done something better? It's always there. And because I've really studied the natural end of life, so a lot of things that even for because vets know very well euthanasia, right? And that's their realm. But the natural end of life, things that happen that may seem painful because it's the end of life, and here is spirit that has agency, and it's so much more potent than the physical. There's so much more that is going on, and a lot of things are not pain. End of life is not pain. Dying is not painful. But people that haven't studied it, they don't know that. And so when they tell me, oh, my cat died painfully because blah, 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 and I'm able to help them see what really happened, they're like, oh, really? And 10 years of grief go out of the window because all of a sudden they realize that Fluffy didn't die in pain and it wasn't their fault, right? And they couldn't have done anything better because Fluffy was already living everything perfectly, right? And so that's why I really wish, my deeper desire, and that's why I'm on a mission to really change the way we live the end of life, because grief comes during the journey, but then it gets at completion. And I can tell you, Danielle, when I get messages, from my students that go like, Fluffy died yesterday and it was beautiful, I go like, whoa, it's possible, right? And so I share the same things with people that have that grief, and usually it really helps. Yeah.
Do you find that when you share that and they feel this, I don't know what to call it, because I've seen it in my own people, there's an unburdening that happens.
Yes.
Like, oh,
really?
that then they can go back and see how Fluffy was taking them through step by step, but they did. Okay, you want to talk about that?
Yeah.
Because this is what I see, and I think you're on the same page.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And when they see that, because Fluffy is always taking them step by step, even before the end of life happens. But at the end of life, everything becomes so intensified because of the finality of it. It's like, okay, you're ready. And I also feel that when actually Fluffy gets to the end of life, there's already been like a shift in the pet parent that they're kind of ready to put that mantle on. So it's not as though, Fluffy's been, nagging about, you should think about yourself. You should think about, honoring yourself, blah, 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 all of your life. And you're still at the same place and now Fluffy dies. No, usually there's something that happens in your life where you start thinking, maybe I should think more about myself. And there's like kind of a soft healing that is starting to happen. And it's as though Fluffy goes like, yes, yes, yes. And then we see, and sometimes it's sad to say, it's so difficult to say, because it's like, okay, it's like now you're ready to put that. I always say that, let's say Fluffy has the energy of what's missing in you, or what you need to embody, right, in that moment to heal. And so, first of all, by staying in your life for how many long they stay in your life, it helps you to get to try that energy on without it being yours. But then you're ready for it. It's like, you've absorbed so much about fluffiness that you become fluffy, right? And so when you do become fluffy, then you put the mantle on, and then Fluffy goes like, right, you're good, I'm good to go. And this, sometimes it's hard, to see it this way, but at the same time, when we're able to help them, pet parents, in the moment, and when they really see that paired to everything that we've just been saying, it's not, you don't just, obviously, if somebody's really in pain and you say that, I think it's going to be even worse, right? But it's like a journey to get there. And when they get there and they really see it, now Fluffy is helping every other step, because from the energetic side, at times, not always, but at times they keep on helping you. Yeah. And
I've seen this in my practice as well. They are, and in fact, I always say that your pet on the other side wants to have this relationship with you.
Yeah, they do.
That's so cool.
And it's always, I always say, it's always our, for them, there's nothing that's changed. There's like, we haven't, because we miss them, and it's like, why do you miss us? Right. But it's up to us to change that frequency. We are the ones that need to change it, because they can come down a bit in frequency to connect with us, and they are, because when we're thinking about them, they're there, right? That's we connect in consciousness. So just that means that they're there. But then it's about, okay, can we raise a little bit that frequency and just do something? And that's the beautiful thing, is because then we get interested in wanting to learn animal communication, in wanting to know more about death, in wanting to learn energy healing, in wanting, we get interested in wanting to connect deeper. And that's how we grow, right? And so Fluffy from above goes like,
okay,
yeah.
Monique, is there, how can people find you? What do you have coming up? It sounds like, I bet you're going to have some pretty cool things coming up that you'd like to share.
Yes, I'm doing something in January, but I don't have any dates or anything else. So if anybody feels called to explore this way of being with the animals, with more present trust and conscious connection, and actually learning more about the end of life, or that connection that you and I have found so healing, I'd love for anyone to join my world. And so my website is Animalchemy, and I'm sure you'll find a link for it. And there you'll be able to download an ebook, get free consults, get even free teachings. And they're all centered around the simple idea that our animals don't just walk beside us, they walk as home to ourselves. So I look forward to meeting you there. And of course, if you want to join my newsletter, I know it sounds really boring, but I have this free event that I'm organizing in January. And I promise you, I am not going to send those emails with, that clogs the inbox or the shouts in capital letters, urgency. No worries, I'm not like that. So, yeah.
Okay, so based on all of this talk about end of life and helping people walk that path differently and really being conscious about their end of life, for all the people who are listening, who are maybe about to experience this or who have experienced it, what do you really want them to like walk away from you today? What do you hope for them?
I would like to say that it's time to create a world where animals' wisdom is honored, not only in life, but in death as well, where pet parents feel empowered, intuitive, sovereign, spiritually guided, where we walk the end of life consciously, without fear, without regrets. And it is possible. And where animals become recognized as the profound teachers that they truly are. Every animal is here to awaken something in us. And at the threshold, when the veil becomes thin, their teachings become amazing, luminous, like so profound. So let's create a movement of awakening through animals, seeing differently, loving differently, living and dying differently. And you know what it begins with? A single moment of presence with the animal that you love. Because when we learn to slow down with our aging pets as well, their pace becomes our spiritual practice. And when we quiet the noise in our minds, those messages are heard loud and clear, whether we're animal communicators or we think we're not.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Monique. And thank you everyone for playing today. And thank you so much.
Yes.
Have you ever sensed that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge? I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal. Less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
We're so glad that you're joining us. I'm thrilled to introduce our special guest today, Tammy Billups, a leading educator and healer in the field of animal-human soul partnerships, whose innovative tandem healing work illuminates the emotional and spiritual connections shared between species. Through her award-winning books and healing sessions, Tammy guides people to understand and honor the sacred contracts they share with their animals. Tammy, it's a great pleasure to have you join us today. Welcome.
Oh, thank you so much, Lynn.
So let's jump right in. What is an animal soul contract, and how does knowing about our soul contracts with animals enhance our animal relationships?
Yeah, well, a soul contract is really an agreement, obviously made at a soul level, pre-birth agreement between two beings, and in this case, between an animal and a person, to support each other's emotional healing and their evolutionary growth. They're really extraordinary. And we know a lot of times that we have these with people, but yes, we have them with animals too. And when we understand that our relationship with an animal has a higher purpose, then we can begin to see their behaviors and sensitivities and even their challenges through more compassionate and empowered lens. It deepens the bond, it expands our empathy, and it helps us to recognize the sacred lessons and growth that are woven into our everyday experiences with our animals.
Yeah, I feel that they're so important, and there's something that we can't ignore. So what inspired you to create the animal-human tandem healings? And how is that process connected to the animal-human soul contract?
Yeah, so nothing gets me more excited than the thought of animals and people feeling more love and having less suffering, right? So tandem healings emerge from witnessing, countless animals and their humans and how they mirror each other's emotional wounds and energetic patterns, which just really fascinated me, and how sometimes the animal's healing process would revert if the person didn't step up to honor their part or their side of the soul contract and heal the emotional wound alongside of them. So the technique was really born from the realization that when you address the shared wound simultaneously, then the healing process for both beings is expedited and the results are more sustainable.
That's wonderful, and I'm so with you on that, on the humans healing their side of the agreement. So, Tammy, maybe you could share with us one case study of the tandem healing sessions, one that maybe illustrates the power of the work for our listeners and how the soul contracts can show up within the relationship, so they get a better idea.
Yeah, well, the first one that pops up in my mind is about client Kathy and her kitty Storm. And she had a situation where she'd reached out with, as I put out kind of an email asking for people who wanted to participate in the case studies, she came back and said, yes, I would like to do a tandem healing session with my cat. And I forget the cat's name that she said she wanted to do it with. And as it turned out, she had one elder cat in the house that had kind of, she lives out in the country, and he had kind of free roaming, and this was his territory. And he was getting much older. And she brought in a couple of years earlier another cat who had kind of become this bully to Storm. And she says, I need to work with the bully to fix him so that Storm is feeling safer, and find out what's, what his past is as to why he keeps jumping on Storm and creating friction when Storm's older now. And she didn't want that for him. So what I found was interesting in this tandem healing case study was that as I was talking to her, and I said, well, which animal are you relating to? And this is important for listeners right now. She said, well, I'm relating to Storm because Storm's being the one picked on. And so as we started sessions, of course, it came out that she was picked on by her older sister, that she had lots of issues around boundaries and strengthening them. And she was very sensitive, just like Storm was. And what was cool was that I want to say maybe on the first or the second healing session, tandem healing session, the bully cat just stopped picking on Storm after 2 years of doing this nonstop. And all of a sudden they were coexisting just fine. And Kathy said, okay, now let's do me. And then we went deeper into her journey, which was really fascinating. She was so willing, and this is what's fun. And I know you relate to this as well. When the person says, yes, let's go there. Let's do this, which she did. And I mean, she had this extraordinary journey. And of course, she's still on her journey. She's still processing, but she really came to a beautiful level of healing to rebirth a new, stronger, more empowered her, which is what we want for animals that are being picked on. And we want to empower them, not protect them in that way. We want to see them empowered, like we need that part of ourself to feel empowered.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And I love how when we all heal, everything changes. The whole dynamic changes. And that's so wonderful. I see that often myself as well. Yeah. So, Tammy, I know that you share that there are several types of soul contracts between humans and animals. And I was wondering if you could talk through a couple of those different types for us and how they work, just so all the listeners have a really good idea of that.
Sure. Yes. I mean, I identified maybe 7 that are more psycho-spiritual in nature. And then there are the co-creation ones, which is the next phase, the next level of them. But I'd say if I was to choose 2, well, I would definitely have to point out the biggest one is, of course, that emotional wound soul contract, where we came together to heal similar emotional wounds together. But we also have projection agreements. We have unconscious mirroring agreements, symbolism, pinnacle. We're all aware of the pinnacle teachings, soul contracts, where they come into our life to teach us patience or acceptance, or of course, unconditional love. I think most people are aware of that, but just learning unconditional love is a massive thing that animals gift us with. It's not the small everyday occurrence that we experience with them. This is huge for people who have never had unconditional love in their lives, to have a soul contract with an animal to walk into their life and show them this remarkable level of love that they've never experienced before. Or, like I said, patience or kindness, or just someone being kind to them. That's that's a type of the soul contract that we can engage with these animals to teach us and show us and model for us. They model our best selves much of the time, where we look at them and what we see in them, they're just hoping that we'll see that in ourselves.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And, I think it's so wonderful to see people who may not have had those wonderful traits in their life, or those wonderful experiences in their life, to be able to pick up and experience them from their animals and have this wonderful healing, come about. So that is absolutely wonderful.
Yes.
Yeah. Why don't you tell us a little bit, Tammy, about how learning our soul contracts can help strengthen us, heal, or even elevate our relationships with our beloved animal companions?
Sure. Yes. I mean, understanding the soul contracts can bring meaning to moments that might otherwise feel confusing or challenging with our animal companions. It helps us to respond rather than react, because we're getting to the higher purpose of why we came together. It's really fascinating. So it encourages us to look inward when our patterns arise, to heal our own wounds, to support our animals in healing their wounds. And this awareness of the soul contracts really elevates the relationship from companionship to partnership, which is a co-evolutionary journey where both souls grow and soften and expand together.
Yeah, it's so wonderful, isn't it? I love to see that.
Yes.
And it's so wonderful that the animals are the ones who do that for us or bring that to us in our lives.
It's amazing what they do for us.
Yeah. So some people might worry that identifying a soul contract might mean that their animal's purpose with them is complete and maybe they won't need to stay on this physical plane any longer. What would you say to that concern?
Yeah, maybe you've even heard this before too. I mean, I would get that question from people like, no, I don't want to figure out what it is because then they're going to transition and I don't want that. So I'm so glad that you asked this question. I mean, a soul contract is not a countdown clock. I want to make that really clear. It's a living, evolving agreement. And we have many types of them, many of them. We finish one soul contract and instantaneously at a soul level, we've got other soul contracts that are put in place, that are happening, that are those more short and brief soul contracts that we have with them regarding like a quick answer we're looking for. So even when a primary purpose has been fulfilled in some way, the relationship often continues in new ways and new soul contracts are created, like sacred service with others together. It's pretty beautiful. They transition when their soul feels complete with this lifetime. And the timing is influenced far more by many different aspects than just one little soul contract that you have with them. So I don't want anyone to fear that by, finishing up one soul contract, that their partnership in this life is going to be over with.
Yeah, the universe is so deep and vast, and we would be remiss if we thought there was just one little simple thing they were here to do with us. It's so much more rich and deep and wonderful. So that I think that's beautiful the way you answered that. So you emphasize the importance of understanding the higher purpose behind our animal relationships, and I'm also a huge proponent of that. I absolutely think it's my number one reason for existing on this plane. So why is connecting to that higher purpose so essential to learning more about the soul contracts we share with our animal companions?
Yeah, I love talking about the higher purpose because it's so important to get off of what I call crazy fix-it island, where we're trying to fix them and their ailments and how can we heal them, and when they feel better, I'll feel better. And so when we start with the concept of higher purpose, then we can get to, okay, what's really going on here? It has the power to bring the greatest level of healing and insight and peace, especially in situations where there is an undesirable behavior that one of your animals is exhibiting, or maybe a physical issue with your animal. There's a new level of awareness that can surface for growth and our mutual transformation to unfold when you detach and then you get to that higher reason why they're acting like they did, or why they manifested certain ailments or illnesses, or they're urinating on a rug somewhere or something like that. If you get to, of course, I'm not saying don't deal with the physical issue. Yes, we're going to deal with the physical issue, but there might be a higher purpose to it. And so when we develop that observer muscle with your animal companions, which is key to do, then you're going to be in touch more with the divine essence that's in the heart of your relationship, and really be in a more place to really get the gifts from whatever they're doing, whatever you're thinking you need to figure out what they're doing, and you'll be able to connect to the higher purpose. And then we can shift again from reacting to their behaviors to understanding the deeper message beneath them. I love getting to the higher purpose. It helps us to see the relationship as a spiritual collaboration rather than caretaking and only companionship. And this perspective of getting to the higher purpose invites curiosity, compassion, humility, even qualities that allow the soul contracts to unfold with greater clarity. You'll recognize them more easily, and it helps us to honor the animal as a conscious being that's on their own evolutionary path.
Yeah. I absolutely am passionate about that developing that spiritual relationship with our animal friends. And, I just love that mutual symbiosis between us helping them helping us, and us becoming this amazing spiritual unit together that kind of travels or traverses through time and space. I think it's so wonderful.
Yes, I know you teach so many beautiful teachings around this as well. So you're probably going, yes, do that.
I was so excited that I got to interview you in this summit, because I'm like, yeah, she speaks my language perfectly. So that is absolutely wonderful. So is there anything else that you would like to share with listeners? You have a few minutes here. So anything else just before we get into our closing, anything else that we may have missed, or anything you wanted to go deeper on for a minute or two there?
Well, maybe if I talk to the listener a bit here. So for those of you who are wanting to, find out more about that beautiful and sacred soul contract, I want you to maybe go into that relationship more in your mind, or just give it an intention to say, I want to find out more about the soul contracts. And really maybe choose a moment even this week when your animal does something that triggers you or concerns you, or just pause long enough to say, what is the higher purposeful message here? And what am I being invited to heal or understand? That single shift in perspective can really transform your relationship and open the door to profound peace and healing for you both. That's what's coming up the most as you're asking me to kind of go deeper into that.
The transformation possibilities are endless, I think, is what you're trying to say.
Yes,
and I really agree with you wholeheartedly that it's such a beautiful opportunity that's before each of us, and we really can flourish, both us and our animal companions, when we come together like that.
Yes, we can. It's an amazing partnership that I really would love it if all animal lovers realized that there were these depths, that there's all these different levels to the relationship that we can tap into for our mutual growth and evolution.
Yes, and they're so beautiful. So, Tammy, do you have anything that you'd like to quickly share with listeners, like that's upcoming, like maybe a workshop, an event, a new program, a book, or anything like that you'd like to share?
Yeah, I'd love to share more about that. Absolutely. So I have 4 books that are on this topic that I would love for you to, that really they dive into this topic much more. Animal Soul Contracts. My newest release is Your Animal, Your Soul Mirror, which is all about that emotional wound soul contract that we share with animals. So, and you can get a lot more information about my books and my services and even the classes on tammybuilds.com. But I also want to let everyone know that I'm currently teaching a course right now when this airs on the Shift Network titled, and wait, I'm going to have to read this because it's a long title. Let me see. Honoring Your Soul Contracts with Animal Companions. Enter a conscious partnership for spiritual evolution to heal and thrive together. So this is going on. We're talking about all of these 7 types of soul contracts, plus the co-creation factor, the next level of soul contracts. So if you would like to explore this deeper and you want to learn more about the course, all you have to do is go on animalsoulcontractscourse.com. And I'd love to have you join us on this sacred journey of deepening the soul bonds you share with your beloved animal companions.
Wonderful. Sounds so exciting. Well, Tammy, thank you so much for your time and participation. It's been an honor and such a great pleasure to connect with you here.
Oh, you as well. Thank you so much, Lynn.
Thank you. What a great session with Tammy. Thank you all so very much for listening.
new start. Find your peace, baby. You are enough. You are love.
Have you ever looked into the eyes of your animal companion and felt deep down that they were trying to tell you something? The truth is, they are. Every creature, from the pet on your sofa to the wild spirits of the forest, is ready and waiting to speak with you. Welcome to a unique mini-summit dedicated to the art of telepathic animal communication. We've gathered world-renowned experts for intimate 30-minute deep dives, plus an exclusive panel discussion to help you bridge the gap between species. This isn't just about training, it's about a soul-level connection. Discover the rich history of animal communication and learn how to begin with easy, actionable steps. Explore the profound world of soul contracts and see how animals serve as our greatest spiritual teachers. We also touch on the most tender of topics, connecting with our beloved friends in the afterlife. Learn how the bond of love transcends the physical, supporting their well-being across the veil. Whether you're using the power of sacred silence or simply opening your heart to a new language, this summit will transform your relationship with the natural world. They are talking. Are you ready to listen? Join us for this life-changing event.
Have you ever sensed that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge? I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically. without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal, less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
Welcome, everyone. We're so glad that you're joining us. I'm thrilled to introduce our special guest today, Nikki Vasquez, a professional communicator and the founder of the Professional Animal Communicator Accelerator, where she teaches students worldwide to develop their intuitive abilities and build full-time careers helping animals. She believes there is no greater gift than truly understanding and communicating with the animals we love. Nikki, it's a great pleasure to have you join us today. Welcome.
Hi, Lynn. Thank you so much. I can't wait to chat with you today about all things animals.
Yes, we have that in common. So, Nikki, you're known for teaching people how to telepathically communicate with animals, but you didn't always do this. Can you share your journey from being a practicing attorney to doing this work full time?
I'd love to, Lynn. I think a big misconception out there is that you have to have a special gift to communicate with animals. And I didn't even know that telepathic animal communication was possible until I was 28 years old. So, like you said, I used to be an attorney. I had, I don't know, a 2 hour commute one way each day. I was miserable. I was stressed out. But I loved animals. We have dogs. And it wasn't until 28 years old that I learned from a local massage therapist that she could talk to animals. And when she said that, something inside of me just ignited. It turned on. And I went home and I Googled animal communication books and bought like the first 5 that came up. And what was really fascinating, Lynn, is that in every single one of those books by all different authors, every single author said everyone can learn to do this. And most of those authors hadn't learned themselves until they were in their 50s. So I was in my late 20s and I'm like, well, if they can do it, like, why can't I? And then I'm going to have a lot more years to keep doing it, right? So it was something that I learned to do. And once I finally convinced myself that it was real, because I was very skeptical in the beginning, I was like, what do you mean we can talk to animals? Like, I always, on some level knew if my dog wanted to go out or was hungry or like little things like that. But a full-fledged back and forth dialogue, I was like, can I actually do this? So once I convinced myself that it was possible and I was doing it, that's when I gradually transitioned from full-time lawyer, part-time lawyer, and then full-time animal communicator. And it's been about probably 6 years that I've been doing animal communication full-time.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, it is amazing. I truly believe it's our birthright. And I think it's amazing that, more of us share the gift, share that, that ability for people to do it themselves. That really is a gift to everybody who's on this plane who loves animals. So that's so wonderful. So I understand, Nikki, now that you take complete beginners, many who have had no experience whatsoever, and you help them to become professional animal communicators. So can you just outline a bit of the key stages of that journey for us?
Sure. The first key stage really is just the belief that it's possible for you. You might not fully believe you have the ability, but my husband and I always say, because we work together in our business, if you have the desire to do this, you have the gift, period. Because as a human being, you innately have the ability to do this. So right now we have about a little over 160 students all over the world. And I would say probably 90% of them, maybe a little bit more, had no idea that this was even possible, let alone that they could learn how to do it until finding myself or one of my students online. So many of my students, I mean, almost everyone is so skeptical that like they believe I can do it. They believe my student who they saw on social media can do it. They don't yet think that they can do it. So the stages really are the desire to do it, the love for animals. That has to be the root of all of it. You can't just come into our program wanting to make money. It's never going to work. You have to have that love for animals. And then having just really the dedication and the desire to commit yourself to learning this. It's just like learning a new language. If you want to learn Spanish, you have to practice every day. You can't just like think about it and want to know how to speak that language. You have to practice and study. So people join regardless of what level they have, whether they've never even heard about this, whether they're already practicing animal communicators that want to refine their skills. And it's the awareness that it's possible and the desire to practice. I am so big on practice. Like you could read all the books in the world, you could watch all the videos, do all the things, but if you're not actually doing real sessions, you're never going to get better. And a lot of students are like, well, I need to learn all these different things before I can do a practice session. And I'm like, no, because innately within you, you have this ability. So you just have to fine tune. It's a muscle. It's a skill to develop. Just like if you go to the gym, you get stronger arms, right? So you got to practice. And then through our curriculum, we teach students like how to ask better questions, how to dig deeper, how to get more detailed, specific information from the animals, how to turn it into a session. Like it's something, it's just skill, right? So practice is huge. And if you're willing to practice over and over and over and over again, then you're going to get to where you want to be. And if you want it to be a business, it's absolutely something you can do, because if there's one thing that I think all humanity has in common is we love our animals. And the thought of being able to communicate with our animals and improve their lives, like every animal guardian loves that, and there's nothing better. So it really, to sum it up, it really is the desire to do it, the awareness that it's possible, the desire to do it, the being willing to practice. And I think the final stage, Lynn, is not being afraid of, quote, failing, because not every session you do is going to be 100% accurate. Not every session I do is 100% accurate, because we're human beings. We're not perfect. So if you're willing to if you're willing to accept that you're going to get an email from a client one day that says, like not everything made sense here, I don't really understand that, or this was just wrong, were you talking to the wrong animal? Like if you're willing to go through that as you're strengthening your skills, and it won't completely derail you, then you're going to do great, and it's going to be a great journey for you.
Yeah, it's amazing. I truly believe that the rubber really meets the road when through practice, and
Yeah.
you made some excellent points. That you do have to be willing to be wrong, or, I've also even had clients maybe wonder if what came through was wrong, and then 2 weeks down the road, email back and go, hey, now I know why that came through. It all makes sense now. So both those scenarios can happen, which I'm sure you've also seen as well.
I've had clients email me 2 years later, hey, Nikki, remember that one message that we really couldn't figure out? I understand it now. So
Yeah.
like you said, it's a fine line between, is it actually wrong, or is it just not understood yet, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So I understand that you've had some students that have actually quit their full-time jobs and built new careers for themselves doing this work, some with massive wait lists. Can you share a couple of real life examples of what's possible for people when they commit to this path?
Sure. I have one student, Lori. She was hands down the most skeptical person that we ever met with. Because we interview all of our prospective students before they join our program, because I want to make sure that what I have to offer is even what they're looking for. I want to make sure they're a good fit. So people can't just go online and purchase my course. They have to meet with us first. So Lori, we had so many Zoom calls with her because she just was so skeptical that this is something she could learn. At the time, she worked at an accountant's office, and I said, Lori, trust me, like I'm not a special snowflake. This is something you can do if you show up. So I always tell my students, you can start charging. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but what I call a mandatory recommendation is within 6 months, you'll be able to start charging. I want people to take those 6 months to build the confidence, build a client pool, a client pipeline, and really harness their abilities. So at the and Lori wanted to start charging way before 6 months. And I said, trust the process, trust the process. So she waited. At the 6 month mark, she launched her business, started social media, exploded on TikTok. She has over 20,000 people on her wait list right now. She quit her job in April of 2025, and she's been doing this full time. So within 6 months of practicing and doing practice sessions and, really committing to this work, she launched her full-time business, and now she's doing it full time. I have another student, Amber. She was a hospice nurse, and she had been studying with me for a while, but wasn't quite ready to transition out of her nursing career. And something happened and her position was let go. So she's like, all right, you know what? I'm just going to do it. And she started social media, followed the steps. And now, I mean, she's booked out several months, and she recently sent us over a video testimonial that she replaced her nursing income. She's making just as much money as when she was a nurse. So and I have so many other students that are doing this part-time because they like their job. They don't really want to quit yet. Some students are like dog trainers or animal behaviorists, and they're kind of combining the two worlds. But it's something that no matter who you are, like this can be your career if you want it to happen. And a common concern people ask me is like, well, Nikki, like, aren't we all going to be competing with each other? Like if Lori has 20, but I'm like, no, Lori has 20,000 people on her wait list. Amber's booked out. Jessica's booked out. Like I have thousands of people on my wait list. Like there are billions of people on this planet and they all love animals. So my philosophy is like the more people that we can train to communicate with animals, the better, because as you know, I'm sure you know, Lynn, like we can only talk to so many animals a day. Like we can't do this all day long. It's very energy taxing. So like the more people out there that are talking to the animals, just the more animals' voices heard, and I think that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I think it's really wonderful how the human animal bond has changed so much or has been enhanced so much over the last, I don't know, 5 decades maybe or so, three, four anyways, for sure. And it's really great to see. And it is, I do find that it is the like, in my career, I've noticed that, people who are really scientifically based or engineers sometimes have the hardest times getting, just letting go and believing in themselves and allowing for this to happen. But once they do, they really, especially veterinarians, for example, once they do, they really just click in because they have all that other knowledge to combine with it, which is so wonderful. So yeah, that's great. I'm glad that that's happening for you. So in your experience, in your work, what have you seen as some of the primary blocks that you find that people have on their journey to becoming animal communicators? Because I think that'll be really helpful for our listeners.
I think one of there's several. The first that comes to mind, let's go to the business side of it, is people have a block with social media. They're nervous to put themselves out there. They're nervous to make videos. They're nervous to talk about the sessions. And, my program is designed of the whole vision is helping people make six-figure businesses. So I know people all over the world are listening to this. So what I mean by that is $100,000 USD or more. And people can't fathom like making money doing this. And my thing is like, if you want to build this six-figure business, I'm sure you could do it through word of mouth and your local community. That's just not my story. Mine was social media and email marketing. So a big hurdle is social media. But I always tell people like, listen, you might be thinking it's scary to talk on social media, but when you're talking about something you love and that you're so passionate about, you're not like putting on a show. Like when I was an attorney, I despised giving workshops because I felt like everything I was delivering was I was reading off of a script. I didn't care what I was saying. I didn't even know what I was saying sometimes. But with this, I could talk in front of a camera all day long about this because I love it. So that's one of the hurdles. But apart from the business side, like the second block with learning animal communication is people really don't see how it's possible that they could ever do this. And they, like you said, with the scientific mindset, like they want it to be messages come through in a very specific way, the same time every time, that they're going to know 100% that was the animal's voice in their head, not their own. But as you know, Lynn, I'm sure when the messages come through, often they're in our own voice, like we're reading a book silently to ourselves. And messages can come through in so many ways. One of my lessons in the program is 11 different ways, well, 12, but the one doesn't really count. The 11 different ways that messages can come through. So it's learning your unique way of receiving messages and being open to knowing that it will evolve over time. So I guess this, to summarize, it's just like knowing that it's going to sound like you're talking to yourself and making things up. And it's going to feel like that for a very long time. But then as you start doing practice sessions and getting feedback from your clients, your practice clients, you eventually start convincing yourself that this is real because there's no way you would have known that detail or that message about that family had the animal not told you. And even though it sounded like you were talking to yourself or making things up or remembering something from your past that really was something in their life, you eventually, the light bulb clicks of the awareness of like, okay, maybe something is happening here. And the timeline for that evolution with students is vastly different. Some people get it right away, other people it takes a year. Like I can't give a time frame, but that's the number one. It's like, am I making things up? And it's like, no, just trust the process and keep on going.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing how many different ways things come through. I remember when I was new at this many decades ago now, I was talking to my sister's cat. She had taken on two cats from a client of mine who was moving to another province in Canada, and had a baby. And I don't know, the cats weren't getting the attention they deserved. So she decided to rehome them, and my sister took them both. And one of them was a 16-year-old male orange cat, and he was a deep orange colored cat named Whiskey, and he was an amazing cat. He was like a shaman. And it's funny because the first time I ever talked to him, he was like an English butler. He had like a perfect accent, talked so differently than any other animal I talked to at that time. And I've had some talk solely in pictures. So I know you mentioned in your training that you have a list of 11 ways. Would you mind just sharing a few for listeners, a few of the different ways that you teach that animals can talk to us?
Sure. The one is what you just said, Lynn, images. You might see an image of a place or a couch or a room that you've never actually seen before. That's the animal transferring something in their life through a picture. You can get messages through words. Random words pop up in your mind. That might look like, I'm excited to go to grandma's house this weekend. Okay, or you might just get red couch or big tree. You might get feelings. You might all of a sudden be overcome with feeling extreme happiness or sadness or anxiety that in the beginning you might mistake as yours, but it's actually the animal. You might you might feel a sensation in your physical body. Your right butt cheek keeps itching, or your right foot keeps aching. And it could mean that the animal has a rash on their butt, or they sprain their ankle. So you feel the animal's pain. You might see colors. Maybe the house was recently colored. Messages can come through metaphorically or symbolically, which is a struggle for a lot of people in the beginning, because let me think of an example. This was a real example from my student. We have practice sessions every month, and so the message from the animal came through. She thought that that there was a fireplace in the living room, and the animal's like, the dog really loves the fireplace, the living room, like the warmth of the fireplace, and I'm seeing the fire glowing, and like they really enjoy this. Turns out there wasn't actually a fireplace, but the wife always turns the heat up really high in the house, and the husband's always saying the house is too hot. It's like an inferno in here. So what seemed like a very literal message, and messages can be very literal. Maybe there was a fireplace, but in this specific situation, there was not. The message was not meant to be literal. It was symbolic of like a fire. So one of the big hurdles is students have to remember to remind your clients and remind ourselves to be open-minded. Just because you thought it was a literal message, you're not wrong because it turned out to be metaphorical or symbolic. You, as the animal communicator, you need to know to coach your client, okay, you don't have a fireplace, but is your room really hot? Like, you have to be able to think outside the box in that way, because that was a very accurate message. It doesn't matter that the student thought it was literal. It's still accurate even though it was symbolic. We just have to sometimes dig a little bit deeper to get there. So those are, I think, the most common ways that messages come through. Some are easier for people to accept than others, but it's a beautiful journey along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that, because I've seen messages come through every which way, and I think it's so great for people to know that, especially people who are starting out, because they may not have that experience. And I think that's wonderful. And openness, I think, is so key in this field in general. From those learning how to communicate to those whose animals we're communicating with, the openness that each of them can have can really help to enhance the results and really create the magic, I think.
Yeah, and Lynn, I just thought of my favorite way messages come through. I forgot to say, I just thought of it. I call it the shortcut. I don't know if that's the proper term. That's what I call it. But sometimes messages can come through like, you will think of your childhood home or your grandfather or something in your life and the animal is taking a shortcut. So maybe a room in their house mirrors what your childhood bedroom looked like. So rather than the animal describing the room or showing you a picture, which is maybe takes a little bit more work, they just remind you of something in your life that mirrors their life, and that's their way of communicating with you. So I always tell my students, if you are in the middle of a session and you randomly, quote, randomly think of something in your life, do not discredit it, because that very well might be and usually is something in the animal's life.
Yeah, everything can be important information. That's
Yeah.
a really great thing for people to know. So, Nikki, if there is one misconception that you wish you could completely dissolve about telepathic animal communication, especially for skeptics, what would that be?
It's that our animals understand every single thing we are doing, thinking, saying, being, feeling, all of it. Without you taking my course, without you training, without you doing anything, your animals are already receiving everything. So if there's one thing that I could wish I could tell every single human on this planet, is that talk to your animal like you would a family member. If you're feeling sad, tell them why. If you're about to go on vacation, tell them where you're going and when you're coming back, because they understand everything. If you have a baby, explain to your animal like what changes might that look like and how there's enough love to go around, and the routine might be a little bit different, but you still love them. Like, they understand everything. And a lot of people, especially the skeptics, they're like, oh, it's just a dog, it's just a horse. Like, they don't care. They just ball, food, toy. And I'm like, no, no. Like, they understand everything. So even if you don't think that you could have a back and forth dialogue with your animal, just know that they already have the ability to do that. So the more that you can tell them the specific details of your life, the more you're going to enhance their life, and very easily and very freely. Like, it doesn't cost anything to do that. So if you're wondering how to improve your animal's life in a very simple, cheap way, just talk to them like you would a human being.
Yeah, that's such wonderful information, and knowing that they understand so much more. I once had a client say to me, something was coming up, and I was explaining it to her, and she said, and it was kind of like a lot of chaotic energy, and I was, saying, what is all this about? And she's like, well, we're getting a divorce, but we haven't told the animals yet. And I'm like, hello. They live in
Right?
the house. I think they have a pretty good idea that something's going on.
Yeah, Lynn, I can't tell you how many times I've had people say, well, my dog is scheduled for surgery next week, but we didn't tell him. Like, what's the best way to break the news? I'm like, well, sorry to tell you, they already know about it. So just like reassure them that this is in their benefit. Like, they know.
Yes, you could be talking to my little puppy. He's getting neutered on February 3rd. So
Oh,
yeah. So Nikki, that's wonderful. Do you have anything that you want to quickly share with the listeners, like an upcoming workshop or an event or a program or a book or something that you might want to tell the listeners about?
sure. So I transitioned away from doing my introduction to animal communication workshops because I was finding that people wanted more, and they wanted more than what I was able to provide in like a 4-hour workshop. So I actually now have an online training program. It's called the Professional Animal Communicator Accelerator. And we really take people that might have never even heard about animal communication prior to listening to this summit, all the way to building full-time sustainable careers. So that's the program that we offer. And we just want people to transform their love for animals into a profitable career, because I was a miserable attorney. I hated what I was doing. I don't like using the word hate, but I was miserable. And now I love what I do. And one of my biggest messages to people is like, we need money in the modern world, right? Like, we all have bills and mortgages, and like, we just need money. So it's not all about the money, but on some level we need money. So I always tell people, like, how beautiful to be able to make money doing something you love and then benefiting the animal kingdom. So we have a full training program for that. Like we talked about earlier, you don't have to have any experience whatsoever. This is something you can learn to do. It's a skill, it's a muscle to be developed. And if you're interested, you can just head on over to my website. It's nikkivasconez.com. You can read all about it, and I'd love to chat more with you if you guys are interested in that.
Wonderful. Yes, we definitely are living in the physical world. I've occasionally had people say, oh, if you were truly spiritual, you wouldn't charge for this. But we are living in a physical world where we eat, our animals eat. Where I live, you need air conditioning. You could probably
Lynn,
live without heat, but you couldn't live without air conditioning.
I get that too. And I always tell people you would never ask an artist to paint you a painting for free. People just don't perceive as what we do as something tangible, but it's still a service. It's still our time, and we can't do it all day long. And like you said, we have bills.
Yeah, big ones if you have an online business sometimes.
Yeah.
So, Nikki, given what you've shared today, what is one thing you'd like to leave us with? Like a next step that listeners can do to create some changes in their own lives?
The number one thing I want people to know and to really believe is that you don't have to be miserable working a job that you hate. Like, I know stepping out of your career into a career in animal communication might seem so far-fetched, but with over 160 students that are in my program doing it, like, it's absolutely a reality. I did it, so if I did it, why can't you? And I just want to tell you, like, you deserve freedom and you deserve joy. And if you love animals and this is igniting something within you, just know that you absolutely, from the bottom of my heart, have the ability to do this. And if you have the desire, that means you have the gift, and that means it's possible for you.
Yes, amen to that. Well, Nikki, thank you so much for your time and participation.
Thank you, Lynn. I always get so excited talking about this, especially if, we can help just one person who never knew this was possible just realize that, hey, their animals do understand them. So I appreciate you very much.
I appreciate you too. What a great session with Nikki. Thank you all for listening.
Have you ever looked into the eyes of your animal companion and felt deep down that they were trying to tell you something? The truth is, they are. Every creature, from the pet on your sofa to the wild spirits of the forest, is ready and waiting to speak with you. Welcome to a unique mini-summit dedicated to the art of telepathic animal communication. We've gathered world-renowned experts for intimate 30-minute deep dives, plus an exclusive panel discussion to help you bridge the gap between species. This isn't just about training, it's about a soul-level connection. Discover the rich history of animal communication and learn how to begin with easy, actionable steps. Explore the profound world of soul contracts and see how animals serve as our greatest spiritual teachers. We also touch on the most tender of topics, connecting with our beloved friends in the afterlife. Learn how the bond of love transcends the physical, supporting their well-being across the veil. Whether you're using the power of sacred silence or simply opening your heart to a new language, this summit will transform your relationship with the natural world. They are talking. Are you ready to listen? Join us for this life-changing event.
you ever sensed that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge? I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal. Less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
Welcome, everyone. I am so excited to bring Karen Anderson to you today. Karen is an award-winning animal communicator with nearly 3 decades of experience specializing in the afterlife and the best-selling author of The Pet I Can't Forget, The Amazing Afterlife of Animals, and Hearing All Creatures. Through her readings, sanctuary work, and coaching programs, she brings comfort to grieving pet parents and helps them recognize the messages their animals send from beyond. Karen, I'm so excited to meet you and chat with you today. Welcome.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
So, in case somebody doesn't know how you got here, can you just share for a moment, how'd you become you? How'd you get this thing going for yourself?
Well, it certainly wasn't planned. In fact, it was a crazy, very zigzagging journey. In fact, it all culminated when I was a deputy sheriff in Colorado. That's when things started getting really, really strange, in a good way, strange. But I had been practicing animal communication just because I could do this as a child. And, I just got kind of lost, kind of buried, kind of pushed down. I realized I could do this. So I was practicing with my own animals at home. And then, Danielle, the animals on crime scenes started talking to me.
Cool. So cool. What did they say?
Oh, they told me things. They shared information better than any witness I interviewed. Yes. Like where the suspect was hiding, who the aggressor was in a domestic violence situation. Yes, and even helped me find a lost boy who disappeared into the national forest.
And I'm acting all excited and amazed because I am, except I know this is real and true, obviously, but still, especially when you're just practicing on your own and then this information starts coming through. Did you share it?
No. No. And anyone in law enforcement is chuckling right now going, she can't talk about it. You can't. I had to maintain my credibility, and I would have loved to seen the look on a judge's face if he's reading my case report and I include in there that my witness had 4 legs and a tail. That's just not going to go over very well.
Clearly, though, something happened to shift that, so you did become comfortable sharing what was going on.
Yes, eventually, the tug on the heart, first it was law enforcement, which had never been on my horizon at all. But I started listening here, which is one of the things I wanted to share with you today. I started listening here, not here, but here. What was my heart telling me to do? And that's when the amazing path started to open and opportunities started to appear. So I just listened to my heart and I started following that path. First, it took me to law enforcement, and I thought, well, okay, this wasn't on the to-do list, but I'm loving it. And then I listened even deeper, and it said, you were meant to do communication with animals. So that's how it all culminated.
So obviously the animals that were at the crime scene, they were alive, right?
Yes.
So now you are pretty much specializing in animals that have passed over. How did this happen? How did this happen?
It was an evolution of sorts, as you know, from doing sessions for decades. I began to gravitate toward the afterlife communication. I found it absolutely fascinating that we were communicating with a living animal, but then take it up a zillion notches that we were communicating with an animal that had departed this earth. So I threw myself into that area of expertise and I just gave it everything I had, and blown away session after session after session. because it puts all doubts that they're not with us anymore, or they don't know what's going on in our life, or that they're perhaps lost or scared or even angry with us for what we did or didn't do for them during their lifetimes. It just threw all of that out the window. And it opened this whole new perspective of they're with us. They see what we're doing. They're still involved in our lives. Even decades later, they can even become our spirit guides and help us on our journey and bring us new pets. And oh, the list goes on and on.
So I'm going to ask you about something that you mentioned a moment ago. You mentioned about people worrying that their animals are mad at them from the other side. Can you talk about that? I am so interested to learn what you think, because I have my own experience with this.
Absolutely. And first, it comes from personal experience, because as an animal lover, as far back as I can remember, I had every kind of animal you could have as a kid growing up. And in some of those instances, things did not end the way we would want them to end. And Danielle, I carried that very, very deep regret with me that I had done something wrong and I should have done better. I carried it for decades into my adult life. It actually, looking back now, I didn't know it at the time, but looking back now, I can say it stopped me from pursuing my dreams wholly and completely, because there was a part of me that thought I wasn't good enough, or I had done wrong somewhere in my past, and so I wasn't deserving of this full and complete and happy, fulfilling life. So I held back. Again, subconsciously, it wasn't a conscious decision, but it was there. It was lingering. It was like following me around like a little dark cloud. And the afterlife communications that I received from animals, including my own, when I was finally brave enough to connect with my own in the afterlife, their messages were completely not what I thought they were going to be. It wasn't a checklist of, well, you did this wrong and you did that wrong and you made this decision and you didn't do this. It wasn't that at all. It was, you are the most amazing pet parent, the best mom in the world. I love you with my whole heart. And you did everything right in my book. I mean, it was just this overwhelming wave of love and appreciation and gratitude. And I thought, I just wasted like 30 years of my life stressing about something that I didn't need to, when I could have used all of that toward a positive, spiritually fueled energy that my departed pets and living pets could benefit from.
I have the same experience with feeling like I'm not good enough, or people coming to me and saying I didn't do it well enough. I know they're mad at me over there. And the same thing. Yes. The animals come through and they say, it was amazing. And we did this together. And you did this and you learned that. And all of this. I wonder, it's so cool. I love that you have the same experience. I wonder, do you find that people are like, you're just telling me that to make me feel better?
I think so. I think there's a part of them that feels that way, but then you pull out the evidential messages, you know, the things that, you know, only the two of them talked about or knew, or maybe even something only they had thought in their mind and never even said the words out loud before. And then they start to kind of go, okay, well, maybe we're onto something here. And I think in that, animal communication for most of us is that we're giving this to our clients, right? We're helping them through a difficult situation. But I'm going to share a little secret. It was actually very selfish of me, because I was in fact healing myself. And in that process, I was able to help others heal. And that was the big irony of everything coming full circle and coming together. It's like, yes, Karen, you've healed. And now look what you're able to help others do. And I became addicted, yes, addicted to that feeling of helping somebody break through that. No, I'm a terrible parent. I did everything wrong. I wasn't there when they passed. I didn't get to say goodbye, or whatever loop they're playing. When I got to finally crush that for them and say, nope, it doesn't even come up on their radar. You were so perfectly perfect.
Isn't it amazing
Yes.
how, so talking about that same moment when you're helping them break through, when somebody's saying, I didn't do enough at the end, I didn't do it right, etc., and they have all of the regrets and they're in that space, and then the animal comes through and goes, but you did this and you did that, and this was awesome, and da-da-da. I love that moment. And it sounds like you're doing that moment all the time.
It brings us back to center, because if we get in our heads, crazy things happen up there, right? We get our first knee jerk is that we coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? Especially at the end of life. And this is what I wanted to touch on today so much, because the end of life for us, when we have to say goodbye to one of our beloved companions, is like the worst of worst moments ever to go through. If you're lucky enough that things go smoothly and go well and the way that you wanted, that's a beautiful thing. But for me, most of the time, it doesn't quite go the way that we had hoped. And so what we do is we fixate on those last moments. We hyper focus on the last hour or 10 minutes or 30 seconds that we were with them. And that's all we play in our minds. And then the animals come through and they don't even bring it up. They will almost avoid talking about those things. Number one, because it really doesn't matter to them, because we are enough. So they don't focus on the negative that we do. And I think that's the big thing, the really big thing. I have been a chicken in the past, and I wasn't connecting with my own departed pets because I was afraid of what they would say, that I had done something not so great. So I held back. And what a mistake that was. What a total error on my part, because it wasn't even an issue. Those things that kept me up at night, those things that you stress about, those things that stop you from living your life, or stop you from getting another animal, or rescuing another one, or even volunteering because you feel you don't deserve to be around animals. That's all you in your head. That's you talking. It's not them.
It is. We get so caught up in our heads. And I say we, I include myself in that. And then you connect with the animal, and the animal's like, hello, hello. They have the clarity.
I'm here and I'm fine and you did great. And can we move on? That's the other thing. It's like, okay, can we move on now? I'm ready to move on. This no longer serves me. It no longer serves you. Can we move on? There's so much more to life out there. And that's the big, like, I want to get up and scream it as loud as I can. Time to move on. Let's focus on everything that's good, everything that we are enriched by them in our lives, and that we are better. And we're truly our biggest critics, right?
We really are our biggest critics, but that's why we have animals, right?
Yes, to help us smooth out those flaws, right? At least that's why I have them. That's what I love about mine. But we really are, we do the best we can in the moment with the information we have. And here's the other thing I've learned. If we were meant to save them, meaning they could still be alive, they would still be alive.
It sounds so callous, but it is so true.
I know. And I have And I'm taking a lot of lumps over the years because I'm so guilty of everything I'm telling you. So this is all just a Karen confession. Okay. This is a Karen confessional. I'm guilty straight across the board. So that's why I speak from experience. And then the beautiful thing, Danielle, is that when we deliver these messages from the afterlife, sometimes when you and I get them, we have no clue what it means. We're just like, why am I seeing, purple frogs? I'm seeing purple frogs. And then the client goes, oh my God, she had purple frogs on it, or whatever it was, right?
Yes.
And you and I are just like, I'm seeing purple frogs. I don't know why I'm seeing purple frogs. But that's the beauty of it, because we go into it with this just an openness of send whatever message you feel comfortable sending. And my job is to share it in its purest form, so I don't put a spin on it or make it something that it isn't. And that's where the beauty is, because you can take something that means literally nothing to you and I, and that one message is the one thing that they needed to hear to help them go, oh, they really are with me. They really are still here. They really are in my life. I really can talk to them like they're sitting next to me. They really do love me with all my flaws. And I think that's what we all really want, right? We want to be loved with all of our flaws.
For whoever we are. I have a question about, you're talking about delivering those messages and how it kind of opens somebody up and helps them have this moment. I know you know a lot about what animals experience as they're dying, while they're dying. Do you want to share a little bit about that and how delivering those messages has landed and worked?
Absolutely. And again, I want to just share, this is just my experience. You may have something different. Someone else may have something different. And every soul is unique. So every soul has a different experience than the next soul. But while we are grappling with end of life trauma, and it's trauma because we're saying goodbye to somebody we love dearly. That's traumatic. While we're in that space, our animals, on the other hand, their spirit, their soul, whatever you want to call it, their higher consciousness is in an exuberant and explosively powerful, magical, mystical expansion that words don't describe properly. It is something that until you have been in a session and felt what the animals were feeling as they were leaving their bodies and as they were moving, transitioning from physical world into spiritual realm, it's like this beautiful symphony of endless love, infinite love, powerful. And that's what they get to feel. We don't. we're there in the deepest pain we've ever felt. And they are experiencing this incredible, absolutely expansive, wonderful journey.
So I'm going to add to this a little bit about my experience. I'm wondering if you have a similar experience. So what you're talking about, the animal is going through this, right? This amazing, expansive journey. Somebody gets a reading. In the reading, they're like, what do I do? What do I do? I feel like so often the animal's like, I'm here going through this, but I'll throw you a bone. Get that blanket for me. I'd like this. I'd like, they're like trying to give their human stuff to do while they can go through that experience of expansion and love. Have you experienced that too?
I have. I feel like they're always looking out for us. They're so selfless, right? That even in their moment of having this most incredible experience, basically of their life, is when they leave their physical body behind, they're still trying to help us because that love is eternal and it cannot be broken. It doesn't matter if you get a divorce. It doesn't matter if you move to the other side of the world. It doesn't matter if you were their second or third or fourth parent or caretaker. None of that matters. If you have a connection with your companions, that connection can never be broken. And yes, they go out of their way to help us and send us signs. Hey, I'm still here. They'll appear, they'll manifest. You might hear them, you might feel them. They're always doing something to comfort us. And like in the dream visits that they do, I always have to remind people, if you have a bad dream, a nightmare, that's not a dream visit. It's never a dream visit when it's bad. That's your own psyche doing weird things while you sleep.
Yeah, a lot of people ask that. He was doing this and it was so not okay. I'm like, no, that's not a visitation. That's your brain.
Yes.
Figuring things out.
Yes. And that's what we do. Our brain wants to predict the future, anticipate, a Tyrannosaurus Rex coming and chasing us down. So we run all these scenarios through our minds while we sleep. I'm not a dream expert, but that's what I've come to find out. So when we have those dreams, that's just us trying to work out how we would handle ourselves in different scenarios. A dream visit is one of those where you are immersed in the love so deeply that when you wake up, you literally feel like they are there with you and you're having this physical, loving, empowering experience, moved to tears in some cases. It'll knock you off your chair. It feels so powerful and vivid.
And do you find, so people are always sharing about the visitations, that they are the most mundane, incredible experiences? It's like we're hanging out together, just sitting on, it's not like we're running and right? Is this your experience too?
Yes. They'll say, well, what are they doing right now? Nothing. It's like they don't have to be doing something all the time. They can just be present with us. They're just with you. They're just observing. They don't have that physical drive to cracking myself up here. They don't have that physical drive that they have to go do something or whatever. If they just want to be, then they just are with us. And that's enough. And I think that's what it keeps coming back to is you are enough. You don't need to be anything bigger, better, faster, smarter, or whatever. You are enough and you did everything you could. And your companions love you beyond the moon and into eternity. And even in some of the worst, maybe you know this, in some of the worst cases of abuse or neglect or whatever happened in this animal's life, rarely a negative message or word comes through. Rarely.
Same.
I might sense or feel that it was a tough life or that things weren't, hunky-dory, but they do not revisit, especially something negative. And I wanted to ask you about this too, because I know what I've experienced, but even if the end of life happened tragically, traumatically, abruptly, whatever, some kind of trauma happened, don't you find that the animals are just like, yeah, I'm not going there?
Yeah, they not only are they, I'm not going there, we don't need to talk about it, but they still come through happy and full of love.
And they're not stuck in that freeze frame moment that your brain, well, I'll say my brain gets stuck in. Well, that happened to them. Like we label it. Well, they died this way. And I'm speaking from experience. I've done that. Well, how did they die? Well, they, this happened or that happened. And then this label goes on it. And that's what we think every time we think of them. And I want to change that. I want to say, okay, we got it. We got the story. Now, let's change. What did they do for you in life? What was their funniest habit? What did you love about them? How did they come to be with you? I love that question. How did you guys find each other? I love that. And that's what we need to focus on, are those little micro moments throughout life, because our animals are doing that. We're the only ones that are stuck in freeze frame of negativity. And I really hope to change that.
Do you think that's one of the biggest mistakes that pet parents make, is staying, or past pet parents make, staying in that freeze frame moment?
I would say yes. And here's what I get every day, all day. I get someone who's grieving, writing to me, emailing me, or reaching out to me. And they are so, here's that word again, addicted to that feeling that no matter what I say, I could stand on my head, I could, fly through the air. Nothing is going to snap them out of that, because they're addicted to that moment. They're stuck right there. And that's, for me, one of the biggest challenges. And that's one of the reasons why I was so excited to come on here, not only because this is amazing what we're doing here today, but I want others to see that you are the only one that is keeping you in that moment. And you're the only one who can step out of that moment. Nothing I can say, nothing you can do. It all falls back upon us taking inspired action, saying, today's a new day. Yes, that happened. It wasn't great, but I am now going to focus on something positive that happened, something good that they brought me. I'm going to look at things through a different lens. I'm going to put my glasses on and I'm going to see things differently today. And I'm going to live in gratitude, and I'm going to live in appreciation for everything that they brought to me, because they are with us to help us through, especially our roughest times. That's one of the reasons they're with us. So we have to appreciate everything that they provided during that time. And that tends to get lost in the how they died story, because everyone goes back to that, me included. Well, this is how they died. Okay, well, tell me how they lived. How did they live?
Do you know that, this is what's popping into my head, there's a book called The Body Keeps Score. Have you heard of that book?
No, I haven't.
It's like trauma gets trapped in the body, or something like that. And it's a way of things staying in that loop for us humans. But I don't see it for animals on the other side. They don't function that way.
No. And this brings me to a perfect thought that just popped into my mind. We always think that the animals are going to remember the terrible thing that happened to them, how they died. And this is how I have come to understand it. Even if you talk to a human being who was perhaps in a very, very bad car accident, maybe they survived it, but they were in a coma for however long. If you ask them about the incident later, they can remember everything right up until the moment of impact. They remember nothing about going through the windshield. They don't remember anything about the cuts or bruises or pain that was inflicted upon them at the actual event. It isn't absorbed into their conscious or subconscious memory. And I think a lot of that translates to the animals. They don't take those experiences that keep us up at night, the horrible images, they don't take that with them. It's not part of their experience. So therefore, they not only may not want to talk about it, they may not be able to bring it up because it wasn't absorbed into their field of energy, because it serves no purpose, right? What does it serve them? And animals are so good at living their true purpose and leaving behind what no longer serves them.
I feel like the only time it shows up is when it has a purpose. It is a purpose to the person's healing for some reason. It's pointed, it's purposeful, and the rest of it is not there just for that moment.
Yes, but never one time, and I can say this after 30 years of sessions. Never one time has a departed companion come through and say, my mom or my dad or my caretaker is responsible for my death. Never. It has never happened, ever. And this is what we need to get out there, what everyone needs to hear. This is what I think holds people back. Oh, I'm afraid of what they might say, or, things didn't end well. They're never going to say those things. They're going to have the most beautiful, amazing messages that are so powerful and healing that tear, that chunk that's missing out of your heart. It's so powerful that one message can absolutely be life-changing and pull you out of that dark place. And that's what I want others to experience. I've witnessed it. I've been a part of it. It's happened to me. And it is, I'm going to say it's a miracle.
And don't you find, even in the hardest times that we get all, I don't know, nervous and worried about, like euthanasia, that it still operates this way? The animals are still full of love and still coming through in this way.
They don't hold us responsible, even if we choose euthanasia. They don't see it that way. The most I've ever had an animal share with me is they'll say, well, then everything shifted and changed. They don't even see it as quote unquote death, because it's just a shift for them. It's just a change in dimension. And they don't see it as that brutal thing we're doing, that we see it as. And again, this was my own experience, as well as the countless sessions where the animals come through and they actually thank us, because they know we're coming from this place in our heart where we want to do good for them and we want to help them, and we're trying to make the best and most informed decision we can make, even if we regret it tomorrow or the next day. Why did I do that? They still know that we are coming from a place of love. And when you come from your heart, Danielle, you can never go wrong.
Thank you, Karen. Do you have anything coming up that you'd like to share?
Here's what I have. I have, well, on my website, of course, KarenAnderson.net. It's very easy to remember. I have a free pet loss app you can download with lots of resources. I have my books. I have my courses. I have my nonprofit animal sanctuary on 30 beautiful acres here in Eastern Washington. And the proceeds from everything that I've talked about go to the nonprofit. I also offer private coaching. I love helping others learn how to communicate. That's my joy. That's my passion, my nonprofit, and just helping people realize you're enough. You did a great job, and let's focus on all the goodness that they brought you.
Thank you. Now, if you have anything you want people to walk away, having learned or knowing or just, holding in their heart, what is that?
Listen here. Listen to your heart. And your companions, both living and departed, do not need you to be perfect. They need you to be positively present.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. It's been wonderful chatting with you, and thank you everyone for being here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you everyone. Thank you, Danielle, so much.
Thank you.
ever sensed that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge? I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal. Less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
Welcome, everyone. Today, I am so excited to have I'm so excited for what I'm going to learn, a conversation with Judy Lou Ramsey, a professional animal communicator with over 40 years of experience in counseling, teaching, and mentorship. She's an ordained animal chaplain who's served animals and their people for nearly 18 years, providing animal communication, interspecies counseling, and really cool shamanic healing for both humans and non-humans. Judy, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Danielle.
I am excited to meet you. I'm excited for this conversation. You kind of gave it away a little when we were talking beforehand because you mentioned all the shamanism that you're combining, and I can't wait to hear about that. But I figured before we get to that, would you share a little bit about how you came to this? What's your story?
How I came to it was through my horse. She and I were together for 32 years, and she was my best friend in the whole world. I'm not the only one who comes to these things through horses. I think the horses have a mission. but she's the one who first exposed me to animal communication. And she would send me words that were like in bold Helvetica, backlit with limelight, single words. She wanted to make sure I didn't miss what she had to say to me. You know, she kind of dumbed it down for me, but it made me curious. And my trainer had taken some things from some classes from Penelope Smith. And so that's how I found Penelope. And Penelope and I have been good friends now for 20 years. And I'm helping with her certification course.
Okay, so I'm going to back up for a second. So no training, no nothing. You have this horse that you love, and the horse is sending pictures of words to you.
Yes.
Yeah, really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so you started, then you kind of took a class, but how'd you end up like this, doing this, combining this? Because animal communication and shamanism, not that common.
Well, another horse was involved. I had been communicating with animals for a while, and then one of my horses bucked me off, and I broke my back. And I was in a back brace for 3.5 months, couldn't do anything but sit and stare straight ahead. So every morning around 5 a.m., I would go out on the back porch with my laptop and my dog. I would practice speaking with the wild animals out in my backyard. I have a farm. And one of the classes that I found was from Carla Meske, who is a shamanic practitioner who works with animals. And she is about the only one I know of, maybe besides Penelope, that focuses on animals and shamanism specifically. And I was so intrigued. I had never been exposed to shamanic practice before. I go to Peru a lot and I take small groups, but I was never exposed to an accessible shamanic teaching like I was at that point in time. And I got curious and I took a whole year from Carla, I'm sorry. It just took off from there. It was like I was remembering what I used to do. And it went very, very quickly. And Penelope also introduces shamanism in her practice and in her teaching. But I was able to go in real depth. And then I found Sandra Ingerman from there. And I'm currently one of Sandra's approved teachers as well. And it took me a couple of years, and COVID, being isolated, being in quarantine, to realize that I could make a full-time living with this. So my clinical partner and I quit our clinic, closed down, and we both followed our passions. And here I am.
So, a clinical partner of what?
Of craniosacral therapy.
Okay. And so you had a craniosacral practice.
For 25 years, yes.
Oh, wow. Craniosacral is near and dear to my heart.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So you shut your practice down and you started doing this. You started doing animal communication. Were you already combining actually, let me back up. We're here to talk about animal communication. So people might not know about what shamanism is or anything, they might not understand that philosophy. So maybe you should share a little bit about that.
It's a way of life, basically, that's very connected to nature and to the earth. So it's a perfect venue for animal communication because animals are nature spirits and humans are actually too. It's only our cultural conditioning that's made us believe that we're somehow separate from everybody else. And so the approach I take with animal communication is within that network, within the web of life and relationship with nature and with animals. And because I'm one of them, they feel very comfortable with me. I'm not on the outside looking in. I'm not full of judgment. I'm part of how they live. And it makes them very, very receptive to what I have to work with them on.
Can you share a little bit more about the web of relationship? Because this is a new concept to me. You're talking about it makes them so receptive to you. This is part of the web of relationship.
In shamanism, it's a concept that describes the very intricate, interconnected network of dependencies that link individuals, groups, and all of nature. With each connection, if you can imagine it like threads in a spider's web, each of those intersections represents a relationship, with each connection influencing the others. And it represents the shared meanings and the actions that create our reality. Strong, diverse webs foster resilience and well-being, while weak ones can be very detrimental. And there's some key aspects of a web of relationship. One is certainly interconnectedness, that no single person or being exists in isolation. Each of us is a part of multiple overlapping networks. It's also dynamic and evolving all the time. It's constantly changing and growing and shifting, forming new bonds. You make a new friend here, you meet a new group there. You get exposed, like on the Shift Network, to quite a wide variety of perspectives and information. That's part of your dynamism of your network. And it's also a source of support because it's all your emotional, social, and practical resources. And so that web shapes us as much as we shape it. And one's awareness of that web of relationship and your place in it affects the quality of those telepathic skills and the connection that you have with animals. And so for me, that web of relationship is a really important access point to be able to speak with animals, domestic or wild, or trees, or the spirit of the land, or of rocks, or the spirit of a relationship. Everything has a spirit.
So everybody has their own web of relationship.
They do.
Yep. Yeah. Which is connected to basically everybody else's web of
it relationship. Is. We're all overlapping.
Now, this is going to sound odd, but when you connect with an animal, do you see or feel or sense the web?
I do. And that's the nice thing about combining. It's a combination and it's not a combination, because telepathic communication and shamanic animal communication, they overlap too. They all stem from intuitive sensing and the intuitive skill that someone has innately. We all have it. Everybody can communicate with animals. The only thing that prevents humans from actively participating in animal communication, they can communicate with an animal, they can't hear what the animal has to say because there's so much. My horse used to call it tornado head, where everything is just swirling with us in our heads. Very little is coming from our hearts.
I spend a lot of time when I'm with my students, helping them see the head stuff. The head stuff is the stuff that's getting in the way. The heart stuff, there's nothing in the way.
No, there really isn't. There really isn't. Yeah. When we teach animal communication, the best teaching comes from the heart, where you teach people how to settle into their hearts, and then that connection just happens on its own.
Without all this stuff.
Yeah, without the tornado head.
Yeah, I really like the phrase tornado head. Love it. I might have to use that. That's awesome. Because I think I agree with you. That's the main thing that stops people up, because people want to believe and they want a way to get themselves to the place where they do believe. I've got to ask you one more question about the web of relationship. And this is just my own psychic question. It looks in my head psychically like you use it like an entry point. You go into the web and then you go along the web to do the connection.
I'm inside the web.
Yeah, this is what it looks like in my head that you're doing. It's almost Tron-like.
I'm part of it.
Wow.
And so the exercise that I brought today will help people to visualize that web for themselves and to make that connection. And so those of us who are animal communicators generally, at the level that Penelope does it, for example, she's never disconnected. Neither am I. I never disconnect from the web. I'm always connected. I always feel supported. I never feel alone. It doesn't mean that I hear everything that's going on in the web. It would be overwhelming. So it depends on your intention. You know, if you walk downtown in a busy street in a city, you don't generally say hello to everybody that you see. That would be overwhelming and they think you were nuts, you know. It's no different in the animal world. What are you doing? You know. So you can focus. Your focus and your intention allow whatever communication is needed to happen. It's just like talking with another person. Sometimes our tornado head prevents us from listening to each other as well. You know, have you ever interrupted somebody who's been online for a while and they're still spinning? They have to take a moment to refocus on being a human and talking with someone and being able to listen to them.
I spend a lot of time helping people do that, refocusing when I'm teaching. Yeah. And I know you teach as well. And there are 3 really important things to learning animal communication that you wanted to share today. Do you want to talk about this?
I do. Animal communication is really multifaceted. And we were talking before this session about how many different perspectives people come from who do animal communication. And this, day-long conference is a perfect example. And isn't it wonderful that it's so diverse, that people have so many choices to match what fits with them to get from point A to point B and be able to understand an animal. For me, 3 of the most important aspects is, one, as we said, being in one's heart, that you sense from your heart. You see, you feel, you hear, you taste, you smell, all from the heart and nothing from the mind. You even know in your heart. And most of us do that have lived with an animal for a while. We get a gut feeling. We know what that animal's thinking. I have a number of clients who pay me to validate what they've got, But also taking the perspective of being part of the web of life and not on the outside looking in, thinking that humans are somehow superior or know better. There's no judgment there. You can approach an animal in profound neutrality. You can be grounded and quietly present if you're part of that web. And in shamanic terms, it's called the empty bone. You get the hollow bone, and you're the conduit between the animal and their person, or between wild animals and whoever's managing their environment or wants to know something about them. But when you're in profound neutral as a hollow bone, you're without judgment and you're without expectations. And the expectations are what drive humans mostly on the wrong track.
It's what drives them nuts.
Yes, it's crazy thinking. You could expect something to happen. How many times does it happen exactly like you expected it? Or that you were hoping for, Hardly ever. So being a hollow bone also helps you to kind of go with the flow and accept whatever happens with no judgment. Oh, isn't that interesting? And mostly with curiosity.
I
Yeah.
think it's really challenging for people to, at least in my experience, that like the students I'm working with, to have no expectations because they don't catch even where they do have expectations. They don't even realize, oh, that's an expectation.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's really it's cool that this is actually part of the web, and that in your work, being in the web helps that piece not happen.
It does, because it gives you a broader perspective, not just egocentric. It gets ego out of the way for the most part.
Do you find that getting the ego out of the way just kind of creates like a slide to the information when that ego's not there?
It does. And Penelope has a practice that I like very much, and that is just being quietly present. It's kind of a meditation, but it's emptier than that. That you sit with an animal with no expectations, no demands, no questions, no conversation. You're just empty and you're just being with them. You know, that phrase, human beings rather than human doings.
It sounds like one of the things that I'm always talking about is that I don't believe that animals are at a lower level than us. I think that a lot of people, even animal lovers, look at animals as we must rescue, we must save. And the wisdom is not really acknowledged, even though they love the human loves animals. It sounds like the web of relationship is a way to help people see animals as the wise beings they are.
They have so much to teach us if we're open to it. They really do. And anybody who's lived with an animal knows how much intelligence they have, knows how much spirit they've got. And they choose to share that with us. They choose us. We don't usually choose them, even though we think we do. You know.
Now, I think I know that you have a practice you'd like to share today.
I do. And it's a kind of guided visualization. And so, yeah, is that okay to start?
Yeah. Do you want to share? Do you need to kind of give us context, or is it the thing where better to have no context?
Better to have no context.
Okay.
And just, take a deep breath. And another. Feel your back against your chair, your feet on the floor or the ground. And imagine a place in nature that you love. It might be one place that's your favorite place of all the places you've been. Or if you've been very fortunate, there might be several places in nature that can come together as an amalgam. But imagine that you're sitting in this beautiful place in nature that you love and that loves you back. And just notice the textures you're sitting on. Maybe it's a rock, maybe it's the sand, maybe moss or grass, whatever you experience usually in this place. Notice the smell of this place and taste its freshness. This is the smell that lets you know you've arrived in this beautiful, sacred place of yours. Is it salty or woodsy? Is it fragrant? And then look around this sacred place and notice the shapes and the colors that are so familiar to you. What are the landmarks? The shapes that hold you support you, or give you comfort or energy in this place? What do you hear in this place? Are there birds or animals? Can you hear my wind spirits playing the chimes outside? Is there the sound of water or maybe the wind through the trees? And in this sacred place that is holding you, can you feel the breeze in your hair or the sun on your face? Notice how you feel as you experience this sacred place that loves you, and just be for a few moments, drinking in all the beauty you have always loved in this place. And feel that exchange of love between you and this place. You're connected through your heart because it restores you. It gives you peace. And maybe it's given you peace and restoration since you were a child. It holds you while you renew yourself and nurtures your imagination, your feelings, and yourself. And imagine as you sit in your place in nature that you're part of the web of relationship in this place. And it may appear as a web to some of you, or as points of light, like dewdrops on a spider's web. Notice your own heart light lighting up your own intersection on this web of light. And as you look around at your special place, notice the lights of the trees, of the rocks, of the water, of the flowers. And begin to notice the others in this place that are part of that web of relationship that is most close to you. The animals, the plants, the minerals and stones. And go out from your own heart's light to notice gradually how that web expands. And observe your place in the nature of things. And when you're ready, imagine rising upward just a bit toward the lights in the clouds. Get a bird's eye view of that web of relationship and slowly feel yourself rising, gently, gradually elevating. Maybe some of you are even flying. And see how far that web of relationship extends. Go as high as you can to see its full extent while still noticing your place in it. Notice the light of the mountains, of the valleys, the oceans and rivers and ponds, even of the wind and the clouds. And feel your connection through that web with all the lights of all the beings who live in those places across the entire planet. And just like a spider in the web can feel every part of the web because it vibrates, each strand of relationship vibrates. Through your own place in that web of relationship, feel your connection with all that is. And stay with that as long as you can. And maybe it looks like some of those pictures from space where you see the lights Only through the web of relationship, you're feeling your connection. And when you're ready, take a deep breath. Think of everything you're grateful for, everything you love in this world, and bring that energy into your heart. And then make a choice and a decision to bring your awareness back into your body and your mind. Allow your breath to guide your awareness to your extremities and back to your bones and your blood in ordinary reality. Take another deep breath and open your eyes and welcome back.
So I wasn't going to do it because I'm like, I can't get all mellow because I'm doing this interview.
Yeah.
And then your whole vibration shifted, your voice shifted. I think I lasted about a minute and then I was in. And I could feel the interconnectedness that you're talking. Like I could feel it throughout. So really, really incredible. Is this something that you bring through people through often?
Yes, especially when I teach. Yeah.
And do you do it when you're bringing them in to be in that place so that they can receive the information?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you notice how settled your mind gets. You're in your heart and you're looking at everything with your heart, but you're also feeling it. You feel that connection.
It was a very feely experience. Intuitively, I see, I hear, blah, 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 but it was a very feely, expansive experience.
The more that a person has the felt sense of that connection, the deeper the connection will be.
Have you ever, like, it seems to me, and I don't know, I just had the experience, right? But have you, like, it seems like it would be a great way to also open people up to their feeling sense in general if they weren't already feelers.
A lot of people, including myself, if I spend 6 hours online, I'm pretty much disembodied, right? And I have to get up and go outside and get my feet on the ground and smell the air and pet my dog, and then I can get grounded again. I can get embodied again. But we leave our bodies so much of the time. Going through, grounding yourself with all of your senses is key to a good shamanic practice, to good animal communication. It's not something you can be disembodied and do well. You have to be profoundly grounded.
Yeah, I don't think people understand that. I think we're taught.
I don't think they do.
Yeah, we're taught, push through, keep going, ignore that. Just, do the thing you need to do.
But also, I think that a lot of people, at least the ones that I have had to kind of educate about both shamanism and animal communication, they think that working energetically is somehow, forgive the term, airy-fairy, that it's not grounded. But you can't do the work if you're not grounded and connected. Animals are very grounded and they communicate with each other telepathically.
All the time.
All the time. It's a way of life.
It is interesting that so many people think the spiritual stuff is airy-fairy. And yet I'm constantly showing people, you're actually not in this, I call it in the zone. You're actually not in the zone right now. This is not in the zone. And then when you take them and they get themselves into the zone, they're like, what is happening? And they get more connected with their feelings as well, but also their emotions too.
That's true. And after a shamanic healing, I can't tell you how many times a person has told me, I feel really heavy. And I tell them, welcome to being grounded. That's gravity. You're feeling gravity for the first time.
Exercise I do with people, and afterwards they'll be like, something's wrong with my legs.
Yes,
They're really
exactly.
I totally understand. Okay, so how do you have anything you want to share about how people can find you, how they can get more of this? Do you have anything cool coming up?
Yeah. I am listed on both Penelope's site, animaltalk.net, and on Sandra Ingerman's site of shamanicteachers.com, which is an amazing place to find a shamanic practitioner if you want someone in person or you want to learn more about shamanism. Shamanicteachers.com has all vetted instructors that are approved by Sandra. And Penelope does too in her directory. My website is judyramsey.net. Very easy. And I teach all of Sandra's classes as well as my own, as well as Penelope's. So it's an exciting path to get on. It really is. And I have the thing I'm most proud of, I think, and Penelope introduced this in her teaching, and then I kind of elaborated on it. I have an interspecies counselor training that takes 2 years that gives everybody full telepathic and shamanic background. All of the interspecies counselors that are listed on my website are expert communicators that do telepathic and shamanic animal communication. They've also taken all of Sandra's trainings through me, and they are amazing. I have 2 veterinarians who are part of the interspecies counselors too, which I'm always surprised and pleased with.
Well, thank you. So if you could, how do I want to say it? What is one thing that you really want people to walk away from our conversation today with? What do you really want to make sure that they know or they feel?
I want to make sure they understand that they're part of this huge world and that they have so much support, much more than they ever thought they would. And that everybody can communicate with animals, doesn't matter who you are. And that it is going to be one of the most rewarding things you ever learned in your life.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you, Judy.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for talking to me, and thank you everyone else for being here. Thank you.
Have you ever sensed that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge? I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal. Less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. Today, I am so excited to introduce to you and chat with one of my favorite animal communicators, Dr. Kara Gubbins. She's a professional animal communicator, award-winning and best-selling author, and founder of the Animal Communicator Academy, where she mentors animal lovers around the skill to develop confident, accurate animal communication skills. Through her teaching and more than a dozen books, wow, including The Animal Chakras, The Confident Animal Communicator, and The Abundant Animal Communicator, she helps people deepen their connection with animals, trust their intuition, and live lives guided by interspecies connection. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
Thank you, Danielle. I'm so happy to be here with you.
I am excited. We know each other a little bit, so I'm excited for this conversation. So first of all, doctor is there, right? So I think that means you have an interesting story as to how you became an animal communicator. Would you mind sharing a little bit about that?
So doctor is actually not a veterinarian. That's the most common thing that people think, because I love animals so much, I must have become a veterinarian. But I actually dreamed of being Dr. Dolittle when I was a little kid. And then I was told that that wasn't real and I had to find like a real dream. And so I kind of latched on to Jacques Cousteau. You can tell when I grew up, right? In the 70s. So I really wanted to be Jacques Cousteau, and I really wanted to like kind of understand. I think my first dream was actually to decode humpback whale songs. And so that was kind of the next dream that took me, but to just have that connection with animals and understand them. So that led me all through like grammar school and middle school and high school and college. And I ended up going and getting a master's degree in animal behavior and physiology. And I studied dolphins and their behavior and their social structure. And I kind of got away from the whole language thing within the science world, but I ended up getting a PhD in ecology, evolution, and conservation biology. And I studied wild dolphins on the East Coast of the United States. And I looked really deep into their relationships, their behavior, their social structure, and all of that. And I graduated with my PhD and I went, huh, now what? And that's when my dream came back. My childhood dream came back to me. And I was driving through Northern California alone, very right in that time frame. And I saw some horses in a field and I started sobbing because I so deeply wanted to know what it was like to be a horse at that moment. And then I was like, what the hell? I studied dolphins. Why am I like into horses? I'm allergic to horses. This makes no sense. And that's how I remembered my original dream of being Dr. Dolittle. And and so it was a long, long time after that. I started a family. I went back to school. I got another master's degree in spiritual psychology because of this dream. And
Okay, wait. I gotta stop you.
yeah.
Spiritual psychology? What? I know
Yeah.
we're doing animal communication, but come on, tell me a little bit. What is spiritual
Okay, so
psychology?
here's why I joined that program. It was because they said we help you make your dreams come true.
Oh,
I was
wow.
like, I have this crazy dream. It's not coming true on its own. I was like 45 or 46 at the time. And I was like, I got a finite time here and I need help. And so I went and it made all the difference for me because I kind of had this combination of training and intuition, right? So I was taking a class in intuitive skills and training, and at the same time, so I call that my training, and then this master's program in spiritual psychology was my untraining. It's where I cleared all the mindset. It's where I cleared all of the unconscious thoughts of why I couldn't do this, all of the crap I'd been told by family, friends, teachers, society about why you can't do this. That's what allowed me to clear all of those blocks and be successful. And so for me, that's the combination that really worked. And then it was like poof, off to the races. I was teaching at a college at the time. I quit my job. I started my own business within a year. And now here we are 15 years later.
Wow, really cool. And the whole piece you're mentioning about I had to get through all of those blocks, those things that stood in the way. I think it's really important. And I know it's really important to your work. It's really important to my work as an animal communicator. The head games we play. Do you want to talk a little bit about the head games that you see?
Yeah, so I think it's really interesting because I know people from literally all over the world who teach animal communication. And I've interviewed animal communicators all over the world for years now for my summits. And every single one attributes to their longevity, their ability to stay successful with doing mindset work. And all of the successful teachers are doing some kind of mindset work. It's not exactly the same as how I do it, but it's still the same thing and it's still really effective. So, for me, the biggest I think the biggest thing that stops people from being successful learning animal communication is not understanding that they don't have to believe everything they think. Because we all have these thoughts. I can't do it. I'm too old. I'm too young. I'm too tall. I've never had that problem, but some people might. Um, So we have all of this inner dialogue going on, and if we think that's just the truth and we just believe everything we think, then yeah, we're not going to be successful. We're going to have all the evidence of why we can't be successful, and we're going to keep talking to ourselves that way. So for me, the mindset piece is like the most important thing, and it's different at each stage of learning. So the thing that stops people, from even starting to learn is this myth that it's a gift that you either have or you don't.
Don't you? So when people I get emails or they say it to me in an interview or whatever, when did you discover your gift? It I cringe. I cringe at that. Do you feel the same way?
Totally, because I mean, sure, it is a gift, right? Like, if I could play basketball, that would be a gift, right? But I suck at basketball. I don't have a gift in that area. But it's not like it's a gift that nobody else has. Plenty of people can play basketball, right? But we all have these gifts. And one of the things that I love about where we are with all the animal communicators in the world right now is we're the most diversified field I think that there is, because it's so good to be unique. It's so good to be exactly who you are and bring your background to it, your strengths, your challenges, whatever, but we're so not pigeonholed. We're at a really wonderful time in the development of the animal communication field as a profession that we can really embrace our uniqueness and our differences.
That is a real thing. You and I both teach animal communication. And one of the things that I find that I'm encouraging my students to do is to be themselves, to stop trying to do it perfect, but to actually like access what's already in there that makes them them. And it sounds like you're saying something very similar.
100% the same. 100%. We have in the Animal Communicator Academy, there's like the whole middle phase is about you learning you. Like, how do you do this? I know how I do it, but I'm really different than you are. And I'm really different than my daughter. I'm really different than my son. If they were going to study animal communication, my daughter is a singer. She's very auditory. She would do something totally different. Actually, she does communicate with animals too, because she's been around me her whole life. But my son is he's a kinesthetic learner. And so he has to physically be moving and doing stuff to learn stuff. I'm real happy just sitting around reading a book and looking at things, right? Like I'm very visual. So the way that he would approach learning animal communication, I would really want him to do it so differently than how I do it. And the same with my daughter. If she came to me and was like, Mom, I really want to do this as a career. I really want to learn how to do this. I'd be like, okay, let's start with your strengths. This is who you are. This is how you operate in the world. Start there. We can build the other stuff in, but start with who you are and lean into that even more.
So you got me curious because just using the idea of your son and your daughter, and they would learn differently. What are these different ways of learning? Not necessarily like the technique, but how does a kinesthetic learner learn versus, tell me a little bit about, because this is new. I want to hear.
So here's kind of part of my background, right?
Yeah.
Because I was a teacher for a very long time. I've always taught stuff. Like I was the kid in high school where if there was another kid having a problem in the class, they'd be like, Kara, take Joey outside and explain to him how to do this. Like, because that's just who I am. I just teach. So part of what I did when I was a teacher is really learn how to work with all different kinds of students. And I started to look at some of the standard academic ways that they evaluate what different kinds of learners. And so there's what they call VARK, visual, auditory, read, write, and kinesthetic. So there's 4 kinds of learners. And I happen to be a read write. Like if you say, how do you know that? I'd be like, I picture the page on the book where I read that information. I'm super visual.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, tell me what am I? I need to say it out loud.
So you're auditory.
Okay. I always never understood. I'm like, helping my son. I'm like, no, just say it out loud. It'll work. And that was not working for him at all.
No, no, and it won't work. And like my son, when he was little, he would be crawling on the dining room table, and I was like, oh, kinesthetic learner. So I learned that, like, for my auditory students, if they read the book first and then came to lecture and then studied, because I was teaching biology in college. I started working one-on-one with my students during office hours and started playing with how do we take your learning style, your strength, and work with it. So my daughter, when she was in high school and college, I would have her read her books out loud to herself, or listen to a podcast. Now is how you might do it. Zane, my son, I literally, I would put him on the scooter. We lived in a cul-de-sac, and that's how he learned his times tables,
Oh,
because he had to be moving, because he's a kinesthetic learner. As a teacher, this is why I move my hands so much. My kinesthetic learners learn best if I'm doing something. So as a lecturer, I would do stuff. I would move to a different part of the room or whatever. So whatever your strength is, it's how you're wired. And it's like you're an auditory learner. I'm a read-write learner. We're wired differently, but we both have the hardwiring for animal communication to work as well.
so tell me, what is the hard wiring as you're talking about it? Because I'll say that my belief is that everybody has the hard wiring. It's all there. Some of us want it more. It works better for us. And we're able to clear through those mind things that go on to be able to do it. So talk to me about hard wiring. Is that kind of what you're talking about?
Well, because I'm trained as a biologist, right? So I've been in the biology world for so long. And so much of what ensures biological survival of a species is not the three-dimensional things that we can see and touch and feel, right? So we all have the physical, but we also have the energetic. And we're hardwired for intuition. I'm kind of making it more complicated now. I want to say we're hardwired for intuition. So intuition, we've always called it the sixth sense. It's this vague, weird thing. It's kind of out there. It's nebulous. But think of any kind of animal. If they didn't have intuition, they would not survive, right? And humans, we're animals. We're hardwired for intuition. We have everything we need here. It's kind of like we just need to turn on the right switch to get that program running inside of us.
It's so funny.
Huh?
Because it's so funny because with your personality, we have to turn on the right switch to get that program running inside of us. My wording is we just have to rediscover that which is already, mine's floofy, right? I'm a floofy person and you're not. And it's so neat that we're saying the same thing with our different personality words. I love that. So I know I interrupted you, but I want to kind of veer a little because I know that in your teaching of animal communication, clearly it's based on the different types of learning, but I know you talk about that there's 3 phases of learning.
Yeah.
Can you share about that?
Yeah. So for me, that phase 1. So if you're learning animal communication, phase 1 is where you're kind of learning how to work with the hardwiring you already have that it's like having a program on your computer that you never turned on before, right? Like it's always been there. It's always ready to go. Oh, I have to do something to access it, right?
Yes. I'm just laughing at this. It's awesome. It's just great words, so different from mine, saying the same thing. I will stop. Keep going. I love it.
No, I love simpatico. I love that overlap. I think it's so wonderful. So that to me is that first phase. So you've already overcome the hurdle of I can maybe do this and be successful. I'm willing to risk it, right? Like that's the first hurdle that I think we all have to overcome. Is this real? It looks like it's real for other people. Could it be real for me, right? And so then now you're learning animal communication, and now you're like, okay, so if I'm hardwired for this, if it's built in, why can't I just do it? Right? And so that's why, because you have a dormant program inside of you that you've never really played with. You didn't learn how the user interface works. And to me, that's what that first phase of learning is. It's like, it's just understanding how to work with this program your way, right? And so you have, um, you know, your strengths. We all have access, right? I could learn something because I hear it, because I can learn auditorily. I can learn something by doing, probably, like during the pandemic, my husband and I put in new flooring in our house. That was our pandemic project. So I learned how to put laminate flooring in by doing it physically with my hands, right? With my whole body. I can learn in all these different ways. It's just that I'm kind of, you know, more predisposed to learn visually. And so I want to start there. And to me, that's where we get our strength in that beginning phase is identifying what's my natural way to learn things, lean into that. And then, oh, wait, I can also hear things. Oh, okay, let's build on that. And so that to me is laying the foundation, learning how to work with that program that's already inside of you, that hardwiring, and just discoverability. And for me, in the Animal Communicator Academy, the the measure of success, the graduation from phase one, is having what I call your animal communication breakthrough session, where you have a communication with an animal that you can't explain away. You can't discount it. You can't, like, you're like, I really freaking did that. And you need all of this time to work with your software and your hardware, software being your brain, hardware being how you're wired, to get it to work together, to open up that ability. So that to me is what I call the first phase.
So when somebody has that, what did you call it? Animal communication breakthrough moment.
Yeah.
When somebody has that, like I've seen them, cry. I've seen them have such emotional reactions when they finally can't get their brain around it, and they just have to kind of like give up, give in, not give up, give in.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is a life-changing moment. It really truly is. And I think it's so heartwarming, it's so gratifying, it's so affirming, and it brings up so much emotion. I've seen the same thing with my students as well.
Now, one of the challenges I see after the animal communication breakthrough moment is the person late next, they're like, but I had 4 raisins that day. I slept 5 hours. I was wearing my blue shirt and Mercury was not in retrograde. Do you run into that?
Totally, totally. So now it's kind of like we have proof of life, right? We have proof we can do it. But then you go, wait, what happened? How did that happen? Why did that work that time? What did I do something different? Did I do something the same? Like what was that about? And that to me is the entry into the middle phase, the intermediate phase. Because now it's like, okay, I can do it. How do I keep recreating the conditions that allow this to happen, and how do I build on that so it becomes reliable? So I'm not like, crossing my fingers and wearing the blue socks every time or whatever. But it's I think that's also a process. It's a different learning process. It's a different challenge, and it brings up different practices, right? So you now have to start doing a whole bunch of animal communication sessions. So you discover, what did I do this time where it felt really good, but somebody said I got it wrong? Or what did I do this time where it didn't feel good, but they said I was totally right on? I was like, well, how do I make sense of this? And really, you don't. Your being does. You have to do it enough times that you integrate that learning process. And it happens, I believe, and we could talk about this if you disagree, but I believe it happens at this I don't know if the word is unconscious, subliminal, something like there's a lot going on below the surface. And I don't think I can explain like what happens in this phase that help, to explain it. Does that, I don't know if I'm making any sense whatsoever.
Well, so talk more about it, because you're saying you don't know if you can explain what is happening in here to create a sense of, I'm gonna do it even though Mercury might be in retrograde this time.
Right.
Like that where there's that kind of, it's not a confidence. Like and maybe, and definitely tell me if you think it is. For me, and when I'm watching my students, it's more of a, I call it screw it, screw it, like just screw it. I'm gonna go with it anyway.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what you're talking about? That bringing part?
Yeah, I think so. I kind of describe it as stepping off a cliff. I used to do a lot of rock climbing, and every time that you climb up, you have to come back down. And so there's a moment where you're stepping off the cliff when you're rappelling back down the face of a rock that you just climbed, where you're like weightless and you're not totally 100% sure that the rope is going to hold you. And so that's how I kind of like, you have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. You have to say, screw it, I'm just going to do it. Okay. You have to learn how to be wrong and be okay with it. Be like, I never know. I've been doing this professionally for 15 years. Every single time I say something to somebody, I don't know if I'm right or not.
Isn't that the craziest thing? I think, and tell me if you agree, that like if I'm doing a reading, wherever I'm doing the reading, I'm trying to beat that part of my head that's like, hey, Danielle, hey, I just got to get it out before that part can stop me.
I totally agree. I totally agree. And so I think that's what that intermediate phase is about. It's like, if you have to be kind of a screw it person or I'm not paying attention person, but I think that you have to get enough experience so that whatever is going on inside has the ability to happen. And I don't know what that is, right?
I don't know what that is either. But I know what the results look like. Yes. I know when someone's almost there. I can feel it. But what is going on at that deeper soul level to make that happen? I know the ingredients to give them to get it happening. Yeah. But what is that? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a recipe, right? Like here's all these things, but when we put them all together, I don't know how to make the bread rise in the oven. Like that's not part of my understanding. So,
but it does.
Right? And we know
the bread
how to
does rise, right?
What'd you say?
The bread does rise though.
It does rise. And I'm sure like, somebody knows how that works. I don't know how it works. But it's the same thing as, an animal communication teacher. It's like we know that this is the recipe, and we know that if you do these things and you do it enough times, whatever needs to happen inside of you will put the pieces together. And so to me, it's like we're recreating the conditions as much as we can. And we're being scientists, of course. In my world, we're scientists. We're curious. We write stuff down. We take data. We look at our notes. We see the patterns. Oh, every time that I meditated the day before, that's when it worked well, or whatever it is.
So how do you go then from phase 2 to phase 3?
So I think the key to move from phase 2 to phase 3 is to do so many animal communication sessions that you get all of those things that we just talked about. Screw it, I'm just going to do it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I'm okay if I'm wrong. I'm okay if I'm right. Like you do it enough times, and I believe that you do it enough times that you see what you're bumping up against, and you learn how to work with the mindset. Because that's an ongoing skill forever and ever and ever that you're always going to have to do, even after phase 3. So to me, you graduate from this intermediate phase when you've had the combination of animal communication practice sessions and mindset work to feel really comfortable. Like, I know how to do this. This is reliable for me. And like we said, how does that happen? It happens. Trust your teacher. Do what they say. And just do it a whole bunch of times and start to notice what's working and start to notice what your self-talk is that is stopping you or making you procrastinate or making you doubt stuff. But do it a whole bunch of times. And then phase 3 is where you now are ready to really partner. You're ready to be a partner. You're ready to use animal communication as a tool. So not just like, phase 1 is like, can I do this? Yes. Phase 2 is like, can I do this reliably? Oh, yeah, I can. I know how to turn this on. Somehow I figured that out. And so then now that it's reliable and you can turn it on and you trust what you get, now you're ready to really do like the real work, I think, of animal communication. The reason that people come to animal communicators, which is to get a perspective from the animal that they can't get without you. And so you become a partner and you become a bridge in these conversations between people and animals. And I'm talking, within, pets mostly, right? Because that's most of what we do as animal communicators.
So I want to ask you about phase 3 a little bit because I think I'm in phase 3. And I think you're in phase 3. And because, like, using your framework, because I'm comfortable with the not knowing what I'm talking about and I can do all of that, it doesn't stop me. I think that when students view a you or a me who's in that phase 3, they think our psychic data is better. They think we have a better psychic connection. Like they make all these judgments that I don't believe are actually real. I'm sorry, correct.
Yeah.
I don't believe what I receive intuitively is better than what my students are receiving. And I just wanted to ask you about that idea. How do you feel about it?
I agree. I totally agree. Like, I think, and again, like to me, this goes back to the uniqueness and the individuality of each animal communicator. There's no magic wand that makes me more accurate than anybody else in any given situation. And so one of the things that I did early on actually was stop doing animal communication in front of my students if they were also practicing, because they would assume if that's what I got, that it was right. And like that's not helpful for anybody in that scenario. And so it's something that I just really stay away from. And I've modified over the years too, like when is feedback helpful? Did I get that right or not? Not helpful in phase 1, not very helpful in phase 2. Now phase 3, yeah, now we'll start to refine and work on, okay, well, that was it was a short-haired Chihuahua, not a long-haired Chihuahua, or, whatever it was. But you have to go through these stages to get to the point where animal communication becomes so accessible, so on demand, that it's not getting, that you're wondering if it's going to work or not, is not getting in the way of having it be an effective tool to help animals and people. And I really believe there's 5 levels of animal communicators. So we've got the 3 that are students, and then we've got the practitioner who's just maybe a volunteer or working with their friends or their own pets or whatever, not a professional. And then level 5 or phase 5 or whatever would be a professional. I just kind of distinguish between those two. So I'm going to put you in level 5, Danielle.
Okay.
And maybe there's a level 6 for teachers. I don't know. Like I think that starts to get like, oh, I'm better because I'm level 6 and 5. And you're not. It's just that you've worked with it enough, you know yourself well enough, you've cleared enough of your blocks that you've put effort into becoming a really clear channel for working with your intuition in your body and your energy field the way it works for you. And you can do that reliably and effectively. And that's what the goal is. And there's always more refinement we can be doing with that.
Yeah, I do feel like I'm always learning. I don't want to not be learning anymore, because if I stop learning, I'm sure like you, it's going to get really boring.
Well, and I think too, like, anybody who's been a professional animal communicator for any amount of time, over, let's say, 2 years, you're going to start having people come to you with the same question. Why is my cat peeing outside of the litter box? And if you think, oh, I know, you're screwed. They're screwed. You're screwed. Nobody's getting helped. So you have to always have that beginner's mind, that curiosity of like, isn't that interesting? Because 7,000 times it's been because of this, but maybe this is the time that it's not because of that thing. Maybe it's because of something else. I just had an experience with that. Can I just tell a really quick story about that? Because I think it's it's helpful in that I kind of stopped doing animal communication for a while because I literally couldn't take another cat not peeing in the litter box question. I'm like, I got to take a break. I can't take this anymore. And so I was at a fair recently where I volunteer my time and people give donations to the medical fund for our county shelter. And I was talking to this dog who had been peeing around the corner of the house, the whole house, the perimeter of the house. And thankfully, I've done my inner work on the whole, why are you peeing in inappropriate places? And I don't get all triggered and pissed off anymore, pissed off. But I knew, because I've done this so many times, I know that this is the general area to look, right? I knew that these were the questions that I wanted to ask the dog to get to the right answer, because when dogs are peeing around the house, it's about leadership. It's about something disruptive happened and they don't feel comfortable with what's going on, or they don't understand something. There's some confusion. And so this was, to me, I just wanted to kind of say that part, because if I had gone in going, well, here I know, oh, you're peeing here, let me solve the problem. I'm not an animal communicator anymore. And I'm not facilitating the conversation that needs to happen between the person and the animal. But because I've been down this road so many times as a guide, I can ask the questions that are going to help that conversation be the most impactful that it can be. And I think that's the difference, and that's the ongoing mindset that this field demands of all of us in order to really do it right.
Well, I love the story. I love the structure. I've never thought of it in a structure like that. It's a really cool way to think about this whole journey that people are going on. Do you have anything coming up? Anything you want to share with people so they can know how to find you? What is going on with you that's cool?
Well, of course, I have the Animal Communicator Academy. That's open enrollment year round. It's always there. So people can find that at karagubbins.com/ACA, or just karagubbins.com. It's all there. And I have a new free gift that I want to tell people about. It's called Getting Started with Animal Communication in 5 minutes a day. And so it's me walking you through a process of connecting with an animal every day and practicing animal communication. And that's also available on my homepage as well of my website.
Amazing. Okay, this is the biggest question of our talk today. If you want people to walk away with like one thing in their heart from our discussion today, what do you want them to feel, know, think about? What is it?
I think I have to wrap it up with something I said earlier, which is you don't have to believe everything you think. Don't listen to that negative Nelly inside of you. Learning animal communication is not easy. It's daunting. It can mess with you. It can be hard. It can be up and down. It can be like, oh, I've got it. Wait, why didn't it work this time? I thought I had it. Like there's so many challenges. at whatever phase you're at. But when you combine the skills of practice of animal communication and working with your intuition, and you are open to addressing whatever mindset stuff comes up that creates obstacles in your path, you're unstoppable. And there's no shortcuts. You can't fast track it. You can't do it in a weekend. We're such organic beings, and the process is so organic. Give yourself the time, give yourself the space. You're unique. Do it your way. The ingredients are intuitive skills, mindset skills. Put them together your own way and allow yourself to blossom and be who you came here to be.
Thank you. Thank you, Kara. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for being here today.
Have you ever sensed that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge? I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal. Less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
Welcome, everyone. We're so glad that you're joining us. I'm thrilled to introduce our special guest today, Jackie Winters. Jackie is the founder of the British Academy of Crystal Healing and is a leading authority on crystals and energy healing with more than 40 years of teaching, research, and practice. Jackie's a respected speaker, author, and host of the Crystal Lightworkers podcast, and she's empowered thousands of students to heal, grow, and work confidently with the energy of crystals. Jackie, it's a great pleasure to have you with us today. Welcome.
Oh, I'm delighted to be here, Lynn. Thank you so much.
So to begin, Jackie, can you explain a little bit about how crystals can enhance and deepen the telepathic or intuitive communication process with animals?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you work with crystals, you enter into a non-verbal communication. So you're sensing and you're feeling the vibrations that the crystals are emitting. And we teach people how to interpret those vibrations, what they feel like in your body, what they sense like, and sort of give it a more of a connection with the crystal, understanding what the crystal is doing in the body. And animals work like that. Animals work in a non-verbal communication with humans. So they feel your resonance and they react accordingly. So if you're working with a dog, say for instance, and you start breathing really calmly and deeply, the dog will calm down with you. Now, I worked a lot with horses, and I found that horses will mirror you. So if you're feeling a little bit off, then the horse will be a little bit off with you. And if you're feeling really relaxed, the horse will relax with you. So there are many things that the crystals can do through a resonance or a non-verbal connection, and it enhances that telepathy between the human and the animal. And crystals magnify that resonance. So if you're a beginner and you're not sure if you've got that connection or not, then you will find that the crystals will enhance that connection and magnify how you feel and magnify how the animal is reacting to your resonance.
Yeah, I love that. I work a lot with crystals myself, and I absolutely love them. And yes, being a horse person and a former horse shower, I know all about how they sort of mimic what's going on with you, how they mirror it, I guess I would call it. So, what are some crystals that you think would be great crystals for listeners to use that could strengthen that connection with their animal companions?
Okay, so I've done lots and lots of case studies, and the first crystal that I'd like to talk about is rose quartz. Rose quartz is quite an easily accessible crystal, and I want to talk about using rose quartz for it's very good for separation issues. It's a very good mothering energy. It helps you to feel nurtured, and it's very soothing. So I use rose quartz on my dog. I have a cockapoo, and she has separation issues. So when I use, should I say, the rose quartz and massage her, she calms down. And what I'll do is I'll put the rose quartz in her bed. So when we're out and she goes to her bed, she can feel the energy, the resonance of the mothering kind of frequency, and it really calms her down. Now, there was another horse that we worked with. We used to work in a horse sanctuary where there was rescue horses, and there was a horse come in, Falabella, and she was only one, and she'd been really badly treated, and they didn't know whether she'd survive or not. But every day I gave her a rose quartz massage, so she felt that mothering connection. And we worked with her for quite some time. And within a year, you would not have known it was the same horse. She really settled, she calmed down. So rose quartz is a really good crystal to use either to massage or to put under the bed of the animal to make sure that they feel nurtured, mothered, cared for, and loved. It's a great crystal. We also have howlite. Howlite is the story that I want to share with you about howlite is about another horse that had come in, and it had been in a stable for 7 years, and it hadn't been allowed to lie down. In fact, there wasn't room for it to lie down. So when it came into the sanctuary, what we had to do is try and relax it enough to be able to lay down. So in the ground, I put quite a lot of this howlite, and I put it in a particular grid in the ground. Within 3 months after nurturing and working with this horse, finally, I get a very tearful conversation over the telephone from the lady who was running the sanctuary. And she said the horse has laid down for the first time 3 months in, and the horse has laid down. And the horse had a massive field, and it lay down exactly on the spot where the howlite was, because howlite's got a really calming energy. It's very good for anxiety. It's very good for mental health. And what it did with this horse was it gave it the confidence and the security, and it helped that deep relaxation for the animal to lie down. There wasn't a dry eye, I can really tell you. We were all absolutely delighted that this horse had managed to lie down. We also work with malachite. Now, again, I'd like to share a story about a racehorse. And this racehorse had got an ulcerated leg. And as you can imagine, racehorses are, really wonderful animals. But, once it's got an ulcerated leg, it was told it would never race again. And the lady was from Ireland. She came over and she worked with malachite. Malachite is an amazing crystal for any kind of infection, not just in horses, in any kind of animal. And what the malachite does is it reduces the infection and it deals with any emotions. So it sounds strange to say that animals, dealing with their emotions and what have you, but she placed a piece of malachite inside of the abscess on the horse's leg. And within a week, the abscesses started to reduce. And the vet had said that this horse would never race again and it would be on antibiotics. It was going to be lame. And sure enough, within a certain period of time, a small period of time, the horse is back walking again and finally didn't race, but it did actually manage to make a full recovery and, move forward. So there are other crystals as well. Fluorite is an amazing crystal. In fact, one of the horses at the horse sanctuary was lame. And I used to massage her leg with fluorite. Fluorite's about flexibility, movement. It helps release any tension in the muscular system. So when I was massaging, the horse was called Gronny. When I was massaging Gronny's leg, you could physically see the horse just relaxing deeper and deeper until it got to the stage when I used to go to the sanctuary and the horse would see me and lift its leg up as I was going in, almost say, come do my leg, come do my leg. You could, the lady who does my leg. And it was really a wonderful, wonderful feeling knowing that the animal recognized me because of my doing the fluorite on his leg. And then, of course, amethyst is very, very good. Amethyst is an easily accessible crystal. It's purple, very, very good for mental trauma. And we rescued a horse from one of the sanctuaries and brought it back to the United Kingdom, and it had a really 5-day traumatic drive across, unfortunately. And when it landed, it wasn't in a very good mental state, very nervous and very, so again, working with the amethyst and just soothing and massaging and having patience with the animal to use the amethyst. He calmed down, and again, another wonderful success story. So it really is. There's so many. I could sit here all night telling you and talking about the crystals and how they've helped the animals and the different energies that are available through working with them. And animals, they don't have the placebo. They don't work with the placebo effect. They've no foresight of what it should or shouldn't do. So they're more open to the energies. And yeah, I just love working with the crystals and the animals. They're very receptive.
Yes, I love them too. I've loved them for a long time. I used to use blue lace agate all the time with my golden retriever as he got older because he had a condition where it was kind of an overheated condition that you could tell from his pulses in traditional Chinese medicine. And I would always have the blue lace agate in his bed as a cooling, soothing kind of stone for him, and he really loved that. So, and I love hearing the stories because they really, really do help. So, if someone is starting out, say, looking and working with their animals with crystals, what signs should they look for to know if an animal is resonating with the crystal? Obviously, you mentioned some just now in the animals, lying down right on the spot of the howlite, etc. But what are some signs that you would recommend that they look into?
If you're just starting out working with crystals and what have you, in my opinion, the golden rule is to never assume it's okay to just go and start massaging an animal. I was working at one of the horse sanctuaries and went straight into work on one horse that had been abused, and I ended up getting thrown across the yard because it didn't want me to do it. And first golden rule I always say is just make sure that you have the respect to go gently and just test the water and make sure that everything's okay. But I would definitely start off with using a crystal of your choice for whatever reason and just place it in your hand. Probably I would work with something like a palm stone and just put it in your hand. And then as you're stroking and getting to know the horse or the animal or the cat or the dog, whatever you're working with, then they can feel the resonance of the crystal gently as you're stroking and calming the animal. And that gets them used to the crystal energy. And some animals will resist the energy of the resonance because, like us humans, when we meet something or we feel something that we're unsure about, we just pull back a little bit, and animals are exactly the same. So if they're using a strong energy of the crystal, so you have like your garnets and your pyrites and a lot of crystals that have a lot of energy. So start off with calming, soothing stones when you're working with your animals. And that way you'll find that your animal will be more receptive to it because it's just soothing and it's just very, very calming. So start off with a gentle massage. I actually made a chakra balancing blanket and sewed crystals all into a blanket and placed the blanket over the horse, which was in the yard. Everyone was, can I borrow your blanket? Can you put your blanket over the horse? Because it was so soothing and so calming. Again, you can place crystals around the bed of an animal, which the animal then will either resist going to the bed. It's like, I don't like that. What have you done to my bed? And then, just move them. Or you may find that, they stay longer in that area. So don't just assume that all animals are going to enjoy the energy of crystals. Just very gently test the water with them to make sure that they're okay. And once you do that and show them the respect and don't force anything, you'll find that they'll be more open to it, more receptive. And, you can then start to develop your abilities to be able to use other crystals and bring them in and see how they react to these other crystals as well. So they may sniff them, they may look a little bit wary, they may start to deeply relax, they may resist the energy. So yeah, although the energy of crystals is really good, you just have to be respectful that the animal may resist what's happening at first and go steady.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I always say, don't force an animal into a crate with a crystal. If always have the animal have the ability to come and go from the crystal until at least that it's loving the energy of that particular crystal. So that's great. So could you walk us through an example of a session you may have done where a crystal has noticeably shifted the energy of your communication with the animal or anybody's communication with that animal, anybody who was present?
Yeah, sure. There was, I'm afraid I'm staying with horses here. I have also worked with cats and dogs, but I found for me personally that I've had the best response with the horses, great responses with animals as well. But I would like to share a story of Max, who was a horse that was ridden by a very nervous rider. And she was, this horse is no good. This horse won't do as it's told, and blah, blah, blah. And, please, could you come and do some crystal healing on this horse? So I spent a little bit of time and found that Max was absolutely fine with me. But he was spook when they went out on hacks, and she was a lady of a certain age and was a bit nervous of getting thrown off. So she was all for getting rid of Max. So she said, will you do some crystal healing on Max? So I went in and I did some crystal healing with Max, which calmed Max down. And when she got on the back of the horse, because the horse was so calm, the horse then started to calm her down. Previously, she had been calming the horse down and the horse had been resonating with her. So in actual fact, she was spooking when the traffic was going past or anything. And because she was spooking, so was the horse. And I was trying to explain to her that there is a resonance between the two of you, that because you're spooking, that is the horse is feeling it and reacting accordingly, alignment with your energy. So she took some crystals. We did the massage on Max, and they started to get a bond that was just so beautiful. It really, really was. It worked out that Max then started to encourage her, who she was a very nervous rider. She started to relax more. The horse started to relax more, and it wasn't sent, away. So for me, that was really a warmth because sometimes people assume it's the animal when in actual fact it's the person who's looking after the animal that needs the relaxation. So the animal doesn't. So what I'm trying to say here, why I felt that shift was probably one of the most profound one, was the realization that the lady was creating the problem for the horse and not the horse creating the problem for the lady. Do you see what I'm saying here?
Yes, I see that every day in my practice.
Absolutely.
Horses, dogs, cats, you name it, because they're like sponges, you know, and especially horses. Horses are herd animals, and when there's a predator or something, and they're all out in the field, one horse starts running, and it just, I feel like it goes through the herd like wind. Horses are like that; they communicate like the wind, and I feel like they taught me to communicate that way many, many years ago when I was quite young, and so it makes perfect sense that when you would balance her energy, you know, well, first of all, when her energy started to get nervous, that would be, the horse doesn't have to think, why is she nervous? He just thinks, I better start running, or, you know, getting out of here. You know, that's the way horses work. So that is wonderful. And a question for you. I have always felt that cats tend to be a little bit more sensitive for hands-on work, you know, whether it's energy work, whether it's crystal work, color work, anything like that. Do you find that the cats are maybe a little less tolerant of like really close-up, heavy-duty work with some crystals that might be a little strong?
Okay, so the work that I've done with my friend has she breeds cats, and when I went round, she was asking that it had got a slight spinal problem. So when I went round, exactly like you're saying, Lynn, the animal was very super sensitive. So the first thing we did was we created a grid, which is just putting some crystals on the floor to see how she would react with it. And eventually she started to, you know, because they're very independent, as you know, cats. And if they go in of their own accord, then everything's okay. So we started off with grids and then did like some work with some crystals on her energy field and sat and just communicated with her once she was inside the grid and she was calm and she was settled. Because when she was in pain, I find it's more difficult to communicate with an animal because their energy field is very tight. So when the energy of the cat had settled, we had a better ability to be able to communicate. And again, it's a non-verbal communication, but when you get that resonance, if you're an energy worker like yourself and like I am, you can feel when you have the resonance and you can sense within your own energy field what's happening in their energy field. So what I discovered with this particular cat that had a spinal injury was that it was coming from the neck and not from the base of the spine, which is where they were treating, because I could feel in my neck a resonance. So when I started to put the crystals around the neck, the cat relaxed. Because previously they'd been putting the crystals and doing Reiki around the tail area, which is where there was but because the neck was slightly out, it was creating a distortion within the spine. And so sitting there and just resonating, which is really just a case of meditating and connecting and asking permission and being, you know, very shamanic, really, just sitting with the animal and having no expectation. So by having no expectation and just feeling and sensing how you resonate when you're in the same space and just feel what's going on, I could feel that the energy around the neck wasn't right. And once we put that right, then the animal. But working with cats, you're absolutely right. Independent, you know, they are so independent and so sensitive that, you know, once the cat was aware I was going to be working on the neck, it relaxed more than when I would have been working on its tail, because that's where the injury was, but the source of it was coming from the neck. And I found that to be really quite interesting that the animal was telling me. And sometimes when I go to the horses as well as I've been to dogs as well, sometimes when they're in pain, you feel the resonance, and it's being careful to sense where that point of pain is coming from. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying here. And then placing something like obsidian or a dark crystal to absorb, because pain is congested energy. And when you work with black crystals, that has the ability to absorb any excess congested energy. And I found that animals respond very, very well by putting crystals on the central point of the pain. So listening, meditating, connecting, and resonating with the frequency of the animal you're trying to, do so, I find often helps to bring everything into alignment a little bit more. And then they look for you. It's almost like, oh, we know her. She listens to me.
Yeah, it's so interesting that you say that about the cat and the neck and the lower back, spine, whatever, root chakra area, because I was working with a horse once, and I was working this horse that attacked a couple people, completely out of character. And I was working on the neck of this horse, and I was actually doing a raindrop therapy. And the person was holding the horse, and I was up on a stool because, it's taller than me. And we heard the loudest crack in the sacrum area. Like, it was so loud, we both just looked at each other and went, "Did you hear that?" Like, it almost seemed impossible. And I went back and asked my chiropractor, and he said those two areas are completely related and one can refer pain to the other. So I think it's good for listeners to know that sometimes where the issue isn't the root cause of the issue. Sometimes the root cause is somewhere else, and by going there, which we can help them, and you demonstrated that so beautifully. If someone is brand new to this working with crystals, what would you say is a safe, beginner-friendly way for them to experiment with crystals to see how the animals respond without causing any stress or any kind of sensory overload? Because I have actually had cats show me that some energies almost feel like a jackhammer, even though we might think they're nice and light. So can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we've already discussed quite a few things where you can use your massage, you can, put crystals in the bed. But one of the things that I did was I did a little experiment with amethyst water. So, drinking water. I used to put down, just if you're beginning and you want to know whether or not, or you want to see whether or not your animal is, resonating with the crystal. So working with amethyst, you have to be very careful with what I'm about to tell you, because certain crystals are poisonous. So just work with the quartz family. So you can either use clear quartz or amethyst or rose quartz or smoky quartz, but nothing else until you've got more knowledge of the mineral content of your crystal. But put it in some water, the drinking water. Make sure, obviously, that, I had a big rock, so the animal couldn't swallow it, accidentally, or put the crystal underneath the bowl. And you'll find that amethyst particularly purifies the water, and it becomes where the animal comes. I don't know about you, but sometimes if we're outside, the dogs prefer to drink the rainwater than they do to drink their own water, because it's come from wherever. Now, what I found was by putting down 2 bowls of water, 1 bowl of water that hasn't been charged by the crystal and 1 bowl of water that's been charged by the crystal. Please bear in mind to make sure that your dog or your animal doesn't swallow the crystal. And you find that naturally your animal will start to veer towards the water that has got the crystalline energy, because it's cleaner, it's purer, and they can feel the resonance of it. So that's one way a beginner can start. And again, just start with something like amethyst, because it's a purifier. So that is a good way to see whether your animal is inclined towards the crystal. I would definitely start with some soothing stones, like I said before, some rose quartz, blue lace agate is another soothing stone, amethyst, any of the quartz family, really, and then sort of expand out from there. There are some little dog collars that you can get, some cat collars you can get. But one thing I'm going to say is, don't go for these cat collars or dog collars that have got all these crystals around the neck, because you can overdose on crystalline energy. It can cause a real headache, and the animals obviously can't speak to you. And if your telepathic communication isn't where you would like it to be, then you can possibly overdose your animal on crystal. So it's really, really careful when you're beginning to not overdose your animal on crystals. Go mindfully, use maybe 1 crystal for a few hours, take it off if you're going to put it on a collar or anything like that. Just be very mindful of the fact that animals are more susceptible to these energies than humans are. Sometimes, because of the mental interpretation, we can offset some of the energy, whereas the animals won't. So for me, if you're a beginner, A, be respectful. B, just make sure that you don't overdose your animal on your crystals. Just a few hours a day, take it off, let the energy settle, and then see how your animal reacted. Use some of the crystalline water to see how they're faring with it, and just go gently and steadily. You know, there's no rush, and your animal will react better than if you overload it with too many crystals at the beginning. So go nice and slow.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And I'm so glad that you mentioned about the toxic crystals, because, for example, you don't want to let your dog lick cinnabar, for example, or, you know, it's a poisonous crystal. And there's many, there's not many, but there's a number of them, and it's important to know which are and which aren't. So, Jackie, do you have anything you have coming up that you want to quickly share with the listeners? Maybe a workshop, an event, a new program, a book, or something like that?
Oh, yes, we have. And I'm really excited to share. We have accredited courses. We are a university accredited course that's accredited through the Federation of Holistic Therapists. So if anybody is wanting to enter a career into crystal healing, we have courses starting in January. We have non-accredited courses, people who just want to learn for fun. We have ebooks that are downloadable from our website. We have newsletters every month sent out with lots of information. These are all free from our website, which is www.britishacademyofcrystalhealing.com. We're on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, all of your social medias. So, and we try to run the academy with offering as much advice as possible to help support you learning about crystals and help bring it into mainstream to help with the well-being of both animals and people, and actually plants as well, and anything that, you know, is resonating with the crystals. So, and we would be absolutely delighted to help you on your crystal journey.
Great, thank you. So given what you've talked about, what is one thing you'd like to leave us with today, or a next step the listeners can do to bring crystals and crystal healing into their lives and the lives of their animals?
Oh, well, okay. So first of all, I say play. Just keep it lighthearted. Don't, you know, be too serious about it. Obviously, you have to be ethical about it. In other words, you know, just make sure that you feel comfortable with what you're doing. Any of the suggestions we've made this evening, choose a crystal that is resonating with you. It can be, oh, that one looks nice. So, and then go and do a bit of research beforehand, but just enjoy working with the crystals. That life is meant to be joyful. And when you're working with your animals, that if you're very serious, remember you're resonating. So that serious energy is going to go into your animal. Whereas if you're very lighthearted and very loving and very relaxed with what you're doing, just play and allow that energy to come through you, and your animal will love everything about working with the crystals. Go steady, go respectfully, and just enjoy working with crystals. It's great fun.
Well, thank you so much for your time and participation, Jackie. It's been wonderful.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I've loved it.
And what a great session with Jackie. Thank you all so much for listening.
your night. Open your heart. A brand new start. Find your peace, baby. You are enough. You are love.
Have you ever looked into the eyes of your animal companion and felt deep down that they were trying to tell you something? The truth is, they are. Every creature, from the pet on your sofa to the wild spirits of the forest, is ready and waiting to speak with you. Welcome to a unique mini-summit dedicated to the art of telepathic animal communication. We've gathered world-renowned experts for intimate 30-minute deep dives, plus an exclusive panel discussion to help you bridge the gap between species. This isn't just about training, it's about a soul-level connection. Discover the rich history of animal communication and learn how to begin with easy, actionable steps. Explore the profound world of soul contracts and see how animals serve as our greatest spiritual teachers. We also touch on the most tender of topics, connecting with our beloved friends in the afterlife. Learn how the bond of love transcends the physical, supporting their well-being across the veil. Whether you're using the power of sacred silence or simply opening your heart to a new language, this summit will transform your relationship with the natural world. They are talking. Are you ready to listen? Join us for this life-changing event.
Have you ever sensed that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge. I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal. Less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
Welcome, everyone. Today, we're going to be talking with Michael Burke. Michael Burke is an animal communicator and certified behaviorist who combines intuitive communication with dog psychology and meditation to help people overcome behavioral challenges and strengthen their bond with their animals. He's the author of Intuitive Animal Communication and serves as the meditation director for the Training Caesar's Way programs. Michael, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you for having me. It's an honor and pleasure to be here.
I'm very excited to talk to you. I've been getting excited about this all day, actually. So I think that you have a very kind of varied background, definitely different from mine as an animal communicator. So I wonder if you could take a moment and kind of talk about, well, like, how'd you get here? How'd you end up doing this way with Caesar, like all of this? Can you give us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So back in the day when I was a child, I was surrounded by animals, and I came from a very I often will say it's a religious family, a Catholic family. I was the youngest of six kids. And I bring that up because with that whole Catholic upbringing, there was this belief in a higher power and there's something beyond us. And my older brothers and sisters were always talking about their vibes and intuition and energy and dreams and ghosts in the attic and in the house. And so I grew up in that environment, being open to things beyond our primary senses and awareness. And I had a dog, I had a cat, I had a ferret, and I just naturally was tuning into them. But I feel I got a practice of tuning in, being the youngest of six kids, and all of my brothers and sisters talking all the time. I was just always observing and listening and kind of like reading the energy and reading the room. I'm aware of this all in hindsight now. At the time, I wasn't aware of it. But
Yeah, but you're still lucky, Michael. You're still lucky. A lot of people didn't have that benefit, so that's awesome.
yeah, I'm grateful. I realize that now. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And so I just was like naturally tuning into people and animals and didn't think anything of it. But as I got older, my older brothers and sisters were also really into astrology and tarot cards and Reiki and meditation and things of that nature. And so I was exposed to it. I was like sneaking books off of my sister's bookshelves when I was, like 11, and like, well, what is this? And I learned about creative visualization from Shakti Gawain when I was studying for the SATs in high school to like calm my stress about like having to do well when I wasn't a good test taker. So all of these things were opening up my consciousness to a higher awareness and tuning in. And then I started to read tarot cards, and I was practicing strengthening my intuitive muscles, again, all with being surrounded by animals. So I started out just casually doing readings for people and just friends in college and in college and such. And then people started to come to me saying, well, could you maybe tune into my animal, my dog? I'm having an issue. So I was like, okay, I'll try it. See, I love animals. And it went really well. And it just started to take off word of mouth. But what I was finding was in helping people with their animals intuitively, energetically, and telepathically, often they just needed a dog trainer. I would tune in and it was like, I could tell you when I'm feeling, but you need a trainer to deal with this. And I thought, oh, well, rather than me source out or refer out, maybe I could hone my skills at a deeper level. I mean, I knew a lot from having dogs, but formally learn dog behavior and training. And so I did a deep dive into that and I got certified as a dog trainer. I looked up Caesar Milan, who's known as the dog whisperer, and went and took a workshop with him. And that just opened so much up. I started to volunteer at his dog psychology center. And I eventually became a member of his team. I was a dog trainer on the weekends at his ranch, and eventually moved up into being the meditation director of his program, where people from all over the world come to learn about dog training and behavior, but really they're learning about themselves and their energy and what their effect is on their animals and how they can make those changes.
You think, because your experience is definitely not my experience, what you just described is kind of like, this was a natural progression from my childhood and it kind of worked out, and then this worked out. Now, do you think that I don't even know what is it in you that allowed that to have that more natural progression than what a lot of people experience when they're trying to be intuitive and trying to learn animal communication?
I feel that it comes down to me trusting my gut, listening to that inner voice, and surrendering and allowing the flow, recognizing like, okay, this maybe feels outside of my comfort zone, but I'm just going to take the step and go with it. And there were many turns in my path where it was like, okay, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm feeling guided to do it. So I'm just going to do it and see what happens. And sometimes there were mistakes. Sometimes I would do something. I was like, all right, that was not the right turn. But now I know it, but it would course correct me in the right direction. And so I feel the answer to that question is just to listen to that inner feeling within you, sort of getting out of your head and spinning on it and coming down into your solar plexus, your gut, maybe even your heart. How does it feel? Because for me, that inner voice always steers me in the right direction, or in the appropriate direction.
Wow. You may be better with your inner voice than I've been throughout the years. Well, and I agree. My inner voice is always steering me well. It sounds like even young, you were better at listening to it. I really had to figure out, oh, this is actually something that I need to be listening to.
I mean, like I said, there were moments where I was like, why did I do that? But it taught me how to listen to that voice at a deeper level. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like running up into the wall and it's like, all right, now I know.
And then if you are a conscious person, if you are an intuitive person, I do feel like it does help you learn a little bit more easily. Like,
Yeah.
oh, that was a mistake. Oh, there were some signs going on that I didn't notice at the time that could have guided me a little better if I'd known to look for those signs.
Yes.
I want to know because I've never talked with anyone who is let me get this right. Dog trainer, animal communicator, dog psychologist?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't get a degree. I didn't get a degree in dog psychology. So, in Caesar's world, Caesar Milan's world, he created this a methodology of recognizing the energetic psychology of dogs, of animals, not just of dogs, but dog psychology, energy, connecting into that perspective that it is not just about the action steps and the hands-on, the commands: sit, stay, down, shake, wait, roll over. It's really tuning into the energy, the mindset, but the really the frequency that one is holding and connecting in with the frequency the animal's holding, but with a psychological perspective. And so he created this dog psychology center, as he refers to it, which is his ranch. And I don't want to speak for him, but I feel that's because there at his ranch, there are opportunities to interact and work with different species. He's got llamas and goats and chickens and all different kinds of livestock, but using the energy methodology with dogs in that environment, engaging with all the different species and recognizing that perspective from a psychological standpoint. So, it's not like I have this degree from MIT and dog psychology, but there's value to it and it makes people think.
So, well, first of all, and it also sounds really cool, right?
It does, but not my term. But I won't take credit, but it does. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
Totally.
so now you've got all these skills. You're working with a dog. How are you using all the skills at once? How, when you're with a dog, are you using your commands? How do you know what the dog is reacting to in you? Is it the intuitive side? Is it the energetic side? Is it the hand signals? Like, how does that all work for you?
So it begins with being really present in the moment. And that's where the meditation aspect of my work comes into play for myself and what I share with people. Really, I've been meditating for years and I've recognized the value in being present in the moment, grounded in the moment, tuning in and feeling with all of my senses, having a clear intention. So for example, if I'm meeting with somebody and they're having a behavioral issue with their dogs, they've got dogs that are fighting, I'll go into the moment with the intention of being very present, but really with all of my senses, reading the person or people. Maybe it's even the home, the energy, the environment, what's going on. Is there a lot of clutter? How are things set up? Really gauging with all of my senses, the environment, the person, and then assessing and evaluating the animals. So I'm tuning in. But then I'm also telepathically communicating, depending on the situation. It's very quick for me. Like I'm just tuning right in, also assessing the body language, looking at the body language, the human's body language, the interaction going on there. But then I will start to energetically and telepathically communicate with the dog. Like, how are you doing? How are you feeling? What are you absorbing and observing in this moment? And so for me, I will quickly, with all of that combined, again, like viewing them, feeling it all, it's almost like everything comes through my database. It's like I have this database and I'm bringing in and interpreting the energy to best make sense of it and articulate it. Sometimes I'll see, I bet you get this or would experience this, maybe not, but like sometimes a symbol will come up, like I'm like right away, and I use this as an example a lot, like right away I'm seeing an apple. Right away I'm seeing an apple from a dog. In that moment that I described, well, it could be the dog is saying, thank you for showing up to help teach us. And it's an energy of them the dog looking to me and feeling me coming in as like an authority or somebody to help, a therapist. And the dog is feeling that intention in me and my calm confidence. And the dog is like, thank you for coming and helping in this situation. Somebody's got to help us and somebody's got to lead this situation. But my energy or my intuition will bring through an apple to me to interpret that. So sort of a long answer to your question, but it's like this circulating combination of frequencies that come in for me in the moment. And it all comes in it through practice in the situation. I've learned to do what I need to do, but then also to observe what I did in that moment so as to best describe it. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'm listening to you and I'm thinking, I mean, you're describing it with different words than what I would use because you're Michael and I'm Danielle, and that's all good. It sounds like there's a lot of claircognizance going on, that inner knowing, mixed with environmental awareness, mixed with really connecting into people intuitively as well. But it feels like you're not doing any of it one by one. Like I use the word claircognizant because it's kind of like all at once, and you know where to go and what to do and what the next step is. Is this what you're
Totally.
saying?
Yes, totally. Correct.
I have to cough. I'm so sorry. You might want to cut out the cough. Yeah. Sorry.
I love it.
Or they leave it in and I look like a goof, and that's all totally fine. Okay. So it really sounds like you're using all of your intuitive senses as well as really bringing in environmental awareness, which is really cool. And I haven't heard of other people doing a lot of that. So this is very unique to bring in that external physical experience as well. So I guess it leads me to my next question, which is, now you're with an animal, and that animal is, you're in connection with that animal in the way that Michael Burke is in connection, right? Using all these abilities. How do you know what that animal is responding to or valuing most? Or how do you keep in this connection to keep that situation moving forward in terms of what it sounds like you do a lot of, which is kind of like problem solving?
Yeah, it is a lot of problem solving. Yes. So that's a good question. I will feel when I know that I'm getting through to the animal, I will feel this wave. It's almost like something opening up, like the energetic connection between us expands, and I will feel things get really bright, like strobe lighty. Like often that's always like a validation, a confirmation, a yes, yes, yes. Like things get like very bright and expansive. And sometimes I'll even see like fireworks or um like twinkling as like a yes, yes, yes. And often I will feel the animal opening up more, like they're breathing more expansively as far as how I'm sensing. Now, maybe I'll observe that too. Maybe I'll observe that their body's relaxing or they are moving in a certain way that is more in a calm surrender state. But I'll feel this like energetic expansion, which is sort of abstract, but it's almost like as I'm looking at you here, it's like, oh, I'm feeling everything opening up a little bit more, and it's like their cells are receiving what I'm sharing, but I'm also receiving what they're sharing as well. It strengthens that like energy exchange.
Interesting. I end up feeling it like nothing else matters. Everything is exactly as it is. And there's not even a part of me questioning anything or wondering what's next. It's just like everything falls into exact place when that connection is going for me. Is that kind of what you're describing?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. That resonates too. Yeah, exactly. Like there's no, it is. It just is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
and
you're
it's
not
like, here
going,
we
what do
go.
I do next?
Yeah.
Or where do I stand? Or do I need to worry about them? Because you're in it and it's happening. And you know that animal is fully there as well.
Yes.
Do you find when you're in that connection that the animal, and I'm assuming you're mostly dogs?
No cats,
Oh,
really all
okay.
animals, dogs, cats. I've worked horses.
Okay.
Yeah,
It was the Caesar thing. It wasn't
right.
that I was, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Do you find that any animal, whatever animal it is, responds better to a certain type of intuitive send that you give, or to a certain type of intuitive send combined with a physical, like, what do you have? I know this is a goofy question, but like, do you have a go-to move? I'm just thinking of all the physical stuff you're doing. So
Yeah, yeah, right. Well, first breathing, because often I'm guilty of this. Over the years, I recognize when I'm breathing very shallowly, like I'm just not, and all of a sudden, to myself, I'll say, take a breath, and I'll be like, and so making sure that I'm breathing, I'm present, shoulders back, my body's relaxed, aware of the like fluidity in my body, but calmly confident energetically. So sometimes I'll imagine that I'm like rooted in the ground, like I'm connected to the core of the earth, rooted in the ground, very present and breathing. And so then as far as like a certain move or whatever, yeah, it's more I'll like sometimes I'll tune into my heart center. Sometimes I'll tune into like my third eye area, and and I'll gauge where I'm feeling or maybe even the solar plexus. It's sort of like the chakra system, kind of scanning where where's my in here? Or maybe it's even the root chakra. If a dog is like very insecure or they're all over the place, they're nervous, anxious, I'll kind of assess like where can I connect in energetically and vibrationally, sort of on a scale that's going on for me. But that's all internal and energetic as far as like hands-on. Um, Sometimes it's literally like being mindful of my eye contact, not staring too much at them, turning to the side a little bit. So sometimes this energy can be too much, and recognizing like, all right, I need to turn my dial down. I might feel that I'm calm and, in a surrender state, but I'm reading the animals like you're coming in like a tidal wave. And so it's like, all right, just turning down the dial. Maybe I need to turn a little bit and then allow them to come in and use their nose first with the dog. Use your nose first, check me out. So it's sort of like a combination of things, but I don't have like a, you know, like a Michael Jackson kick, like, like here I am.
It would have been cool if you did. No, it sounds like you do. It's all internal, so you didn't have to name it.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
So you talked about sometimes the animals are like, you're coming in like a tidal wave. Do you find, because I know you work with people too, do you find you need to do a lot of people training based on the what the animals are telling you?
Yeah, an aspect of my business is coaching, is intuitive coaching. And usually when people come to me, I'll share, okay, this is what's going on with your animal as I'm tuning into them. Here's some behavior and maybe in training adjustments you can make. But let's talk about you. Like, let's dive deeper into why your animal is acting this way. And then the person's like, oh my God, there's so much going on. So that's when back in my childhood and me tuning into my siblings and reading the room and kind of being the quiet observer, but taking notes, that's where those skills come into play. And just, listening and holding space and gently guiding them to recognize the other choices they could potentially make that could lead to other outcomes.
So tactful. Because when I was doing readings all the time, I was very often redirected to the human because the human would be looking at their animal saying, this is wrong, and really they didn't understand their own situation, their own, what they were bringing to the table with their pet. So I guess that brings me to, and this is well, I think you can answer this question. I'm sure you've done it a million times. There must be like a common handful of things that people bring their animal to you for, where they're like, this is a problem. This is a behavior problem. And really that behavior ended up pointing right back to the human.
Yeah, right.
Can you talk about some of those?
Yeah. A lot of times, people often come to me when they have multiple animals. Sometimes cats, dogs, though, because we're talking a lot about dogs. They have a few dogs. Oh, they wanted to get another dog for their dog, and or it's a third dog, and then they're having pack issues. Basically, I always feel like it's like everybody's in the back seat of the car and nobody's in the driver's seat driving the car, and the car is like going off the road. It's like full throttle, and the dogs are kind of like, who's driving this car? Okay, well,
I was going to say, what do they say to you in those instances?
yeah, I'll feel a lot of times I'll tune in a situation like that. So a lot, people come to me, they'll say, we got another dog and now the dogs are fighting and we had an issue and we're freaked out because we're worried there's going to be blood drawn and they're never going to get along and all of this. And so I'm feeling from the dogs, they have question marks above their head, kind of like questioning everything. They'll look to the human and the human has question marks above their head and air bubbles. And the dogs are like, okay, well, we've got questions. You, human, have questions. None of us have the answers. So we're going to take matters into our own paws. We're going to get into the front seat of that car and maybe drive it off a cliff, but we don't have a license. We don't even know how to put the seatbelt on. That comes up a lot where the whole visual, it's like my database will interpret it that way. The human doesn't know what's going on. They're questioning a lot and they're not in the moment. They're focusing on the story, the drama, the trauma. They're telling me the story. This is how it is. And that's just with like, it isn't always, aggression or fighting necessarily. It could be with cats. It's a lot of times like litter box issues or scratching things or not eating. But it's like the animals showing up to the moment, like, okay, like, what are we doing? Where are we going? Who are we talking to? Oh, right. Oh, yeah. I don't get along with my pack member. That's right. People aren't aware of the energy that they carry based on what's been happening, or they're worried about the future. Like, where is this going? How is it going to pan out? It's never going to get better. But in my experience, the animals they're living in the moment, they're responding to the energy in the moment. So I'm always encouraging people to be aware of your energy, erase those question marks above your head, and embody this like calm, confident energy. Take the reins again. And that's not always like the end all be all problem solver, but it makes a huge shift. A lot of times people will be like, oh my God, I just shifted my energy. And now my dogs are listening and they're not fighting.
So you said people aren't aware of the energy they're bringing. And then you said, oh my God, I just shifted my energy and look what happened. I might be putting you on the spot, but I'm going to ask anyway. What is like one way that you would share with everybody listening to maybe like, hey, if you're in a situation, what is an easy way to shift their energy in this way that you're talking about?
An easy way to shift their energy in a moment when it's needed is to breathe, first of all, which is easier said than done. Take a breath. In a situation when, let's say, there's like reactivity, like the dogs are starting to get into it, it's something to practice when you're calm. So, um, what I'm sharing here, or anything that I share, I always encourage people to have an awareness of it, but practice it when everything is good. So then you can instinctually pull it out of your pocket in the moment and you don't have to think about it. But really, grounding yourself. Like, I will imagine myself as almost like a redwood tree, an ancient redwood tree that's like strong and powerful and not overpowering, but overarching and respectful and strong and confident, but like really embodying that energy. Or it could be being an empress, an emperor, an empress, a god, a goddess, whatever. I'll say to people, whatever you can connect into, find superhero, Wonder Woman, Superman, whoever, He-Man, She-Ra, connecting into that energy and radiating it and breathing and radiating it from the energy side of it, which is a huge part of it, really embodying that and emitting that energy. It can make a huge, I mean, there's an example of me that I've shared before. I share this in my book where I was walking down the street, my street, and walking my dogs. I have 3 Australian Shepherds, and which are a lot.
That's a lot.
And they're full-size Aussies too. They're not like any mini, these are like beasts. They're like 70 pounds each. And so I'm like walking along and this German Shepherd that always never goes for walks, always behind the gate, was bark, 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 barking as always at us walking by. And we just walked by and we're walking down the street and this German Shepherd busts out of the gate and comes. It was like right out of a movie. Like, so we look up the street and there's this German Shepherd galloping and galloping and galloping toward us. And I just like in the moment, like swung the dogs behind me and just was like, which is a Caesar Milan thing, but it
I
just
know that thing.
came out like I just was like block. And I pulled it out and just was like block with my energy. And this shepherd was like, oh, it was right out of like a movie, like a John Hughes movie or something like that. Like, oh, and it turned around and ran back to the house. And the woman who owned the dog came out. She's like, oh my God, oh my God. And he ran right back. And I looked down at my dogs and they're just looking up at me like, and I look at them like, yeah, we got it. Like, I got it. We got it. Like, let's keep on strutting. Like, I'm feeling myself. but and you know, and in that moment, that built my confidence. It built their trust in me. I mean, they already trusted me rather than them reacting. I already had a relationship with my own dogs. They knew to get behind me and to trust me. But I really pulled up all of that energy and almost like threw my energy in that moment to say, like, no, like that there were no question marks. There were calm, confident answers, and this isn't happening. And you know, I share that just as an example or as like a reference point of what's possible, not to give people false hope and put themselves in situations with like aggressive dogs and like, but it didn't work. I snapped my hand and but you know, we all have that within ourselves, and animals are responding to time. And if we're clear, calm, and confident, they're going to feel that and follow our lead.
So everybody's going to start with a tree and then move to Shira, and then they're going to be able to.
You have to have the sword, though, with the stone in it.
Okay. What's funny is that you know that Shira has a sword with a stone.
Do.
Okay. So, how can people find you? How can people learn more about you? What's going on with Michael Burke?
Yeah, so they can find me on my website, which is michaelrburke.com, because my name is very common. So I had to put that middle initial just to clarify it's me. That's my website. I'm on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook at Michael Burke Official. YouTube, same across all platforms. So I'm always posting content there, meditations. My book, Intuitive Animal Communication, Co-Create a Meaningful Life and Deep Connection with Animals, that is available everywhere. There's an audio book. And I have courses on my website, self-contained courses if people want to learn more. So yeah, I'm here to serve. I'm happy to help.
Okay, this is the big question. Everybody listening, what do you want everybody listening to walk away thinking about today, or to have learned, or to know, or to have in their heart?
I would love everybody to know that every moment is a new moment to create new imprints and new experiences with your animal.
I love it. Succinct and beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah,
and thank you,
Danielle.
everyone, for joining us for this conversation.
Yeah, it was fun.
Thank you.
Have you ever sensed that the animals in your life, those who share your home, all the wild ones you encounter, are aware of far more than we usually acknowledge? I'm P. Horsley, animal communicator, creator of the Conversations with Nature World Summit, founding member of Nature's Council, TEDx speaker, and author of Animal Communication Made Easy. I would love to invite you to a free online event where we'll explore what becomes possible when we meet animals as conscious beings with their own perspectives and inner lives. We'll look at how connection shifts when we slow down, listen from the heart, and relate ethically without projecting, interpreting, or trying to control the experience. I'll also guide a gentle, heart-based practice that opens a respectful line of communication with an animal. Less about getting information and more about learning how to listen. If this resonates, I would love you to join me. Much love.
Have you ever looked into the eyes of your animal companion and felt deep down that they were trying to tell you something? The truth is, they are. Every creature, from the pet on your sofa to the wild spirits of the forest, is ready and waiting to speak with you. Welcome to a unique mini summit dedicated to the art of telepathic animal communication. We've gathered world-renowned experts for intimate 30-minute deep dives, plus an exclusive panel discussion to help you bridge the gap between species. This isn't just about training, it's about a soul-level connection. Discover the rich history of animal communication and learn how to begin with easy, actionable steps. Explore the profound world of soul contracts and see how animals serve as our greatest spiritual teachers. We also touch on the most tender of topics, connecting with our beloved friends in the afterlife. Learn how the bond of love transcends the physical, supporting their well-being across the veil. Whether you're using the power of sacred silence or simply opening your heart to a new language, this summit will transform your relationship with the natural world. They are talking. Are you ready to listen? Join us for this life-changing event.
Well, welcome everyone. My name is Stephen Diamond, the founder and president of the Shift Network, and I'm very glad that you are joining us here today. And I'm going to have a chance to introduce two very special guests, Danielle McKinnon and Lynn McKenzie. We're very honored to have both Lynn and Danielle as co-hosts of our Animal Communication Summit. Danielle is a beloved animal communicator and intuitive coach devoted to helping people deepen their soul-level connection with animals and also trust their own intuitive gifts. For over 25 years, she has taught students around the world her trademark soul-level animal communication method and empowered them to understand animals' inner lives with more clarity, compassion, and confidence. Lynn is a pioneering animal communicator whose life's work is helping people awaken to the insight, wisdom, and magic that animals are eager to share with humanity. She's trusted by over 150,000 students in 52 countries for the past 32 years and is the creator of the Animal Energy Certification Program, as well as the best-selling author of 3 beloved books on animal communication and healing. So really illustrious background and really wonderful human being. So Danielle and Lynn, thank you so much for joining for this hour.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Great. Well, the two of you have been in there, roll up your sleeves, diving in, interviewing all sorts of other speakers for this summit. And I want to interview you today about a really important subject, which is sort of turning the tables a little bit and asking the question, what animals want us to know about our relationship with them? So a little bit turning from the animal vantage, like what is it that we can learn, show up in a way that actually enhances this connection? So before we go into that and address that question from a couple of different angles, I would love to have a little bit more about the personal background that's feeding into your passion for this work. And Danielle, why don't we start with you?
Oh, you want a little bit of my story here?
Yes.
Okay. So my plan was never to be an animal communicator because growing up, I had no idea that was a thing. I thought I'll be a veterinarian and a writer. So, over time it's become this, but I didn't originally intend to be doing this. I was in grad school. I was getting my MBA. I was just kind of going down a different corporate path, but I didn't really love it. When my dog got sick, I took her to see a pet psychic. And that reading, which was in a parking lot, changed my life. Like the man said stuff that only my dog Bella would have known. And it really made me go, oh, wait a minute. Hey, this is so much cooler than doing project management for marketing for events at, what I was doing. And it's actually real. And I've been doing it my whole life, even though everybody told me I wasn't. So that really kind of started me on a path of, I got to get out of the corporate world and do this thing. Back then, I didn't have access to other animal communicators. I know they were around, but where I was, nothing was really available to me. So I kind of just jumped in and learned and started my business. And it was very lonely at that time. I wished I had something like this going on, but really the internet wasn't the same. So one of the coolest things lately has been seeing how much animal communication has become valuable and known and accepted. When I started, it wasn't like that. And it was just beginning. And now it's really, people don't look at me like I'm crazy. And even if they do, that's okay, because whatever, I'm me and this is what I do and I love it. So that's kind of a short version of my story.
Well, thank you for that story. And Lynn, I'd love to hear a little bit of your backstory that fed into this work. And also, I agree, it's just such a seminal moment where this work is coming out and really shifting our whole paradigm of how we relate with our animal allies on this planet. So Lynn, I'd love to hear a little bit about your journey into that.
Yes, absolutely. Well, like Danielle, when, I didn't grow up wanting to do this because, again, I didn't even know it existed. I think I became aware of it, around 1990 or so, roughly. And I had always been an animal lover. I'd shown horses. I'd begged for pets my entire life. Every time we went to a wishing well or birthday cake candles to be blown out or anything like that, it was always for animals, more animals or an animal, depending on the year. And I ended up going, and so my background was corporate kind of as well, corporate and a little bit different, but I ended up working in asset liability matching for an insurance company, which is like, it's exciting if you like numbers, but it wasn't that exciting to me. And then I ended up shifting my career into real estate, and I had a very successful career as a realtor. But that afforded me time to take a lot of courses, time, money, space to take a lot of courses. So I took every training I could find, about anything to do with energy, spiritual growth, spiritual development. When I found out about the animal communication healing, I got right into that. And I mean, it's like the rest, the rest is history, but a golden retriever named Jigs came into my life in the early 1990s, and he had situations that couldn't be healed by conventional veterinary medicine. So that was like my huge impetus, because I realized I had to figure this out for myself, and I explored every avenue, and my life changed in that moment and has been changed ever since.
Well, it's great that both of you said yes to jumping from the more boring corporate arena and help to pioneer this new area that's really so important for the future of our planet, really, I think. And so what we want to focus on today is a little bit like decentering from the human perspective. Is like we are so often kind of seeing things through our human oriented lens versus the animal side of the equation. And then part of this paradigm shift in communication is there's an equalization of the roles and a deeper respect between the species. And so I wanted to ask Lynn, maybe you could start answering, like, what have you discovered after all this communication and training people? What do you think animals see as their key role in our lives, and how do people tend to misunderstand that?
I'm so glad you asked this, because I really feel like animals are I say they're the keepers of our soul's divine mission. I believe that animals have complete access to our missions, our Akashic records, our soul's purpose, all of what we're here for. And I feel like that's a fairly big concept to think about, right, if you're beginning this. But what I've noticed in hindsight, looking back, is that every being that came into my life literally changed my life in such a huge and dramatic way. And I noticed over many decades that the same thing was happening for my clients. So I believe, a lot of people think that, humans are at a higher level than animals, but I really feel that it's the opposite. I feel like there are spiritual teachers who come to us. Now, not everybody is, has an affinity for animals. And if you don't, you'll find another way to doesn't mean you can't develop spiritually. But I really have noticed that through the path of going with the animals and partnering with them, learning to heal them, learning to communicate with them, all of the pieces, connecting with them in the afterlife, all of the things that I've been doing for so many years. It literally is like, it's like a groundbreaking change will occur in your life, whether you like it or not. I mean, I just feel that that's what they're really here to do. And we're blessed to have them to do that with.
There's a lot of paradigm shifts in just what you offered there. And I just think the opening to the possibility that animals can be our guides and teachers and really empowerers on our path of spiritual growth and awakening is very liberating. And Danielle, I'd love for you to sort of like build on that and reflect on what you see as some dimensions of this higher perspective on the animal-human relationship from the animal's side of point of view.
Well, I agree with everything you said, Lynn. So I have, through my work with the animals, learned that they are here to be our teachers, our mentors, our guides. They've told me they've mastered unconditional love, and they're here to help us master unconditional love. And just like Lynn said, they have access to everything about us. They know why we're here, what we need to learn, what we can do to grow. They have all of this wisdom that we don't have like the same access to all the time, but they have access to it all the time. The funny thing is, I'm often telling my students, all right, the animals are coming into your life. They've come here to help you grow. Every animal that comes into your life was predetermined. Hey, I'm coming into your life. I'm going to help you grow and evolve this soul. And then you get the people who raise their hand and they're like, uh-oh, I have a lot of animals in my life. Does that mean that I was, really broken or something. And I'm like, no, it just means you wanted a lot of help in this lifetime to help you do this growth and this evolution and become more conscious. So I really see them as doing everything that they can to help us realize why we came here, that type of soul's evolution.
Before we go back to Lynn, I just a little deepening. So what do you see then as the human's right relationship with the animal's function then, in terms of that kind of higher level of empowerment?
I see it as we are here to learn. So everything that an animal does is an opportunity for us to learn, grow, and evolve. And if we stop looking at it like, now I need to fix this problem, and look at it from the bigger, more global perspective of, okay, yes, this animal has this thing going on, and what am I to receive out of this? How can I grow out of this? It shifts from this animal is someone only to rescue who's a victim to, wow, look what they're doing to help me. And of course, we still help the animals. We're still there for the animals. And we realize that's only in the physical, because in this bigger way, they're doing all of these things so that we, the students, can grow. Did that answer what you were
Yeah, it's
asking?
beautiful. So it's like really shifting from kind of, well, there's responsibility here to this is mirroring for my own growth through the.
Yes.
That's beautiful. Lynn, let's go back to you. And so you obviously spend a lot of time helping people cultivate this communication channels and healing work between humans and animals. And just what have you learned about some of the most important things that can enhance the relationship with for a human with their animal companion?
Well, I love what Danielle said. And of course, I agree with everything she said. We're kind of on the same wavelength here. And one of the things I think is realizing that there's this mutual symbiosis. I always say it's like the infinity, and the animal's in one loop and you're in the other loop, and it just, kind of works together. I think the more we can learn about them, about what they're here to teach us, what we're here to learn, all of that is so key. And I feel like they have profound insight. I feel like they're our partners, they're our guides, they're our teachers, they're bridges for us to other realms. They have so much. And I think really understanding that the wisdom that they have to share is unlimited, number one, and is so profound when we let ourselves, experience it, and we are willing to examine the lessons. And I teach a healing system which we can use to help the animals, and that's sort of how my work began, with the healing system and the communication. But then what I really realized is that in healing them, we're healing ourselves, and I think they're really partners in our healing and our growth, and all parts of everything that it takes for us to be the highest versions of what we are and what we came here to do, how we can express the highest versions. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, and okay. Part of what I've heard is sort of this combination of like that sense of mirroring, that it's like, oh, what does this reflect for me? Because sometimes the animals' challenges or issues are going to be reflections of something that we need to heal. Yes. And that if you start from that zone of curiosity and that ground of respect for the guidance and blessing of the animal, it's going to really shift how you engage. Yeah. Are there things that you just, in terms of like daily practices, to sort of deepen that bond and relationships so that some of these kind of higher octave things can unfold, that you really advocate?
Well, I always believe in grounding ourselves, spending time grounding ourselves, spending time working with our own energy fields. I also teach people how to ground their animal companions. Not that the animals really need help grounding, but many animals, not all animals, are living in very unnatural environments. Some are living on the 25th floor of, a penthouse in Manhattan or whatever, where their feet barely even touch the ground, or maybe never touch the ground. And some are living in pretty chaotic environments. And, when you think about the fact that my belief in anyhow is that animals are sponges for their environment. And, I always say that they absorb as much as they can, just like your kitchen sponge, and then you need to squeeze it out to make some room for some more. So I really always like to do. I always like to do that kind of work. I have something I developed for my students over the years, and I call it the 3 paths. And I find that there's 3 pathways into connecting with the animals, and I find that most people kind of there's an order for everyone, and it can be different. So, if you're trying to connect deeper, or if you're trying to learn more from your animal or help them understand more, sometimes if you know what your 3 paths are, and the easiest path for you to move into that place, especially as a beginner or somebody who's new to the field, I feel like that can help you have even more insight. But it's all about being open, being receptive to receiving. I always tell my students, like, go like this. Like, humans want to go, give me what you got, from the animals. And I feel like it's better to like lean back, bring our oars back and down, ground ourselves, and let what is to come to you to be easily received, so that you can learn, you can grow. I think our highest lessons come from our animal companions, and I'm sure Danielle agrees with that.
Yeah, Danielle, well, let's turn it back to you and just any additional insights you have about how people can best enhance their relationship with their animal companions.
I think sometimes people are not realizing that they can enhance their relationship with their animal companions. And so it ends up being, I feed you, I sit with you, I love you, and they don't even realize that there's so much more in that relationship. And sometimes it takes waking up through the interaction with an animal to actually deepen the relationship. So, for example, and Lynn, I bet you've seen this. This animal needs to get out more. And whether it's through an animal communicator or a vet or somebody, all right, this dog needs more walks. Well, this dog needs more walks, but so does this human. And the human wouldn't do it if it wasn't known that the dog needed more walks. So I think so often what our animals' needs are end up being what we need as well. So when we start paying attention to the fact that, yes, we're doing this for our animal whom we love, but look how it also feeds us. What else is it doing for us? That daily practice of taking care of our pet actually also becomes taking care of ourselves.
And I imagine that also creates a sort of a cycle of gratitude and reciprocity too, by noticing how many of those caring for the animal things can benefit us as well.
I think it can. But you have to be conscious and aware. This is for me too. And then people who are conscious and aware, they're going to be grateful and see all the goodness in it. And then it's going to work even better for both the human and the animal.
Great. Let's go back over to you, Lynn. And I want to just ask you, what is the number one thing that animals want us to know in having a healthy relationship with them?
One of the things is that they are so much more than they appear on the surface. I really believe they are the raisers of consciousness on the planet. They're the raisers of our consciousness in our homes. There's just such a big role that they play that is so much more than meets the eye when you get a new puppy. You might just think, well, I'm lonely, I need a kitten, or, this house is kind of quiet, let's bring a puppy in, or whatever. And there's always like this massive wealth of growth and potential for raising consciousness and for really growing, developing. And it's something we don't always consciously think about. Like, we have to kind of really consciously understand that is what they're there for. And they have such amazing roles to play in our lives. And it can be like 1,000 times more rewarding than the average person might think if we allow it and if we open to it.
Danielle, let's go back to you and ask the same question, but maybe in a slightly different direction, which is what is the most surprising thing that you've learned about what animals want us to know to create a healthy relationship with them?
Well, I'm really glad that you changed the question a little, because I didn't remember because I was too busy listening to Lynn. So this is good. And then B, the most surprising thing, it's actually a little bit, it's similar to Lynn. I think that people don't give animals enough credit for all that they have going on, all of the knowledge, all of the wisdom and the connection to the divine. I think people get caught up in the day to day. They get caught up in, are they okay? Am I doing this well enough? Do they know how much I love them? They get caught up in that like physicality, the physical world. And you can feel love for someone and yet still not access the depth of that love. And so when people start like delving into animal communication, viewing the animals as, little Yodas, which is something that I say a lot. They're like little Yodas. They know everything. When you start seeing them that way, it's very surprising, like what comes out of their mouth, what they say, what they know. Like they know you're not in a healthy relationship. They know you don't like your job, whatever the thing is. They know all of this. And I find people are often surprised, but once they realize this is really going on, it shifts everything that you can get out of that relationship and the feeling of the relationship and all of the all the cool things that can happen. You look like you're about to laugh, Steve.
Well, I'm still kind of with the little Yoda, because personally I love Yoda. I love even speaking in Yoda voice, so it sort of makes me laugh. So I think that's it's also a playful metaphor for it helps us create that kind of relationship with a little Yoda. So it might be helpful just to stories are often anchor things for people. It might be interesting for each of you to share a story of like when you engage an animal as a little Yoda or a client that something that really surprising that or amazing that unfolded from that kind of treating your animal as a little Yoda kind of relationship. And Lynn, maybe start with you.
Well, the story that comes to mind first for me is one of my own stories of my own beginnings. And when I first heard about animal communication, I was like, I got to get me some of this. I'm like right away, I got to find who does it, where, and I was in Toronto at the time. And I heard about a girl who taught outside of the city. And anyways, I ended up, it's funny because I had my golden retriever. He was still very young. And he had come to me with a lot of health issues, unbeknownst to me when I first got him. But that's sort of what developed my whole and changed the whole trajectory of my life, really. And I had gone to this training, and it was a lot of work for me to be able to, it was coming up really soon when I found out about it. And it was a lot of work for me to, arrange for care for my dog. I was in real estate. I had to arrange for someone to look after my business because you never know. I mean, whenever you go away, you get offers on all your properties and something goes wrong. It's just like Murphy's Law with real estate. If you want your property to sell, one of your listings, you go out of town. So anyhow, I managed to get this training, and I started well before the internet. So I managed to get this training locked down and all my care done. And you were supposed to bring photographs of your animals, and there was no pictures on cell phones in those days. And if you can believe it, I went to this training and I forgot the pictures of my dog, who was like the only reason I was really going to this training and like the key focus of my life in the moment. And I was like, how could I do this? And it's so funny because the teacher handed me a stack of photos about this tall and just said, there's tons of animals here that like to help. Here, you just choose one. And I kept flipping through the photos, flipping all the way until almost near the end, this horse literally popped off the page. And I started, he was like, he was like a big Yoda. He was like, this horse had so much wisdom and so much, so many teachings for me and everybody else who follows in my path, in my world, because his name is Lucero. He is now on the spirit realm, but he literally changed my life. I connected with him and I knew nothing about any of this. And it was like the stuff he was telling me was like mind blowing. Like, I know Jigs. The reason you didn't bring Jigs' photo here was because you were to meet me. And I mean, all it was a photograph. And I eventually was able to go and meet him in person. And this horse was so phenomenal that he called meetings of healers and intuitives, and people would start phoning his person where he lived. He wasn't even the horse of the teacher. He was someone else's horse. And he would call meetings, and healers would gather for these meetings. And even after he crossed over, he called meetings. And I'll just tell you one quick thing is, I live in Arizona now, and I was very much engrossed in my life in Arizona, teaching and working and whatever. And he called a meeting, and his person, Cheryl, sent me an email, and she said, Lynn, I know you won't be able to be here, but Lucero's called this meeting, and I thought maybe you could kind of be with us in spirit and meditate and whatever, join us telepathically. And she told me he was very specific that the meeting is on this Friday from 4 to 7. And it was so bizarre because I was flying into Toronto the day before that. And like, that was the only window of time I had open. So he actually even called a meeting, while I was in Arizona, in Toronto area, where I could fly back, where I was already flying back and could be there. And I mean, he has been involved in so much deep healing work with the earth, with the water, with the environment, all kinds of stuff. It's just uncanny.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Danielle, do you want to share a parallel story to kind of illuminate the little Yoda relationship?
Yeah, I do not have a parallel story to that, though. That's pretty incredible. What comes to mind is a story that it's actually the first time I did a reading where I realized that these animals were these little Yodas. And it's funny because Yoda is little, and yet Yoda was big in a lot of ways. So when I first started animal communication, I thought it was about fixing all the animals. I thought it was about, I'm gonna tell that animal what to do through psychically. I was thinking I was like mind control, one of the Wonder Twins. Like, I'm going to connect in and fix all these problems, because I didn't yet understand that they were little Yodas. But they really know everything. So Jesus the Chihuahua, I did a reading for Jesus the Chihuahua. Jesus his personality was just like what you think a Chihuahua named Jesus would be, right? He's funky. He's Jesus the Chihuahua. But his human brought him to me because he was peeing in the kitchen. There was a plant in the kitchen. He was peeing in the kitchen. It was not right. And she was like, you got to stop this. And me, with the old way that I looked at it, was like, yeah, I can stop this. I'm going to psychically tell him he's got to stop doing this. Connection goes fine until we get to the plant and the peeing in the kitchen. And so I start asking him, you're not supposed to be peeing in the plant. Do you have a kidney problem? Are you lazy? Are you mad at your human? We're like playing 20 psychic questions. And this spunky little Chihuahua is basically rolling his eyes and crossing his, arms at me. And finally, I give in. I let go of me being the human and knowing all the stuff and trying to find the answer. And I just ask him, what's going on here? And he ends up sharing that his human is actually, the human who brought him to me is actually in an abusive relationship. And that when he was peeing in the plant, he was demonstrating, I'm taking care of my needs no matter what. And I'm showing you that this is what you need to do too. And that was the first moment I really realized the access to the information that they have and what lengths an animal would go to help their human grow and evolve. And he just wanted her to take care of herself.
That's a beautiful story. And I kind of want to ask one more question, go back to Lynn, just around this nature of like the kind of questions you ask. So it's like what I noticed is you pivoted from your kind of like, I'm the know-it-all human to this, or I'm just curious kind of stance. And that led to a deeper level of insight. Lynn, have you found that there's like certain kinds of questions, inquiries, sort of that elicit more of this kind of higher feedback guiding Yoda function?
I always say to my students, and I always try to remember myself, is to come from like a place of complete curiosity, and curiosity mixed in with an openness. And, I guess I've been doing this so long that my last decade or decade and a half, or at least, has been more on the spiritual growth. I think it was always there, but I think if we realize, if we can have this understanding that they are these divine beings who have, I mean, they can relate on day-to-day issues. That's what most people come to this with, is like the peeing, my cat's peeing on my kitchen counter. That was one of the worst ones I had. I never even heard of a cat doing that before. Or my horse, is doing this or whatever. But then it's like, I just think it's having that curiosity and having kind of open-ended questions to the animals. Because, I find that different animals are with us by soul agreement for different purposes sometimes. So follow what your gut is telling you to follow, and also understand that each being in your life might be there for a different purpose, or they might be there for a group purpose. But I really feel like no one animal is the same as the next. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure Danielle feels the same way too with the work she does.
So Danielle, do you feel like it's helpful to kind of inquire specifically in each animal, like really have like a deeper inquiry around what its purpose in your life, what the higher kind of, gifts, blessings, teachings that it's bringing? So you're sort of like making that a real inquiry?
Yeah, I mean, that's like the purpose of the soul level animal communication that I created, which is really letting that animal show up and show you why they're here, what they're helping you with. And to kind of go back to what Lynn was saying, that about open-ended questions, we humans, we always want to ask these directed, like, why are you doing this? And da-da-da. And that's us. This is what the animals have shared with me. That is us trying to control everything. But when we let go of that and we allow the animal to answer, however they're going to answer, we get so much more out of it, because they're free then to share whatever they want to share. So you could ask the same question to 3 different animals in somebody's life, and they're going to give 3 different answers, even if they're all still helping that person learn one thing. They're all going to go about it a different way. They're all going to use different methods. They're all going to make you have different feelings and emotions. It's incredible. And this is what I don't understand. Somehow it's all coordinated. Somehow it's all connected. Somehow those 3 animals are still working together in a way that I can't even comprehend to help me or you or whoever it is. And it blows my mind when I kind of try to step back and go, oh, they all know what they're doing, and they are all working together in a big picture way.
Really inspiring. I feel like there's a whole rewiring of beliefs and consciousness that both of you are doing. I know there's so much more that you bring to the world too. Thank you all for what you're bringing to the summit. I want to give you a little bit of space to just share about what's coming up in your own work, programs, events, new books that we can get excited about and learn from you. And Lynn, you want to start?
Yes. Well, I have an ongoing free webinar that I want to tell people about, and that can be found at lynnmckenzie.com/shift. And that is a free animal communication and healing webinar. It has a lot of case studies in it and shows people a little bit about what's possible. It has some stories. And it also introduces my animal energy certification training for anybody who wants to go a little bit deeper with it. I also have my book, Bark Name Meow, which is still selling really well. So I just wanted to give that a plug. It's all about, how we partner, how we learn from how animals become our teachers, how they become our bridges, how they become our healers, all of those things that they do for us. And it's story based. So it's an easy read.
Awesome stuff. Danielle, what would you like to share about what's coming up for you?
What's coming up for me? Well, my Be Open community is an animal communication community, a pet loss community. We do weekly practices, connections, live webinars. It's kind of like my heart and soul right now. And then actually this summer, I will be teaching soul level animal communication, a weekend workshop at the Omega Institute. And there's so many classes that I teach online, but this summer to be able to get in there and do it in person with the students, you don't get to do that often in this world. So that's one of I'm just really looking forward to that. And I think people really enjoy being able to meet each other physically and connect and play with everybody's animals.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Well, we have a couple minutes left, and I'd love for each of you to just kind of any summary thoughts you have for what next steps audience members can take who are curious and excited about the kind of perspective you're offering, and just maybe like what are some positive steps that each of us can take to really make those changes real and with our animals. Lynn, start with you.
Well, I think really consciously shifting your mindset and your beliefs to understand what your animals, like the full scope of what animals are here for and the full scope of what you can learn from them, because I think it's so important. And I really believe the world is moving into a new place where this is, like in the old days, I used to have, people like phone up for an appointment and they go, if my husband answers, don't tell him who you are, like it was like so secretive. And now it's like executives having their executive assistants sending in their session information sheets for their sessions. So it's like has become mainstream, and it's only going further and further. And I believe that having that openness and having that knowing that you are here to learn from animals. And I mean, not just your own companion animals, sometimes others. Lucero was not my animal. I mean, there's a picture of him right there on my shelf. He was not my own animal companion, but I have learned so much from him. And my whole like following has learned from him and my golden retriever Jig. So just know that animals are the way to greater growth, gift, examining your own personal and spiritual and psychic gifts. There really are the opening to all of that. So that's my big message.
Beautiful. Danielle, you want to share some of your next steps for folks to make this real in their lives?
Yeah, I would actually build on what Lynn's talking about, to be able to get that big message, we have to also be doing ourselves. So Lynn, you mentioned teaching people about their energy and grounding. I think one of the main ways to be able to start taking advantage of everything that the relationship that we have with animals has to offer is starting to observe our own selves and notice what's actually really going on with us. I think so many people are taught, you have pain, keep going. Oh, you have a bad day, keep going. Doesn't matter that your family's this, just keep going. We're taught to like push all the things that we're noticing and experiencing away in order to move forward and be successful or be good or whatever it is. But when we slow down and we start just noticing, oh, am I pushing through? Oh, how do I feel right now, etc., it makes us notice and be in the present better. And that allows us to be more connective and connected with the animals in our lives, which in turn opens us up to be able to receive all the big, deep wisdom that Lynn and I have been talking about.
Well, it's really clear. All the principles both of you have been talking about are so good for our spiritual growth and development, our relationship with other species, and really the relationship with all of creation. Because when we can learn in a humble, open way with all other beings, it's like really the sky's the limit in terms of our own growth and evolution and what kind of society we can create on this planet. So thank you both for your deep service in this arena and at the frontiers, and really fascinating insights and wisdom in this hour. And thank you all who have come to witness this and participate in the summit. Thank you too also just for hosting the summit. It's really such an honor to be partnering with you on this and really offering this kind of groundbreaking perspectives that can help us really create a whole different kind of relationship with the animal kingdom in a way that elevates us both. So thank you. And thank you all for joining.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Stephen.